Before we get into it, just a quick heads up, these scenes use illustrations, but the story is direct from the official manga. 2 weeks have passed, and we find Ryumin resting at home. With no major events to deal with, he has been spending all his time indoors, constantly planning his next move. He needed a break from the chaos of the world, but his peace finally ends today. Staring at his phone, Ryumin browses an online group created specifically for players of the death game. With a quick tap on his screen, he joins their ranks and prepares for what is coming. He is officially a member of the player world order. It is finally time for Ryumin to make a move. He needs to secure one of the 5 special runes available in the real world, specifically the clone rune. Just as he is planning his strategy, a sudden knock sounds at his door. Ryuwon walks in and asks Ryumin what he is up to. Ryumin replies that he is just surfing the web and asks if his brother needs anything. Ryuwon mentions he wants to head out for lunch, admitting he is getting tired of eating delivery food every single day. But Ryumin shook his head. They cannot go because Ryumin has an appointment scheduled today. Hearing this, Ryuwon smiles, asking if his brother is actually going on a date. Ryumin just chuckles playfully before heading out. Shortly after, he arrives at the cafe run by the player group he recently joined online. The interviewer asks if he is a player, and Ryumin nods. When asked for his nickname, Ryumin claims to be Little Cockle from Zone 122-7, explaining that his rank usually floats between 4th and 10th place. Satisfied with the answer, the interviewer directs him to a seat. Moments later, another applicant arrives. It is Shim Hyung-taek, the very player Ryumin eliminated in the 4th round. When the interviewer asks for his nickname, Shim Hyung-taek proudly introduces himself as Black Flame Dragon. The interviewer welcomes him and immediately introduces Ryumin. He tells Shim Hyung-taek that this is Little Cockle, who arrived earlier, and suggests they greet each other since they might become colleagues. Shim Hyung-taek looks at Ryumin and scoffs internally, wondering if this kid is really a player. He does not look like much. Still, the two exchange polite hellos. The interviewer invites the Black Flame Dragon to take a seat. As they wait, Shim Hyung-taek grows impatient and asks when the interview will actually start. The interviewer replies that they are still waiting on one final candidate to arrive, and they will begin as soon as everyone is present. But just as they decide to wait a little longer, the door suddenly flies open. Can you believe who walks in? When the interviewer asks for his nickname, the man proudly declares himself to be Black Scythe. The entire room instantly goes dead silent. The only person in the room who does not look shocked is the interviewer. He had actually been tipped off about Black Scythe's arrival beforehand. He smiles warmly, saying he suspected as much, and extends his hand for a handshake, thrilled to meet the top-ranked player in person. After some small talk, the interviewer turns to the group, introducing Ryumin and Shim Hyung-taek as the other candidates. Ryumin politely introduces himself as Little Cockle, but when it is Shim Hyung-taek's turn to speak, he completely freezes up and cannot utter a single word. Shim Hyung-taek is sweating through his shirt. His mind is racing. This is the absolute monster who brutally killed him 5 times in the game. Because of Black Scythe's relentless hunting in the 4th round, Shim Hyung-taek had almost failed to qualify as a top-ranked player. He had wasted 50 precious minutes in the game that could have been spent farming stats and eliminating targets. He had always dreamed of meeting Black Scythe in real life to ask why he targeted him so mercilessly. Now, they are face to face, but a voice suddenly cuts through his panic. The interviewer asks if something is wrong and prompts him to say hello. Shim Hyung-taek nervously stammers out a greeting, introducing himself as Black Flame Dragon. The fake Black Scythe just crosses his arms and nods, coldly stating his alias. Nobody dares to interrupt his arrogant display. Given his legendary status as the region's #1 player, his attitude is expected. However, Shim Hyung-taek is deeply confused. He wonders why the man does not recognize him. He expected Black Scythe to instantly remember the player he had ruthlessly hunted down back in the 4th round. He steals another glance, but the man's face is completely blank, showing no sign of recognition. That is when a sudden realization hits Shim Hyung-taek. This guy is a total fake. There is no way the real Black Scythe would ever forget the nickname of someone he killed 5 times. Meanwhile, Ryumin secretly smiles to himself. The imposter must have put a lot of effort into copying his style so perfectly. But this fake holds the ultimate key to unlocking the doppelganger rune. That is exactly why Ryumin disguised himself as a low-tier player today. The requirements to unlock the doppelganger rune are simple but incredibly dark. You have to commit murder while masquerading as someone else, specifically in the hidden location where the rune lies buried. And today is the day this terrifying condition will finally be met. Now, Here is the crazy part. The guy pretending to be Black Scythe is about to commit a horrific crime to steal that rune. Reading his mind, Ryu-min hears him laughing at how easily everyone fell for his disguise. The fake is absolutely thrilled. This fraud goes by the gaming nickname Kukuru. He originally stumbled onto the clone rune by pure luck, eventually becoming a notorious player in the future. Right now, he is a nobody, but once he gets his hands on this power, he will make a terrifying name for himself. He is going to abuse this clone ability to run wild, committing terrible crimes without ever getting caught. It makes sense, considering he was already a career criminal before the game started. We are talking about loan fraud, pyramid schemes, counterfeit money, you name it. He has done everything from crypto hacking to phone scams. If there is a dishonest way to make a quick buck, he has mastered it. Hidden behind his calm disguise, Ryu-min quietly smiles as he stares down the target. He is ready to use this trash to get his prize. He will manipulate this con artist's plans to seize the hidden clone rune for himself. It is a golden opportunity he cannot afford to miss. That wraps up this chapter. I know the visuals are a bit rough, but this is currently the only way to experience this epic story. So, let me know in the comments if you want me to keep covering these chapters, or if we should wait for the official release. Before we start, remember to like and subscribe. As planned, Ryu-min hid his satisfaction behind a smirk as he faced the imposter. He thought to himself, I will use this guy to claim the rune of doppelganger. It was a perfect chance to grab that hidden rune, an opportunity he couldn't miss. Then, the interviewer spoke up. I'll ask each of you one simple question. Please take turns sharing your reasons for wanting to join our Player Haven Cafe. Let's start with Little Croc. Ryu-min, having survived countless regressions, knew exactly what this interviewer wanted to hear. He understood the real purpose behind the Player Haven Cafe and the exact kind of players they were recruiting. So, Ryu-min said, the world is pretty harsh lately. Facing it alone is terrifying, so I thought it would be helpful to team up and support one another. That's why I applied. Hearing this, the interviewer was shocked by Ryu-min's answer and nodded. Next, he turned and asked Shim-hung the exact same question. Shim-hung said, I have a similar reason to Little Croc. I'm worried about the next round, so finding support would be great. Now, it was the fake Black Scythe's turn. He casually said, I just noticed this cafe's existence and thought joining might be fun. That is why I applied. Listening to him, the interviewer laughed and said, I see. Honestly, that answer isn't going to help you pass this job interview, but they would never reject Black Scythe, even if he failed. Next, the interviewer asked Ryu-min with a serious look, asking, have you ever been bullied? Or maybe there is someone you want to harm. Suddenly, signs of shock and confusion showed on Ryu-min's face as he asked, what is this about? In reality, he fully expected this, but he faked his shock. The interviewer insisted these questions are necessary, so please give me your honest answers. Ryu-min hesitated. Well, I have been bullied before, but I do not want to hurt anyone. Hearing this, the interviewer asked, do you hold any personal grudges? Feel free to share. Ryu-min answered with complete certainty, no, I don't. The interviewer was disappointed by Ryu-min's answer. He sighed, then asked Shim-hung the exact same question. Shim-hung stayed silent, thinking how to answer to guarantee he passes this interview. He wondered to himself, what kind of crazy question is this? What do you want? Damn it. Should I just admit to killing someone? Right then, Ryu-min, who already knew exactly what Shim-hung was thinking, smirked. He thought if his rival actually is honest and admits to murder, he might actually get a free pass. But Shim-hung raised his head and said, I haven't experienced bullying. The interviewer sighed in disappointment, muttering, so there's nothing. Now, all eyes turned to the fake Black Scythe. The interviewer asked, what about you? Do you want to hurt someone? The fake Black Scythe sneered, his voice dripping with suspicion. Why? You want me to kill someone for you? What's the point of these stupid questions? The interviewer's eyes widened. With a sly smile, he looked at him and said, oh, how did you figure that out? That's right, I asked because I want you to kill someone for me. Well, to be precise, we'll be killing them together. Everyone stared in pure shock. Given his casual talk of murder, their stunned reaction made complete sense. But the interviewer just shrugged. Why are you all so surprised? By the fourth round, I'm sure you've all taken a life already. Hearing this, dead silence filled the room. And get this. The final test of this interview is actually to commit murder. You must take a life to pass the final stage of this interview. That's why I asked if you had someone you wanted dead. Ryu-min's face twisted in shock. He stuttered out to kill? Why would you even do something like that? The interviewer sighed and said, Little Croc, you really don't get the situation, do you? Then he nodded and continued, Very well. I'll explain. I am sure some of you have seen the news and know that the government is starting to crack down and distance themselves from players like us. They absolutely fear our power, which goes far beyond normal humans. Honestly, this claim wasn't completely wrong. Faced with the players' chaotic behavior, the government was drafting countless laws. But in reality, those rules have zero power over players who simply ignore them. These policies only breed deep resentment. That's why we don't need to bind ourselves by their stupid laws. We have to stand up and fight the government's rules. It's crucial to show that players themselves are the law. Murder is our rebellion, our statement against their rules. It is how we prove our will against their oppressive laws. It proves to everyone that we cannot be chained down by paper rules. Heavy silence filled the room. Do you understand now, Little Croc? Ryumin nodded. Black Flame Dragon asks a pretty fair question. What if they do not have anyone they want to kill? The interviewer flashes a cold, chilling smile. Do not worry. We already have targets lined up. Ryumin hesitates. Still, taking the lives of innocent civilians feels kind of wrong to him, but he stops. The interviewer just chuckles. There is really no need to worry. He explains that these pre-selected targets are all terrible criminals, so there is no reason to feel any guilt. He adds that future leaders of the world need a truly cold, resolute heart, just like Black Scythe. Right then, Black Flame Dragon speaks up. Exactly who are we supposed to be putting down? The interviewer grins slyly. He originally planned to let them target their own personal enemies for this, but since they have nobody in mind, they have to grab one of his pre-selected targets instead. Black Flame Dragon gasps in shock. Kidnap them? The interviewer calmly nods, explaining the plan. They will find a quiet spot, work together like a team, and literally tear the victim to pieces. Passing that test means passing the interview. Now, watch this. Things are about to get really dark. The interviewer smiles wickedly, pointing at her and declaring that this helpless lady is their official target. The recruits stare at her in complete confusion. She seems to be in a deep, peaceful sleep. Ryumin speaks up, reminding him that he promised their target would be a real criminal. The interviewer quickly agrees. He claims she is a vile snake who laundered her identity after prison. Black Flame Dragon and fake Black Scythe pretend to act surprised, playing along like they actually believe him. But Ryumin sees right through their little performance. He knows the truth. This woman is completely innocent. The manager is just framing regular citizens to make murder feel justified. By forcing them to share the guilt of this crime, they will never be able to back out later. While Ryumin is plotting his next move, the interviewer grins creepily. Does anyone want some fun? He suggests it would be a total waste to just kill her straight away, sparking fake Black Scythe's interest. The interviewer gives a sick smirk. If she is going to die anyway, why not enjoy themselves first? He decides to be generous. He offers the first turn to the fake Black Scythe as a special reward. The imposter steps forward without a single shred of hesitation, clearly excited to take her life and violate her. Ryumin reads his mind and realizes this sick bastard actually finds the whole horrific idea quite exciting. Right as the guy moves in, Ryumin steps forward, while a visibly disgusted Black Flame Dragon backs away. Ryumin calmly asks if he can go first, which immediately bursts the interviewer into loud laughter. He finds it hilarious that the quiet kid is so eager. He figures it is just his 20-year-old hormones. Asking if it is his first time, Ryumin nods yes. The interviewer then asks the imposter to yield. He tells him to let the rookie have a shot. The imposter agrees, telling Ryumin to do his best. Ryumin smiles and thanks him, casually mentioning he will put his rune of the doppelganger to good use. Ryumin smiles. He thanks him, mentioning he will put his rune of the doppelganger to use. The F-rank Black Scythe freezes in shock. Then Ryumin exerts just a little force, strikes, and sends the fighter crashing down. He drops lifeless to the ground. That wraps up this part. Like, subscribe, and comment if you want the next one. Hey everyone. I put a ton of effort into these recaps, so let us aim for 1,000 likes on this one. Previously, Ryumin tapped him. Just a little force, and the fat fake Black Scythe collapsed lifelessly to the cold ground. Total shock. Black Flame Dragon and the interviewer froze instantly, their words completely failing them while their eyes darted around. Pure confusion. The interviewer kept throwing nervous, anxious glances between the dead fake Black Scythe and Ryumin. What did you do? He stammered at Ryumin, asking how he dared to execute the legendary Black Scythe. Are you insane? He never expected the revered leader to die so easily, screaming to ask if Ryu Min lost his mind. Ryu Min just glared back. His voice dropped to a cold growl. Stop babbling complete nonsense. The interviewer shivered. What on earth was behind that stare? It felt like looking directly at a monster, a wild beast. His spirit was totally crushed. Leaving the panicked manager trembling, Ryu Min redirected his sharp gaze upward. He stared into empty space. Suddenly, a bright system message flashed right in front of him. You committed murder while posing as another player. Activation conditions met. You discovered a hidden rune here, the rune of doppelganger. Now watch this. The newly acquired rune automatically engraves itself onto his skin. A smug smile. Ryumin grinned as the notification faded. This was exactly what he came for. No sympathy. Given the guy's future destiny as a villain, Ryumin harbored zero pity for him. The interviewer demanded answers, asking why Little Croc killed Black Scythe. Ryumin calmly replied he was a fake. A fake? The interviewer gasped in pure disbelief, staring with intense suspicion before shouting his question aloud. You should have targeted the woman. Why kill him? Ryumin scoffed, calling the fat fake complete garbage. He added that the manager was also trash. Furious, the interviewer growled, demanding to know what he just said. With a sharp click, a dark sickle appeared in his hand. But Ryumin just calmly drew his massive weapon. I called you trash. Do you have a problem? The interviewer froze, staring in shock at Ryumin's scythe. What is this? This was definitely not Little Croc's weak weapon. He felt a wave of embarrassment comparing their blades. It looked completely feeble. He whispered to himself that he had never seen anyone carrying such a massive blade. Then, a rumor clicked. He remembered stories of a legendary player who used a giant scythe as their primary. He yelled, asking if he was the real Black Scythe. Ryumin sneered, asking if he finally understood the situation. Do you know who the real leader is now? Shaking, the interviewer recognized the truth and did not hesitate. He collapsed heavily onto his knees, begging for mercy. Ryumin looked down, asking why he was suddenly kneeling. Hearing that, he babbled about having profound respect for Black Scythe. A cold, cynical smirk crossed Ryumin's face. You did not bother kneeling for the fake who tricked you, but now you bow? Ryumin growled in disgust. Do not play games. Beg honestly for your life. Shaking in pure terror, the manager stammered out a plea. Spare me. Ryumin just smiled, saying he forgot to mention that he was never good at saving people. Instantly, the manager knew his plea was rejected. And here is where it gets crazy. His head suddenly popped off. It bounced like a cluster of rolling grapes, finally stopping right at the feet of the terrified Black Flame Dragon. Staring down, Black Flame Dragon shivered in raw terror. Realizing this monster before him was indeed the true Black Scythe, a whole different level. Black Flame Dragon had not even registered the swift attack that took the manager's life. He only saw the head drop after that giant weapon swung. Ryumin turned, noting they were the only ones left. Any last words? Speak up now if you do. Black Flame Dragon desperately tried to muster up his remaining courage. He managed to control his shaking, stating he would not waste time begging for mercy like the other guy. Ryumin smiled, amused. Black Flame Dragon looked at him seriously, admitting he had a question he wanted to ask. Why did you kill me 5 times in round 4? Ryumin smiled, explaining he simply wanted to keep him in check. Keep him in check? But why? Ryumin explained that of everyone he saw back then, he actually showed some skill. He had to eliminate any competitive threats. Hearing that, a sudden wave of deep relief washed over Black Flame Dragon. It felt like a massive, lingering weight was finally lifted from his shoulders. All his deep doubts were gone. Ryumin asked if he had other questions, wondering if he would die without regrets now. Black Flame Dragon hesitated. He desperately wanted to beg for his life. But watching the interviewer die after begging made him realize it was useless. Instead, he asked for just one last thing before his death. Ryumin agreed, prompting Black Flame Dragon to ask why. Why do you want to kill me? What did I even do? Ryumin replies simply because you are trash, leaving the Black Flame Dragon completely stunned. What did I do? The dragon stammers, asking if Ryumin is here to kill that woman. Ryumin says yes, but the dragon protests he has not done anything yet. Ryumin snaps back, furious. You call spectating doing nothing? Standing by and doing nothing is a massive sin. Now do you finally get why you deserve to die? The Black Flame Dragon stays quiet, but his face shows he still does not understand. Let's see if this guy actually survives Ryumin's size, giving him a rare chance to live. since his only crime was just standing around watching. The black flame dragon gasps in joy, asking if it is true, but Ryu-min cuts him off. Ryu-min taps his scythe on the ground, demanding he hand over everything. His exact words might be vague, but the message is obvious. The dragon quickly dumps his items. Terrified. Naturally, keeping his life matters way more than some digital gear. Ryu-min's eyes light up as he inspects the pile, noting that the dragon actually has some pretty good loot. There are orange and yellow marrow stones, some decent sellable gear, and a bunch of other handy items. Even though there is no ultra-rare black gold ore, these treasures easily beat expectations. Meanwhile, the black flame dragon watches nervously, carefully reading Ryu-min's reaction. The dragon stammers that he has dropped all his gear and his main axe, leaving literally nothing left. He swears that is everything. Nothing left. The dragon worries Ryu-min is unhappy, but in reality, Ryu-min is almost fully satisfied. In fact, Ryu-min is 99% satisfied, calculating that selling these shop items will net him a clean 2,000 gold. Ryu-min only grabs a few marrow stones and some choice gear pieces, tossing them into his inventory. This leaves the dragon totally confused. In shock, the dragon asks why. Ryu-min simply tells him to keep it. No need for more. Truth is, that axe and some other gear cannot be sold since they were not bought from the shop. Ryu-min then glances over. He stares at the other corpses. A total waste. Searching them from past rounds is useless. They had zero valuable items. None. That is why he slaughtered them without a second thought. But this dragon is different. Sure, he could have looted their loose change, but wasting time taking their trash before ending them just was not worth it. Besides, stripping those corpses first would have made the black flame dragon play defensively. Now, the dragon looks at him with pure anxiety. With a mix of hope and terror, he asks if his life is truly spared. Ryu-min simply replies that he is letting him go. A deal is a deal, after all. Overjoyed, the black flame dragon bows down, thanking him repeatedly as this intense chapter finally wraps up. Want the next part? Tell us in the comments, and do not forget to subscribe. Before we jump into the action, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Last time we left off, Ryu-min decided to let Shim Hyung-tak live, telling him that a promise is a promise. Hearing this, Shim Hyung-tak was overjoyed. Shim Hyung-tak repeatedly thanked him, but Ryu-min just told him to live decently from now on and clean up the bodies. Leaving the cleanup to him, Ryu-min turned his attention to the injured woman to make sure she was safe. Shim Hyung-tak tried to offer his help, but Ryu-min quickly brushed him off and told him to forget about it. Ryu-min asked how he could ever trust someone like him, ordering him to leave. Shim Hyung-tak agreed, feeling immensely relieved. He gasped in relief, thinking he was a goner but somehow survived. He could not believe Black Scythe actually spared him. Black Scythe seemed far more merciful than rumored. Shim Hyung-tak fully expected to lose all his gear, but that did not happen. Ryu-min only took a couple of unidentified stones and some shop-bought gear, letting him keep the rest of his items. He kept telling himself how lucky he was. Trading a handful of gear for his life was a massive win. He exhaled again, incredibly grateful for his survival. But as the relief faded, a strange hollow feeling began to creep in. That emptiness quickly warped into frustration, and then a spark of pure anger. He started questioning if he deserved this treatment. Why did he have to lose his gear just for watching them attack that woman? To him, it felt completely unfair. Glancing at Ryu-min, he realized the legendary player looked completely defenseless from behind. An opportunity was staring him in the face. Even if he is the powerful Black Scythe, wouldn't a heavy axe strike to the head end him? He gripped his weapon tightly. He debated his next move. Should he risk everything and ambush the legendary Black Scythe? Now watch what he does next. The hesitation did not last long. Shim Hyung-tak tightened his iron grip on the heavy battle axe, preparing to strike. Feeling a sudden surge of adrenaline, he imagined the massive stat boost he would receive from taking down a top-tier ranker. Creeping up behind Ryu-min, he desperately prayed that his target would not notice him. In an instant, Shim Hyung-tak raised his massive axe high and screamed at his enemy to die. With a brutal swing, the weapon slammed down, sending Ryu-min crashing to the floor. Shim Hyung-tak cheered, realizing he had actually killed the famous Black Scythe. He burst into a crazed, ecstatic laughter, completely drunk on the thrill of his victory, wondering if this was actually real life. The great Black Scythe, defeated by a level 10 player. He mocked his fallen opponent for being foolish enough to trust him. Even a child would not make such a stupid mistake. But suddenly, panic set in, as he realized something was very wrong. No system message appeared to confirm his stat increase. Usually, the notification popped up the exact moment a target died. Before he could process the confusion, a cold voice echoed from behind. Shim Hyung-tak spun around, his jaw dropping in complete disbelief. It was Ryu Min, alive and well, smiling as he asked if his attacker had just seen a terrifying ghost. Shim Hyung-tak could only stutter in shock, insisting that he was totally certain his axe had sliced clean through his target. He wondered if Black Scythe possessed some legendary resurrection skill, or if he was literally standing face to face with a specter. His eyes darted to where the corpse should have been, but it was gone, leaving behind no blood at all. The brutal murder felt like nothing more than a bad dream. Ryumin calmly explained that he had only killed a clone. Shim Hyung-taek stared in complete amazement at the revelation. Ryumin confirmed it, mentioning his newly acquired doppelganger rune. This special rune allowed him to summon a perfect decoy of himself, even if it lacked any actual combat power. Even without offensive capabilities, the decoy proved to be an incredibly effective tool, making this a highly successful test run. Shim Hyung-tak ground his teeth in frustration, screaming that he had been tricked. Ryu Min's expression quickly turned cold. Seeing his enemy play the victim, Ryu Min scoffed and asked why he was acting like the one who got hurt. Ryu Min pointed out that his own head was almost smashed to pieces. Shim Hyung-tak angrily snapped back, denying his words. He argued that Ryu Min had threatened him first and stolen his gear, but suddenly, his head detached and rolled across the ground. He never got to finish his sentence. Ryu Min casually remarked that listening to his garbage was a complete waste of time. After cleaning up, Ryu Min opened his interface to carefully review the detailed information of his newly acquired doppelganger rune. By speaking the activation phrase, a perfect clone is summoned, while the caster turns invisible and ghost-like for 10 seconds. This window allows the caster to safely hide their real body. The clone shares a direct telepathic link with its creator. It obeys every command perfectly, though it cannot attack, use active skills, or open the player's personal inventory screen. Only one decoy can exist at any given moment, and the ability has a standard cooldown period of 10 minutes. Despite having zero combat power, this rune is an incredible trick tool. Honestly, I can't wait to see how he uses it next. The short cooldown is an extra perk. This doppelganger rune is without a doubt a masterclass in trickery, making it the perfect weapon for deception. Quite satisfied, Ryu Min unleashes his trace eraser skill across the entire area. In the blink of an eye, every trace of violence from the 3 dead bodies to the spilled blood vanishes completely. No trace is left. To any unsuspecting passerby, it is pretty much impossible to even imagine this place as a bloody battleground. But one person remains the lone survivor and accidental witness, that very woman, the target they wanted to murder. Ryu Min asks for her attention, but gets nothing, just dead silence. Sighing, he tells her to quit playing dead. The woman stutters, asking how he knew she was faking. He warns her that trying to trick a player is pretty foolish. She quickly apologizes, and Ryu Min asks if she truly understands the danger she was in. She nods, her voice trembling as she admits it was so terrifying that she dared not open her eyes. Ryu Min asks when she woke up, and she replies it was when they started talking about offering her up. She trails off, but we already know exactly what she means. She woke up right when the interviewer and the fake Black Scythe were about to assault her. Ryu Min tells her those scumbags are gone, and she can finally relax. Astonished, she asks if he did that, and he calmly confirms it. He points out she must have heard the commotion and guessed what happened. They were silenced so incredibly fast, they couldn't even scream. Not once. She asks if she is finally safe, if everything is truly over. In response, Ryu Min gently reassures her, telling her she can go home. It might be hard to cope, but she needs to forget everything and avoid making things worse by needlessly running to the police. He warns her about the risk of retaliation. Overwhelmed with relief, she tearfully thanks him for saving her life. Afterward, Ryu Min heads back home to prepare for the 5th round. He opens up his system interface. Drop a like if you're enjoying, and subscribe. Let me know in the comments below what you think is coming next. Hey everyone, help us hit 1,000 likes on this video, because the faster we get there, the quicker I will drop the next part. After Ryu Min returned home, he began preparing for the 5th round and opened up his system window. Name, Ryu Min. Alias, Black Scythe. Rank, regular. Titles, last time reverser. Hidden, first slayer of an angel. Hidden, and the one who defies divine punishment. Hidden. Level 30. Class, Grim Reaper. Strength 35, Intelligence 39, Agility 39, Luck 34. Next, Ryumin pulled out the pre-installed orange and yellow magical stones to combine them with the one harvested from the Black Flame Dragon. After upgrading these to lower-tier magical stones and slotting them into his equipment, both his strength and luck shot up by 4 points. This created a remarkably balanced set of stats, leaving all his stats averaging well over 30. For his current level, these stats are remarkably high, meaning even if he faces an opponent of the exact same level, he wouldn't be at any disadvantage. But that doesn't mean there is anyone actually at his level. The runner-up in the rankings is barely level 13. There is zero debate. Ryumin tells himself that being strong for his level is quite satisfying, but his ultimate target is the balance rune and hitting level 40. Ryumin feels pretty confident this round is within reach, especially with Minjuri's buffs. But while he is waiting to be pulled into the parallel world, a sudden message pops up from Minjuri. She writes, "Ryumin, it's almost midnight, right? I'm feeling quite nervous, but I feel like everything will go smoothly this time. No worries. Let us give it our all and meet up alive and victorious." Reading this long, supportive message brings an involuntary chuckle to Ryumin's lips. But he is not worried about her safety because starting from the 5th round, the zones will merge, and Ryumin is bound to run into Minjuri. Even if he only stays close to her to get those valuable buffs, keeping her safe is a task he willingly takes on. He tells himself that since he told her to find the Black Scythe, there is no need for her to panic. Of course, she has no idea that Ryumin himself is the Black Scythe. Right after, the clock strikes midnight. Ryumin's eyes drift shut, and his consciousness is instantly pulled away to the parallel world. He opens his eyes. The grassland is starkly familiar, a sweeping open landscape just like the setting of the first round. But the crowd is noticeably small, the total numbers severely reduced to a mere fraction of what they expected. Someone asks, "Is this it? Is this seriously all of us?" "No way, more must be on the way." Another player snaps back, "Don't be naive. The last round only had 500 survivors, so this headcount is pretty accurate. Compared to the first round with its staggering 10,000 competitors, the current crowd feels depressingly light. But here is the thing. This is just their designated zone." Suddenly, a system message pops up that makes Ryumin smile. "Your stats have increased by 50% for the 5th round, and this buff will end automatically when it's over." This was the exact reward he had won earlier. Now, with the Slaughter rune boosting his stats by a full 100%, plus Minjuri's extra 50%, brace yourselves. He is looking at a massive 4.5 times boost, preparing to launch beyond 130. Ryumin tells himself that with this massive power, smashing his previous record is easy. Right after that, the angel appears, laughing. "Good to see you, humans. A big congratulations on your survival to the 5th round." But not a single player smiles at this celebration. After all, everyone holds the angels responsible for the living hell they are stuck in. The angel pouts, "Oh, why the sour faces? Come on, lighten up. You all had quite a blast in the previous round, relentlessly slaughtering your own kind with such enthusiasm." It giggles again, but the players remain completely silent. The angel sighs, "All right, I get it, no more teasing. It is no fun without a reaction." Suddenly, the angel's cheerful face is replaced by a stern look. "Currently, we have 442 survivors. We were supposed to start with 521, but we are short by nearly 80. Well, whatever you do back home is none of my business. But a fun game is tough with barely 400 players. So, I planned something." The angel calls it territorial integration. Honestly, that sounds super sketchy, and everyone stands there looking incredibly confused by the concept. One player nervously raises a hand, asking the angel to explain what it actually means. The angel snaps back with irritation, saying, "You will get it once I explain, so stop making things complicated." It continues, explaining that in basic terms, it simply means merging your territories. You probably do not know this, but your country has hundreds, 875, to be exact. Everyone gasped, shocked that their country had that many territories. The angel chuckled, brushing it off. "Seriously, it is nothing compared to some others. China, for example, has over 26,000. The players quickly accepted that, considering its massive population. But get this, something else completely blows their minds. The insane total number of angels. If each territory gets one, there are tens of thousands of them. Hearing their whispers, the angel smirked. Your guess is spot on, we each get one territory. Did it seriously take you this long, silly humans? They could only silently take the teasing. Arguing with such a powerful being was completely useless. But suddenly, someone asked a really good question. Angel, if you were assigned, does that mean you didn't build this game? A brief flash of embarrassment. It crossed the angel's face, but vanished instantly as composure returned. Keeping a perfect poker face, the angel asked, why think that? The player stammered that it was hard to believe. It's hard to believe so many angels worked together on this game. Someone must be pulling your strings. The angel went dead silent for a moment, then shrugged. And what if we did? Would you praise us then? Then, the angel coldly added, drop the useless doubts. Humans, or you might end up with a massive headache. I apologize. The player stammered. Faced with that terrifying threat, everyone could only bow their heads in submission. Everyone except Ryumin, of course. Ryumin noticed the angel was likely trying to dodge the topic here. It was likely a strict policy of keeping information hidden. A mere angel crafting this massive game seemed totally improbable, especially considering that angels are naturally selfish and highly competitive. Grumbling, the angel snapped, enough of that. Stop with the annoying questions. You pests need to focus on surviving. Now, let's stop wasting valuable time. We are starting the promised territory integration. And don't make wild assumptions just because your numbers are low. With a sharp snap of the angel's fingers, the ground began to shake. That wraps up this part. Subscribe for more, and drop a comment below if you want this epic manhwa recap to continue. Before we get back to the action, smash that subscribe button. With a flick of the angel's fingers, the ground starts shaking out of nowhere. Panicked players yell out, what is going on? Is this an earthquake? But suddenly, about 500 strange figures materialize. They are players from other territories, and everyone just stands there, frozen, eyeing each other with intense caution. They keep asking themselves, is it over? And who are these people? Then, a new angel appears and calls out, well, the territory integration is complete. Huh, why the strange looks? You are all humans, so at least say hello. How long do you plan to stand there like statues? It is not just one angel either, but a whole group gathered together. One of them asks Olive how many players are in her territory. Olive is the angel from Ryu Min's territory, and she replies 442. The other angel laughs, saying that is pretty close to ours, then wonders aloud, who is going to explain the rules to these humans? Olive immediately raises her hand, volunteering to take charge. But another angel stops her, asking if she is just trying to kiss up to the leader. Olive instantly panics. Who? Me? Why would I? If someone else wants to do it, I do not mind. Another angel steps in to stop the bickering, suggesting Olive do it simply because her voice is incredibly beautiful. With that, Olive flutters her wings, flies right to the center of the area, and announces, hello everyone. Your assigned angels already told you, right? Because the player count got so low, your territories have officially been merged. She explains that 10 territories have now been combined, leaving them with exactly 4,444 players. Everyone gasps. 10 territories merged. That is almost 5,000 people. No wonder it is so crowded. The angel explains that they integrated other regions to keep the player counts high, and naturally, with this merge, the territory names are changing. For your information, this region is now called C007, made up entirely of players from South Korea. Relief washes over the crowd. Ah, so everyone is from South Korea. At least we can all communicate. Right now, they assume that eventually, they might have to face players from other nations. And they are completely right, because this integration is not a one-time thing. Once a territory falls below 500 players, the angels will keep merging them. Eventually, they will have to clash with foreign players, exactly as predicted. It is bound to happen when there are fewer than 500 South Korean players left. Ryu Min knows exactly when that will go down. By round 11, the fourth integration will hit, forcing them to compete directly against foreign players. But Ryu Min's future knowledge goes way deeper. Get ready, because the angels are holding a surprise mini-game ready for this round. And he is spot on, because a moment later, the angels announce before the main quest, let us celebrate this big merger with a quick side game. She continues, explaining that since each territory had its own representative, But now that you are all together, what should we do? Well, obviously, we need a brand new representative for this unified territory. The shocked players whisper a new leader. The angel smiles, stating the rules are simple. The 10 existing territory representatives will step forward and fight it out until only one is left. That sole survivor becomes the official leader for this newly merged zone. In other words, a brutal death match where only one walks away. One player mutters, "So to get the top spot of this entire integrated territory, we have to slaughter each other?" The crowd acts shocked, but honestly, nobody actually seems worried at all. In fact, they are pretty amused watching someone else's nightmare play out. Someone laughs, "This is going to be incredibly fun, right? I wonder who will win." Meanwhile, the other 9 representatives are sweating bullets, but Ryumin keeps a perfect poker face. He is actually thrilled, knowing exactly how overpowered this leader position really is. He knows just how incredibly prestigious this unified leader title actually is. But the angel reassures them, saying, "Representatives, there is no need to make such worried faces. It is called a death match, but do not worry. No one will actually die. Once the match ends, all deceased representatives will be resurrected." But that promise of resurrection does not change the blank stares on the representatives' faces. After all, this dangerous game offers no immediate rewards, making it a completely unappealing hassle. However, the angels still have cards to play. Catching their unbothered looks, the angel laughs, judging by those faces. "You are not very excited about becoming the unified representative, but do you seriously believe we would make you fight for nothing at all?" One of the players eagerly ask if there are any special benefits exclusive to the unified territory representative. The angel answers that the chosen leader gains the power of domination, which goes way beyond basic command authority. That means they can forcefully control any player with a lower level, no matter what class they are. They can freely manipulate everyone in their territory, basically a heavily upgraded version of command authority. Hearing this, the current representatives look stunned and highly intrigued. Most players already changed their classes, making their previous command authority completely useless. But now, those annoying restrictions are entirely gone. They are looking at almost godlike power with zero drawbacks. Then, the angel drops a catch. Of course, the limit still stands. You can only use it 10 times, and if the leader is killed, the power passes directly to their killer. But isn't it tempting to dominate other human beings? No one speaks, but the sudden fire in their eyes says it all. They are completely determined to fight. They will give everything to grab that top spot. Ryumin feels the exact same way. He tells himself that while being a representative didn't mean much before, everything changes starting this round. This round is different. I must win the death match and become the united representative. His decision to eliminate Huang Yangmin to grab a representative spot last round was driven by these exact upcoming changes. Starting from the 5th round, this leader authority becomes extremely valuable. Plus, there is a hidden subquest. Ryumin is ready. With his level, even a 9-to-1 battle is winnable. He feels completely prepared to take this on. But here is the thing, Ryumin, a regressor who relived this round countless times, has no idea about the secret. Behind the scenes, the angels are betting on this unified representative spot, throwing a crazy twist into the entire match. That wraps up this chapter. Bringing these insane stories to life takes a ton of work. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me. See you in part 29. Before we jump into it, please hit that like button and subscribe to support the channel, it really helps. Previously, we watched Ryumin steal his resolve. Armed with serious levels, he is ready. Ready for anything. He feels completely set to face an insane 9-to-1 handicap fight. But there is one major catch. As a seasoned regressor who survived this round multiple times, our main character is still completely in the dark. Behind the scenes, the Celestial Angels just placed a heavy bet on this representative battle. This throws a wild twist into the event right before the Angels huddle up for their little meeting. They get into a pretty heated debate, arguing that this newly merged region needs a champion and a guide. A new guide is required to lead the mortals, and since the zones are integrated, they must appoint one now. Another one agrees, saying they cannot keep bickering. But check this out, not a single angel wants the job. Whether you are a mortal human or a shining deity, nobody likes taking on extra responsibilities. An angel named Elu looks around with some hope, asking if any brave soul is willing to volunteer. Not a single hand goes up. Complete silence. That is when another angel named Priscilla speaks up. She throws out a pretty sharp insult, anyone volunteering for this, Must be a complete weirdo. Olive's eyes go wide with rage as she snaps, asking if Priscilla was talking about her just now. Priscilla tries to play it cool, claiming she did not even think of her. But Olive is not buying it. She recalls how Priscilla mocked her when she offered help earlier. Priscilla just giggles at the accusation. She jokes that Olive is not completely brainless. Another angel yells at them to stop bickering immediately. They warn that the mortals are watching, and if they keep fighting, the angel master himself will notice. Mentioning the boss shuts them up instantly. Priscilla keeps quiet for a second before pitching a pretty wild idea. She suggests that instead of letting some random game of luck decide, they should use this bonus round. Since the human representatives are about to clash anyway, they should link the results to their little bet. She proposes that the angel whose champion dies first has to take the guide job as a penalty. The others think it is a pretty solid plan, but Olive objects and offers a highly competitive alternative. Instead of punishing the loser, she wants the angel of the last standing player to win, becoming a king. The others gasp at the mention of a king. Olive explains that everyone must obey the winner's absolute orders. For instance, if the new king appoints a guide, that chosen angel must accept the role without any complaints. Now this gets them incredibly hyped up. Another angel yells that this sounds way more entertaining than the original plan. Everyone is praising Olive, leaving Priscilla pretty annoyed. But she quickly masks her frustration with a sly grin. She remarks that Olive must be feeling insanely confident to propose such high stakes for this match. Olive cheeky replies that she absolutely is. Priscilla fires back, warning her not to underestimate the other champions. She brags that her champion is no pushover, having dominated the leaderboards throughout every single round. Olive smirks. Absolutely hilarious. She just gives her a dry, knowing response. Priscilla tells her not to laugh, boasting that Olive would be absolutely stunned to learn the identity of her fighter. And here is the crazy part: Priscilla has no clue Olive is backing Ryu Min, our overpowered star. He is the literal nightmare of this game. Olive hides her laughter and asks if Priscilla is down for the bet. Priscilla sees no reason to back down, and the other angels quickly jump on board with the agreement. Olive flies back down to the players, turning every head in the arena as she lands. She announces the official start of this bonus round to determine the regional representative. She commands all champions to step forward. With a simple wave, the earth rumbles and a massive circular hill rises. Olive declares that they are entering a brutal deathmatch where only a single survivor will walk away. She gives a stern warning: dying outside this arena means permanent death, so staying inside the boundary is crucial. Let the games begin. Despite the heavy tension in the air, nobody makes the first move. They just size each other up, knowing that fighting another district champion is a pretty risky gamble. Everyone is waiting for someone else to draw first blood. Meanwhile, Priscilla's champion steps into view. The infamous Psycho Chopper wears a cocky grin, having dominated his home district as the undisputed #1. He grinned, utterly confident. I am totally unbeatable at dismantling things, be it humans, animals, or monsters. His pride came from the dismantling rune, a sneaky, incredibly powerful ability that he possessed. One tiny stab with his sword, and his target instantly falls apart. No other power is this underhanded. He proved its terror in the 4th round, single-handedly butchering 312 players. An insane, lethal record. And get this right now, everyone was dead silent, too scared to make the first move, just eyeing each other. Nobody wanted to become the primary target. That is when the impatient angels began screaming down, sounding like greedy gamblers at a vicious dogfight. Why are you just staring? Start killing each other. Fight, humans. Right then, Psycho Chopper slowly walked into the very center of the arena, filled with confidence. His plan? Make a terrifying first impression and crush his enemies with pure, unyielding dread. He muttered, I will show them true brutality. I will leave a permanent scar. Whoever dares to challenge me first is dead meat. But then, a dark challenger stepped out from the shadows. Psycho Chopper locked eyes, spotting a fighter holding a giant scythe. Perfect. My very first sacrifice. As they closed the gap, Psycho Chopper was genuinely taken aback by the massive weapon. Quite surprised, he quietly said to himself, I have faced swords and spears, but a scythe is incredibly rare. A scythe? Huh? I have seen usernames like that before, but meeting an actual scythe wielder in person is a total first. Then, Psycho, and oh man, watch this. The exact moment he looked up to read that player's username, his heart stopped beating out of pure shock. He stuttered in disbelief. Black Scythe? Your username is Black Scythe? That name was legendary. Every single time the server rankings were announced, that name sat at the very top. Could it be a copycat? No way. Nicknames are unique. There are no duplicates allowed. Is this really the actual Black Scythe? The level 30 god? Psycho Chopper completely froze in place, unable to take another step, filled with dread. And that brings us to the end of this part. Let me know what you think in the comments, and thanks for watching. Hey everyone! As promised, this video is a full 16 minutes long. So let's hit 2,000 likes, and please consider supporting the channel. Your support helps get the next parts out even faster. Now, last time, we saw Psycho Chopper boasting wildly. He claimed Ryu Min was his prey, but everything changed the second he saw that dark weapon and read his name. This guy was looking at the top-ranked powerhouse, Black Scythe himself, leaving him completely frozen in place. Shaking with total terror, he has no idea how to face this monster. Up above, an observing angel speaks up. Why is that human frozen? Just a second ago, he was full of energy, and now he looks totally ridiculous. The watching angels shake their heads, completely baffled by how Psycho Chopper went from confident to utterly dazed. He stands there blank-faced, completely out of it. Suddenly, another angel asks Priscilla, "Isn't that your representative?" Priscilla is in no mood to answer. She grinds her teeth in frustration, wondering what on earth her human is doing. They made it so far, yet he is just freezing up. But check this out suddenly. A mocking laugh echoes. Priscilla whips around, throwing a sharp glare at the source of that annoying noise. It turns out to be Olive. Priscilla snaps, her voice dripping with anger, asking if Olive finds this whole situation funny. Olive tries to hold back a giggle, apologizing but admitting she cannot help it. Priscilla is left totally confused. Wondering what is so funny, Priscilla watches as Olive smiles mischievously and points out the trembling human. Olive laughs. "Your guy looks like a trembling leaf in front of mine." Priscilla looks over at the scythe wielder, but strangely, she cannot feel any of the massive power she expected from him. Priscilla raises an eyebrow, asking if Olive really thinks her champion is terrified of the other. Olive smirks playfully, teasing that it definitely looks that way. Priscilla immediately jumps to defend her warrior. She snaps, "Don't be ridiculous, Olive. Do you think holding the top spot in my zone is some joke? My human has been number 1 since round 1. Olive just chuckles with a highly skeptical look. Olive scoffs, "Is being the best in your tiny zone really that big of a deal?" Priscilla is baffled. She demands an explanation. Olive proudly declares that her human has never missed the top spot in the entire region. Priscilla is stunned, calling it an obvious lie. The entire region? Where did she even dream that up? Olive raises an eyebrow, asking if she is still clueless. For any angel checking the leaderboards, his name is enough. As Olive's words sink in, the other angels finally turn their attention to this mysterious human's actual name. One angel gasps, "Wait, Black Scythe? He is always sitting right at the very top." Even if angels usually ignore human achievements, they all recognize the monster holding that coveted number 1 spot. Right now, a wave of cold dread washes over Priscilla. She mutters to herself, "Black Scythe? He is Olive's representative?" Her confidence instantly crumbles. If this guy really is the legendary warrior, her champion is completely doomed. And get this, in a flash, everything changes. Psycho Chopper's head rolls onto the dirt, sliced clean off by a lightning-fast strike. The angels all look at Priscilla. They silently acknowledge her defeat, and one casually notes that Priscilla has just been eliminated. She is too shocked to speak, unable to even feel angry at this utterly brutal, inescapable loss. Down below, a player stammers, "Wait, is that Black Scythe? Why is he even in this zone?" The other players finally realize who they are facing, and a heavy shiver of fear runs down their spines. They have never met him, but everyone knows 3 terrifying truths about this monstrous ranker. First, he has never lost his number 1 spot. Second, he is already at a staggering level 30. And finally, no one stands a chance against him. The massive level gap is just completely overwhelming. It completely breaks their spirit, especially after seeing him delete Psycho Chopper in a single move. Their terror spikes because nobody even saw him swing that scythe. A player mumbles, "I do not stand a chance. I cannot even react. I will end up dead just like him. How can we fight a level 30 monster when I am only at level 13? Just reading his legendary name completely crushes their will to fight. Then Ryu Min slowly takes a step forward. The remaining players freeze in total dread, until one speaks up. "Oh, hello, Lord Black Scythe. It is a massive honor to meet you. Can you believe we are sharing a zone? Having you here literally brings tears of joy to my eyes." Despite the shameless flattery, Ryu Min's crimson gaze doesn't waver for a second. He doesn't even slow his stride. Then, one player stammers out, "Hold on a moment. Let's talk this out." Ryu-min slides his weapon back into place, deciding to wait and see what this guy actually wants. But instead, the player screams up to the sky, "Hey, angels, I have zero interest in fighting Black Scythe. I surrender." Just like that, all 8 representatives start frantically waving their hands, completely giving up on the spot. The angels facepalm in pure frustration. One of them grumbles, "What kind of pathetic, disgraceful behavior is this? Did these cowards really just surrender? They are completely ruining our masterpiece of a game." The angels are totally fuming. Their patience wears incredibly thin with this cowardly bunch they dropped into the arena. A booming warning echoes: "Any human who surrenders gets their head popped off. And do not count on resurrection once we blow your skull apart." Hearing this terrifying threat, the representatives go completely pale, realizing exactly how bad their situation is. The terrifying reality of permanent death hits them. Staying dead forever is far worse than just getting a head blown off. With trembling hands, the representatives draw their weapons again. They quickly weigh their options in this terrible spot. Dying at the hands of Ryu-min seems like a much better deal than being permanently deleted by the angels. Trapped with nowhere to run, they have to fight. There is literally no other way out of this nightmare. One of them whispers, "There are 8 of us. Maybe we actually stand a chance." They cautiously surround him, closing the distance step by step. And check this out. Ryu-min just smirks at them and asks, "Are the angels really scarier than me?" To Ryu-min, these beings are just fragile, not much different from ordinary humans. If the others knew what these creatures actually were, they wouldn't be nearly as terrified. But Ryu-min knows. Still, he can't ignore their execution power. With a single glance, an angel can instantly vaporize a player's head. Ryu-min isn't immune to that instant death rule either. If an angel decides to target him, his run ends right here. But he is confident they won't execute the top-ranked player. Doing that would completely ruin their little game. Tearing up the main attraction in a show made to toy with humanity would seriously anger the higher-ups. Still, even though Ryu-min knows he is safe, he doesn't openly mock them. After all, one of these angels might still have a lethal one-time use skill. Pissing off the wrong one could easily turn into a massive disaster. Ryu-min knows he can't pick a fight with the angels yet. He has to play it cool until he gets the specific title to fight them on equal ground. He just has to take whatever they throw at him. Ryu-min looks around at the representatives closing in. They're circling him like a pack of hungry hyenas. Yet, he doesn't even blink. He just grins. No matter how many ants show up, they are still just ants. The representatives are incredibly furious. One of them snarls, "Is this brat mocking us? He's acting tough just because of his high level. We're top-tier rankers in our own territories, too." They launch an all-out attack, but Ryu-min is already a step ahead, effortlessly dodging every single strike. Knowing exactly where they'll move before they even do gives him the ultimate advantage. Then, he strikes back. In a flash, 4 necks snap and blood sprays everywhere. Before the rest can even blink, Ryu-min moves like a streak of lightning. With every pass, heads start flying off their shoulders. Just like that, all 8 elite fighters are nothing but cold corpses. A heavy silence falls over the entire crowd. Nobody says a word, whether angel or human. This brutal outcome is depressing, but completely expected. After all, the level gap in this matchup was just way too massive to overcome. While the angels stay quiet, their shocked faces say it all. One of them sighs, "Well, Black Scythe won. I guess we have to treat Olive like royalty now." Hearing that name, Priscilla's face twists into a look of pure rage. She spits out, "You knew it would end this way, didn't you?" Olive just smiles and says, "Yes, I did." Priscilla fumes, "You totally set us up with this proposal, already knowing you were going to win." Olive laughs, "What nonsense. I proposed a game that favored me. Why else would I suggest it?" Olive's smug answer leaves Priscilla completely speechless. He adds, "Did I force any of you to make this wager?" "No, I didn't. You all agreed because you thought it would be fun, but now you want to back out?" Priscilla is shaking with anger, her eye literally twitching. Seeing this, Olive just smiles mockingly and asks, "What is making you so upset? Maybe you need some magnesium. They say eye twitching in the human world is from deficiency." Priscilla looks ready to lose it and throw hands right there. Olive confidently dares her to try it. "Go ahead if you really want the angels to lose all their dignity. You will end up in a containment pouch," she warns, "and not even the archangel can bail you out of that." Priscilla hesitates. Dead stop. The mere mention of the pouch drags her back to her senses. The pouch is a humiliating punishment where proud angels are crammed into a tiny space of zero point 0.5 square meters. It is incredibly degrading for a proud being. Priscilla shivers to herself. She really hates those containment pouches. Just picturing it makes her whole body tremble, so she reluctantly backs down, swallowing her rage with a heavy sigh. Olive smirks and asks what's wrong. Got cold feet? You should actually be thanking me for saving your skin. Without my warning, you would be in that pouch. Priscilla snaps back, thank you for what? Even though she yells in frustration, Priscilla secretly knows Olive is right, and she feels a weird surge of gratitude. Olive arrogantly reminds her of their bet. I won. I am king. So my word is law. She points at Priscilla, commanding her to take over the orientation duties for the entire unified area for a while. Priscilla looks incredibly wronged as she asks how long. Olive simply shrugs and says, until I feel like letting you off. So, what are you waiting for? Go get to work. Priscilla sighs heavily, wishing she had never agreed to this stupid wager. With a pout, Priscilla flies above the crowd. Suddenly, a massive system alert flashes right in front of the players. The system flashes. Player Black Scythe is now the representative of Area CS-007. Ryu Min acts completely casual about it and opens up his character screen to inspect a brand new temporary skill. It is called Domination, a crazy skill that lets him issue overriding commands to force others to obey his will. No target can resist. Period. But here is the catch, he can only trigger this 10 times total. Once those 10 charges are spent, the skill vanishes forever, and he can only command each target once. Also, it does not work on players who have a higher level than Ryu Min. The only major difference from Command Authority? He can use Domination on literally anyone, regardless of whether they have selected an official class yet. Ryu Min smirks. A massive cheat code, level cap or not. This is perfect for his plans. With his level 30 Prophet class, he can now force almost anyone in this zone to follow his orders. Next, the angel announces that since the match is decided, she will bring back the dead players. A blinding gold light floods the Colosseum, magically reviving the 8 players who had just had their heads severed. One guy gasps, grabbing his neck, how is this possible? I literally felt my head get chopped off. The angel explains that they died fighting Black Scythe, who is now the official representative of this merged area. Because of this, the representative status of the resurrected players is officially revoked. No more title. But she tells them not to worry, chances to challenge him will return. But let's be real. None of them look happy because their opponent is basically a terrifying raid boss. Conquering Black Scythe feels like trying to scale a giant mountain with bare hands. Then Priscilla speaks up again. She announces that the bonus event is over, so it is time to start the main quest for Round 5. The massive blue quest window materializes. Round 5. Defeat 300 orcs per person. Within 10 hours, collect 4 balance stones. Over 4,000 active players remain. Only 1,211 can survive. The rewards are blanked out with a question mark, raising immediate suspicions. Total panic. One player screams, wait, 300 orcs? Why are there so few survivor slots? Priscilla loses her cool at their whining and snaps. Why so ungrateful? Should I lower the slots even more? Complete silence. Priscilla sneers, telling them they had it easy before, but things are different now. We made this round harder on purpose, so do not complain. Then a player speaks up anyway. He asks if 300 orcs is really that tough, since they are usually just weak cannon fodder. Annoyed by his ignorance, Priscilla snorts, you will realize how wrong you are once you fight them. Another player asks about the hidden subquest reward. Priscilla replies that for this round, the rules are slightly different. These subquests are public, but the prize is a total secret. However, Ryu Min already knows exactly what it is. The subquest prize is the balance rune. Ryu Min is determined to grab this essential piece of his future build. It is one of the 18 key runes he desperately needs, and he must secure it at all costs. With these subquests finally wrapped up, that is it for this round. Hit like, subscribe, and if you can support the channel financially, it really helps me bring you these massive recaps much faster. Before we begin, a massive thank you to the awesome members whose financial support keeps this channel alive and kicking. Last time, the brutal 5th round officially kicked off, and the main quest was simple but exhausting: slay 300 orcs per player. We have 10 hours to do it, alongside a subquest to collect 4 balance stones. But the stakes are sky high. For this subquest, only a single player per zone can claim the reward. It is a brutal rule that turns teammates into rivals. And with only a limited number of balance stones out there, you just know this is going to be a total bloodbath. Ryu Min just laughed. Slaying 300 orcs? Far simpler than gathering those stones. Snatching 4 balance stones is not going to be easy, but Ryumin still felt quite relieved. He knew that even if other players survived, only a handful could actually meet the balance rune's steep requirements. Most likely, only Ryumin, who prepared beforehand and balanced his stats, would truly benefit. While he is planning his next move, the angel Priscilla chimes back in to explain this round. The subquest is all about collecting balance stones. Grab 4, and you will instantly unlock a secret reward. But here is the catch: only a single lucky player gets to claim it. One player gasps in total shock. Just one? Priscilla nods with a smirk. Yep, because only 4 balance stones exist in this entire zone. The player asks, but what if different people grab the stones? Won't we all just fail? Priscilla wears a wicked smile. She looks highly amused. Well, sure. But don't worry. If you kill other players, you can just steal theirs. Kill the steal? A player stammers, realizing it's just like the bloody fight for the zone representative seat. Priscilla nods exactly. And unlike before, death is permanent. Once you die, you are gone for good. She urges them to throw away their morals. Slaughtering their allies shouldn't be too hard of a task. After all, they practiced betraying each other during the 4th round. Hearing this, several players look quite determined. Their eyes glint with a dark resolve. They will murder anyone in their way just to get those stones. But Priscilla reminds them that while subquests are tempting, they can't quite overshadow the main quest. If you fail to eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours, you will die. There are simply no exceptions. And if you run out of time and miss the leaderboard, the result is exactly the same. The players nod in agreement. Slaying 300 orcs is definitely quite doable since they have 10 hours to finish. Before Priscilla and her fellow angels vanish completely, she leaves them with one final warning. She tells them to struggle hard. Right after, the system alert pops up with a ticking clock. 9 hours. 59 minutes left. Let's see how fast Ryumin can get this done. He tells himself that while subquests are nice, the main quest takes priority. Speed is everything right now. The faster he clears this, the better. Helping Minjuri is important, but that can wait a bit. Ryumin isn't too worried about Minjuri anyway, since he already warned her about the orc threats beforehand. Ryumin goes solo. Setting a record is faster without a team dragging you down. Killing 300 orcs is incredibly easy for him. Ryumin quickens his pace, focused entirely on the clock. As Ryumin glides past the other players without touching them, everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief, just passing through. Thank goodness, one player sighs in relief. Another feels his heart skip a beat. But where is Black Scythe heading in such a hurry? He looks like he is on a mission. One player excitedly suggests tagging along, but the others immediately jump up in total panic. Are you insane? They yell. Following Black Scythe means putting your life in the hands of a monster. He will probably enslave you. Remembering Black Scythe's brutal, swift beheadings, everyone is terrified to even get close. Still, one player gathers his courage. Is it really better to just sit here and do nothing? He asks. Whatever Black Scythe is chasing must be incredibly valuable. He always knows exactly what to do to win. That is how he always takes first place. Another player asks in fear, what if he catches us? We will just follow him from a very safe distance. If you guys are too scared, stay behind. I am going. After hesitating for a moment, the others decide to follow him, taking the same path Ryumin took. As they travel, they stumble upon a settlement. It is a small village surrounded by messy wooden stakes. One player wonders what kind of place it is, and another answers that is the orc stronghold. Over in the village, a lone orc stands on guard duty, scanning the area. Suddenly, he catches a faint rustling noise in the air. Ryumin swings his black scythe. One strike. Dead. He easily clears the path and slips into the orc stronghold. Inside, the other orcs patrolling the village immediately spot the intruder. They reach for the heavy axes strapped to their waists, growling in fury, roaring a bunch of wild, unintelligible battle cries. They charge headfirst toward Ryumin, completely determined to rip him to shreds, but they only find death. Swift and brutal. Bodies pile onto the dirt, and keeping his momentum, Ryumin charges forward. Eerie noises echo from inside before Ryumin steps back out. Seeing Black Scythe return, the observing players feel a wave of relief. One guy smugly scoffs, just as I thought. These monsters are total weaklings. Honestly, what is the big deal? They are just orcs. A more cautious player mutters, maybe Black Scythe just makes it look easy. But the first guy shrugs and brushes it off. Sure, he says, Black Scythe is powerful, but we can totally handle this too, right? In most games, orcs are just basic fodder. They are usually easy to beat. Honestly, The terrifying strength of Black Scythe is the only reason they look like complete pushovers. Don't let your guard down, another warns. It is too early to celebrate. We won't know their strength until we fight. So, instead of just standing here watching, let's raid a village ourselves, just like Black Scythe did. Soon, a group of 20 players head out to find their own targets. Even though this quest doesn't strictly force them to cooperate, a shared fear unites them. Since they are still pretty unsure of how strong these orcs actually are, they stick together. Cooperation is the smartest play, giving them a much-needed safety net. Watching the group form, one player silently plots his move. I will play nice with these newbies for now, he tells himself. And once I see how easy it is, I will go solo. He plans to strike out solo later. But suddenly, another player points. Look, there is a village right over there. The group rushes toward the newly discovered monster nest, their eyes wide. Wow, someone gasps. This place looks way bigger than the last. This place is 3 times larger than Black Scythe's target. Suddenly, an orc sentry raises a horn and blows a loud blast. What is that? Why does he have a horn? Is he calling for help? And get this, suddenly, a massive swarm of monsters starts pouring out. They spill out of the huts in an endless wave. Over 50 armed beasts stand before them, leaving the players utterly frozen in dread. Pure shock and terror wash over the group. Nobody expected to face a massive crowd like this, completely throwing off their plans. Are you kidding me? A player stammers. No way. I never imagined there would be this many of them. As the green tide charges forward, another player yells, "Damn it, get ready to fight for your lives. They are just regular orcs. We have nothing to fear." With that, they clash head-on with the stampeding horde, weapons drawing blood as the battle erupts. Metal slams against metal. After exchanging a few fast strikes, a player realizes something strange. Wait, what is up with these guys? They are not actually that fast or skilled. Though their heavy axes carry serious weight, their swings are pretty easy to read. The players block the strikes easily. Sensing a real opening, they start pushing back, burying their weapons into the green flesh. But then, disaster strikes. Those thick muscles clamp down on the steel like a vice. The sword is totally trapped. You can practically feel their panic. No matter how hard they pull, the blades are stuck, leaving them wide open to a counterattack. The orc swings its massive axe. A sharp crash. One player drops dead, and the others quickly raise their weapons. More axes fall, and the human casualties start piling up fast. Sure, these monsters are slow and have zero actual fighting skills, but their raw physical power is more than enough to crush an ordinary human. One struggling player spits out blood in disbelief. To die to mere orcs like this, he groans, I never thought they could be this organized. Meanwhile, the monsters roar in victory. They cheer, celebrating their victory. It is over. In minutes, the entire group of 20 players is completely wiped out. Elsewhere, Ryu Min, who was leading the way, looks back over his shoulder. Wait, he thinks. There were about 20 people behind me. Now they are totally gone. Ryu Min is not exactly empathetic, but he is still slightly curious where they went. Those little tag-along puppies have completely vanished from sight. Shrugging it off, he continues walking and talks to himself. Oh well, no need to worry. As long as they do not pick a fight with those massive camps, they should be fine. Normally, smart players avoid those strongholds entirely. They are huge, and a single alarm blast from that horn instantly summons over 50 angry beasts. On top of that, main nests hold over 200 monsters. 20 players stand zero chance. That is why fighting them is so incredibly tricky. And their overwhelming numbers are actually not even the biggest issue here. Because of their crazy muscle density, pulling a weapon back out is nearly impossible for average players. Just then, a system notification pops up showing 8 hours 59 minutes left. Ryu Min murmurs that about an hour has flown by. He has already made great progress, and things are looking pretty good. Ryu Min smiles, feeling quite relieved about his current haul. With the main quest already wrapped up, Ryu Min took another close look at the system messages. 300 orcs down. The zone's lone achiever? Just one. Seeing those stats, he realized he was the absolute only player to complete the quest around here. Not just in his zone, but across the entire region. Honestly, with first place locked down, Ryu Min activated his tracking skill to head over and support Minjuri. Actually, tracking her was a complete breeze since he already knew her face and her nickname. Target located. 169 meters away. Follow the arrow. Ryu Min set off without a single second thought, but as he headed toward her, a horde of orcs jumped him. Seriously, What a terrible mistake. Heads rolled instantly, bodies dropped, and the system immediately started flashing with endless victory notifications. Experience gained. Plus 0.41%, 40 gold, and all stats doubled by his Rune of Slaughter. His skull necklace boosted his attack speed by 25%. He simply swatted them like passing bugs. But looking closely at the experience gained, Ryumin squinted. The yield felt pretty tight for this fight. Even after clearing 303 enemies, his level only went up by 1, hitting level 31. This terrible XP rate was simply because his level was already way too high for this zone. While the XP felt terrible to Ryumin, regular players would easily reach level 20 from this quest. But his real target is level 40. He still has more than enough time to get there. Helping Minjuri was not a loss at all. Helping her progress meant he would gain rewards too. Plus, they were classmates. He genuinely regretted not paying more attention to her in the previous regression. Starting from round 5, they would finally be working together to survive this crazy game. Ryumin checked his inventory, noticing his gold pile had grown beautifully. This was looking pretty solid. Adding his current stash, he had 14,000 gold. He could easily reach 100,000 this round. With that much gold, he could buy out every common skill. Ryumin quickly resumed his hunt, but out of nowhere, a brand new system alert popped up. A mission to defeat the mid-boss. The mid-boss awaits. If you want to support the channel, drop a like and hit that subscribe button. Your support keeps this series going strong. See you guys in the very next video. Hey, everyone. Sorry this part is on the shorter side due to a packed schedule, but I really want to thank you all for the support, especially these awesome friends. While Ryumin was making his way toward Minjuri's place, a sudden system alert flashed before him. A brand new quest eliminate the mid-boss of this round, the fierce orc warrior. Ryumin figured since it was directly on his path anyway, he might as well clear it now, and he picked up his pace. Meanwhile, a trembling group of players was hunkered down in the orc groves, trying to catch their breath after barely surviving a clash. They lay low, desperately waiting for a single chance to escape from this hostile village. One guy crept forward to scout the area. The entire clearing was dead quiet, making him wonder where the monsters could have possibly gone. Not a single beast in sight. Then, a strange, metallic scent hit him, and he muttered, "What is that awful smell?" Hearing through the brush, he let out a sudden gasp of pure disbelief. He quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, staring at a gruesome scene that defied all logic. Nearly 200 orc corpses lay scattered across the blood-soaked ground, and standing right in the middle of this horror was a lone figure labeled Black Scythe. The scouting player froze, thinking to himself that walking right into an orc stronghold was pure suicide. And he was totally right, especially given the massive fortifications and tall guard towers. Trying this was straight up insane. If a patrol spots you, they blow their warning horns, instantly summoning every beast in the area. Once more than 50 of them answer that call, ordinary players have virtually zero chance of making it out alive. But that rule only applies to normal players. But get this, Ryumin actually sees things in a pretty different light. To him, there is zero need to waste precious time searching every single hut when those warning horns conveniently gather his targets right in one spot, which explains why some 200 monster corpses now littered the dirt. No matter how violently those monsters rushed him, they could never break past a level 30 power level. Ryumin thought, dealing with these guys gets simple around level 20. Once you are past level 30, they are basically weak goblins to me. But for players still stuck at level 10, this stage is a total nightmare. So yeah, Round 5 is a massive wall. The monster levels are high, and their numbers are overwhelming. Just then, Ryumin spotted someone hiding nearby, wondering if this was the survivor who was being cornered by the monsters earlier. Stepping closer, Ryumin froze in shock as he realized this guy was actually the famed mercenary king, Jo Young-ho. He stared at Jo Young-ho, who was the exclusive owner of that incredibly unique mercenary king class. Talk about a crazy coincidence, running into a legendary powerhouse out here is just unreal. Masking his shock, Ryumin watched Jo Young-ho, who suddenly called out, "Black Scythe, literally everyone in this game knows your name." Seriously, is there anyone who does not know the top-ranked Black Scythe? Jo Young-ho glanced at Ryumin, thinking to himself that he never expected to cross paths with the #1 ranker of their district. He wondered if offering a handshake would just annoy the guy. But as Ryumin read those thoughts, he could sense the man's genuine respect for strength. Ryumin could immediately tell this guy would never stab an ally in the back. That solid character is probably why he earned his unique class. He is a stranger, but clearly a good guy. Ryu-min had only heard his name before their very first meeting. Since Ryu-min always preferred playing solo, their paths never crossed. Plus, he had absolutely no need to hire any extra help. Gossip says he eventually managed to survive way past round 10 after that. Whether he actually made it remains a mystery, but then Jo Young-ho asked if Black Scythe took them all down. A quiet nod from Ryu-min was all the answer Jo Young-ho needed to be totally blown away. He added that it was exactly what he expected from the top-tier ranker, offering his heartfelt thanks. Apparently, drawing the aggression was the only reason he survived, though Ryu-min admitted he had no idea he was even there. Still, Jo Young-ho insisted on showing gratitude, saying that even if it was unintentional, he still owed his life to him. Reading his mind, Ryu-min felt his truly genuine thanks and simply told him he understood. He advised him to gather his team and get out quickly, assuring him the threat was gone, which left Jo Young-ho utterly stunned. Jo Young-ho asked how Ryu-min knew he had allies, but the ranker simply pointed right behind him. Turning around, Jo Young-ho froze in shock as his hidden teammates slowly stepped out into the open. He asks why they came out when he told them to wait, and they admit they were just worried he would leave them behind. Hyungnim. Jo Young sighs, telling them to stop joking because he would never abandon them. But then one of his men looks around and freezes. Why are there so many dead orcs here? Has our Hyungnim been hiding his insane strength this entire time? Jo Young tells his crew to cut the jokes, then turns his gaze toward the shadows. Finally, the other mercenaries notice Ryu-min standing there. Shaken to their core, they gasp out at the legendary Black Scythe, while Ryu-min casually asks what all the fuss is about. He says he just came by for some light hunting, leaving the mercenaries to let out a wave of pretty awkward laughter. After all, he already slaughtered around 200 of them. They do not hate Black Scythe. They are just utterly terrified and awestruck by his godlike power. One of them pipes up, mentioning they all watched his legendary death match. He ended it in the blink of an eye, but Ryu-min shuts down the praise with a cold look, telling them to skip the chit-chat. He orders them to leave immediately if they are finished, keeping his guard up to protect them from any sudden danger. Now that the standard orcs are dead, the powerful mid-boss is bound to show up any second. Accepting the warning, Jo Young and his squad nod in farewell and stroll away, chatting casually as if the danger has completely passed. But right as Ryu-min opens his mouth to urge them to move faster, suddenly, the ground starts to violently tremble. Watch out because the massive orc warrior is about to make its grand entrance. This beast towers over the regular orcs, leaving everyone completely frozen in shock. But Ryu-min does not even flinch since he expected this. Slaying this monster is the only way to obtain the balance stone, a crucial item for his subquest. However, he needs more than just this stone. To fully complete the subquest, he must hunt down and defeat all 4 distinct bastion bosses. That is no easy task. Clearly, these brutal bosses are on a completely different level than standard orcs. That is why Ryu-min remains quite calm. Even with hundreds of players, taking down these bosses requires real quality, not just quantity. The reason Ryu-min died 4 times during his 5th round is actually directly tied to this exact challenge. But those deaths were not in vain. Without the incredibly powerful balance rune, Ryu-min knows he would not be anywhere near this strong. Finishing this difficult sub-quest is the only way to claim it. Besides, he can easily handle this orc warrior even without Mir's buffs. Meanwhile, the monster looks at its dead allies and seethes with pure rage. Its bloodshot eyes wildly dart around the battlefield. Searching for the killer, the monster does not waste any time. Its murderous gaze locks onto its first target, and unfortunately, it is Jo Young. The beast suddenly charges forward, leaving Jo Young completely paralyzed with fear. Before he can even move, a massive blade crashes down toward his head, sending a violent shockwave ripping through the dirt. Just in the nick of time, Ryu-min uses his staff to shove Jo Young out of the way, who gasps out a breathless thank you to Black Scythe. If Ryu-min had not stepped in, he would be dead. Ryu-min tells Jo Young to get back unless he wants to be flattened. Terrified, Jo Young quickly backs away, obeying Ryu-min's orders. Ryu-min's scythe slashes deep into the orc's foot, making the beast howl in pure agony. Fueled by rage, the monster swings its massive axe, cutting through the air with a series of heavy, deafening swings. Yet it is useless, as Ryu-min smoothly dodges every single attack. His movements are not incredibly flashy, but they are highly efficient. Honestly, what is the point of raw power if you cannot even land a single hit? Mocking its loud grunts, Ryu-min leaps up like a crescent moon, bringing his deadly scythe slicing down. The beast's thick neck prevents an instant kill, forcing Ryu-min to strike again and again. With one final slice, The orc warrior's head drops heavily to the ground. Zhou Yang and his crew stare at Ryu Min in absolute disbelief, shocked at how easily he took it down. Such a terrifying monster. But Ryu Min's focus is already somewhere else. Countless reward notifications are flooding his vision. And that is exactly where this chapter ends. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and help support the channel. A massive shout out to all our supporters, especially our channel members. Let's aim for 2,000 likes now that Ryu has taken down the orc warrior. Zhou Yang and his crew stared at Ryu Min, completely stunned. He actually killed that beast. But Ryu Min is focused elsewhere. Look at this massive wave of system rewards popping up right now. Unbelievable. Experience plus 3,700. Gold plus 4,000. And on top of that, a massive bonus of 2,000 gold. He also acquired the epic sword of Wando, an orc heart, and a stone of balance, bringing his quest progress to 1 out of 4. A slow, knowing smirk creeps onto Ryu Min's face. He thinks to himself taking down a real boss is way more satisfying than swatting these weak small fry. His experience bar, which barely budged earlier, suddenly shoots up by over 37% from this single boss kill. He pockets 4,000 gold plus that extra bonus payout. But the real gold mine? The incredible items that just dropped. First up, the epic sword of Wando. It is a stunning weapon with a unique circular loop on the hilt. It packs a solid 100 attack power and boosts his speed by 5% per hit, stacking 10 times. With perfect durability, it requires regular rank to equip. To Ryu Min, though, it is almost disappointing. He honestly wished it were a scythe. That would be an instant equip, but perhaps this sword can actually deal even more damage. Right now, Ryu Min is using his Reaper Scythe, which only boasts a modest attack power of 25. Even with his special rune doubling that output, the damage still only hovers around 50. A quick comparison makes it crystal clear just how superior the 100-attack sword of Wando really is. But Ryu Min quickly shakes his head. This sword is not his primary weapon. Speed and efficiency matter more. Even if the scythe has lower base damage, sticking with it is way more efficient. Though he started as a hunter, he is a master of the scythe. Besides, he is already planning to upgrade his main weapon after this round. He decides to stash the sword of Wando for now and sell it to some rich player later. A weapon of this caliber is basically a one-of-a-kind drop, which means a massive payday. Next up is the orc heart. It looks like a solid red stone, not a real organ, though most normal players would still find it too creepy. Tossing it away would be a massive mistake. This is actually a legendary crafting material for his future signature weapon. It is an absolute must-have for him, alongside the Azure Mana Stone and the Stone of Balance. This run was an incredibly lucrative harvest from just one mid-boss. Finishing his inventory check, Ryu Min looks up to see Zhou Yang standing there completely stunned. Honestly, can you even blame the guy? He quickly snaps back to reality. With shock in his eyes, he gasps out that Black Scythe is incredibly powerful for soloing that boss. He admits he wouldn't have dared to fight it alone. Bowing his head with deep respect, Zhou Yang thanks him. He expresses his deepest gratitude for saving his team's lives. Ryu Min calmly responds that he doesn't enjoy watching people die. Zhou Yang asks if he somehow knew the boss would spawn, but Ryu Min just dismisses it with a shrug. Not wanting to explain his regression secrets, he casually remarks that killing hordes of monsters always draws out the mid-boss. With his business concluded, Ryu Min prepares to leave. Zhou Yang bids him a polite farewell, thanking him once again. As Ryu Min turns his back, he hears the excited voices of Zhou Yang's crew talking right behind him. They are fired up, eager to start hunting after witnessing Black Scythe's legendary display of pure power. But their excitement is cut short as a wounded hunter suddenly collapses, groaning in pain. Zhou Yang anxiously asks if Manji is doing okay. Manji weakly whispers back that he can no longer go on. Watching the sudden commotion, Ryu Min stops and turns back. Zhou Yang's panicked voice rings out as he desperately asks Manji what he means by that. Manji admits he only claimed to be fine earlier because he didn't want to worry his brother, but now it's beyond his limit. Zhou Yang tries to motivate him anyway, urging him to hold on so they can get back to the real world and get healed. But Manji weakly shakes his head, reminding his leader of the harsh survival rules. If they cannot secure 300 kills, everything is pointless. Zhou Yang falls into a stunned silence, realizing what he had overlooked. Failing the main quest means vanishing forever, and begging the system angels for mercy would be entirely useless. Manji has completely lost hope. He knows his broken body cannot survive another fight, urging his team to leave him behind. He refuses to burden them any longer. Jo Young, usually a calm and composed leader, is now visibly panicking. He desperately begs Manji to just hold a weapon, promising they will weaken the orcs so he can deliver final blows. Losing all his strength, Mangi sighs and tells his team to leave because he is already holding them back from hunting. Manji begs them to go so he does not ruin their hunt. But Jo Young-ho panics and refuses to abandon him. No, Jo Young-ho protests, you are losing strength. So, how can I just leave you behind? Ryu Min watches in utter surprise, shocked to see the future mercenary King Jo Young-ho look so completely broken. It is wild to see a legendary leader of hundreds show this much raw weakness for just one single ally. Ryu Min could only understand this if it were his own younger brother, since he knows what that kind of desperation feels like. Realizing this might be a golden opportunity to help, Ryumin quickly opens his shop interface and buys a specific utility skill. Ryumin steps forward and casually asks Jo Young-ho if they need a hand, offering to take a quick look. His sudden arrival leaves everyone in Jo Young-ho's party deeply confused as they wonder why this stranger is offering help. With things looking so grim, they can only assume the worst. But Jo Young-ho desperately asks if there is a cure. Ryumin simply nods, yes, then steps right up to Mangi to carefully inspect the warrior's terrible injuries. The damage is pretty severe, Ryumin tells them, but it is not completely beyond saving. Muttering some quiet words, Ryumin places his hand on the wound, leaving the confused group completely puzzled. Suddenly, a bright green light glows from Ryumin's palm, and a comforting warm energy washes over the room. The sluggishly oozing blood instantly starts to clot, and the massive wound begins to stitch itself back together. Everyone stands there completely speechless with their mouths wide open, while even Manji looks down at his body in total shock. He gasps in astonishment the wound is gone, and even the agonizing pain has completely vanished. Ryumin just gives a calm nod. This incredible, instant healing leaves the entire party staring in total awe. But get this, the skill itself is pretty basic, only meant to stop bleeding and heal minor cuts. It should never be able to fix a shattered shoulder. Yet Ryumin somehow makes it look incredibly easy. He completely pushes past the limits of the skill because healing power scales directly with a player's intelligence stat. That intelligence stat is the real force, and since Ryumin has boosted his own stat to 123, plus a 32% rune boost, healing this is easy, even though first aid is basic. Even though it's technically a common tier skill, his massive rune boosts its effect to an insane degree. Ryumin calmly tells him to test his shoulder, warning that some scarring might remain, but it will move normally. Manji rolls his shoulder, his face instantly switching from complete shock to pure, unbridled joy in a split second. He stammers happily that it is moving perfectly, but Ryumin reminds him that he is not fully healed yet. This was only emergency treatment, so if he pushes too hard it might reopen, though normal hunting should be fine. Manji bows deeply in gratitude, thanking Black Scythe for saving his life, completely overwhelmed by the help. Deep relief washes over Jo Young-ho's face as he steps forward to express his sincere gratitude to Black Scythe. He thanks him for saving Manji, then opens his inventory to pull out a special item as a reward. It is a low-grade red mana stone, and the other party members quickly pull out their own items too. They even offer equipment they wanted to sell for gold, with Jo Young-ho handing them over to Ryumin. He begs Ryumin to accept them as a small thank you, even though Ryumin tries to decline the offer. But they refuse to take no for an answer, pressing the gear directly into Ryumin's hands as Jo Young-ho insists. He tells him it is a symbol of gratitude because, thanks to Black Scythe, their friend finally has a future. He promises to fully repay this debt in the future. Just like that, Ryumin secures a major favor. Ryumin smiles to himself, thinking that since he needed to buy a common skill anyway, this is a massive win. This is a pretty sweet deal, and down the road when he inevitably needs the mercenary king's strength, this favor will certainly carry huge weight. Ryumin then bids them farewell, telling them to stay safe out there. Before entering the 5th round, Min Juri suddenly recalls the crucial advice that Ryumin had shared with her. He warned her that killing 300 orcs is no joke, as these monsters are incredibly tough and fight in swarms. You should never even dream of taking them on alone, he said, causing her to ask a crucial question. So you want me to seek help from Black Scythe? She had asked, and Ryumin told her yes. Once the area integration finishes, find Black Scythe immediately, and even if you somehow cannot get in touch with him. Ryumin warned her to wait an hour before moving, and Min Juri gladly agreed, thanking him for the heads up. Following his advice, Minjuri patiently waited for the territory integration to begin, placing her faith in Ryumin. Once the integration finally occurred, she immediately tried to spot Black Scythe, wondering how she should even approach him. But here is the thing, she did not even have to search for him among the 10 representatives. He was standing right there for the bonus game, making her decide she would talk to him after it ended. Still, she could not help but wonder if he would actually take the top representative spot as predicted. And the result did not disappoint, with Black Scythe easily claiming victory. He showed an overwhelming gap in skill, leaving her to mutter that it made sense since he was level 30. She slowly started walking toward Black Scythe, but her footsteps quickly faltered as she drew closer. Even though she saw him walking down from the death match, a strange hesitation held her back. Why was this happening? She was completely paralyzed by a fear she simply could not understand. The reason was simple, a natural fear of an overwhelmingly strong monster that froze her in her tracks. Especially after watching him brutally severing heads, she had to remind herself that Ryumin told her to cooperate. Surely Black Scythe would need her help and would not hurt her. But by the time she snapped out of it, Black Scythe had already vanished, leaving her to realize she had completely missed her chance to talk to him. She panicked, knowing Ryumin warned her that fighting orcs alone was suicide, yet she could not just stand there. With no other options, Minjuri chose to follow Ryumin's advice and wait out the hour. Checking her screen, the timer showed 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds left. Her orc kill count was still at 0 out of 300, making her sigh as anxiety crept in. She worried if she would die without meeting the quota, wondering why she could not even find Black Scythe. Unnecessary panic had caused her to lose him, and now she had to force herself to move. Knowing he might not return to the start, she took a deep breath and began searching the area. Her eyes darted around, looking for any trace of Black Scythe while keeping her guard up. Guessing he went in one specific direction, she carefully started heading toward where he had disappeared. About 10 minutes later, she spotted the faint outline of a village nestled in the distance. It was clearly an orc settlement, and she hesitated, realizing it was far too dangerous to go inside. But just as she decided to turn back and avoid trouble, she bumped right into a terrifying presence. This monstrous orc looked exactly like the creatures from her video games, and she recognized it instantly. Now watch this. The monster charged straight at her, giving her no choice but to engage in battle. Minjuri quickly cast a powerful buff, instantly boosting all of her stats by 50%. Thanks to her blessed skill, her agility jumped from 24 to 36, and her strength rose as well. Her strength increased from 12 to 18, and she tightly gripped the rapier given to her for her class upgrade. She realized she had two major advantages here. First, she was only facing a single opponent. Second, she remembered Ryumin's advice about targeting their necks, since their other muscles were far too thick. Armed with this knowledge, a sudden surge of confidence washed over her in this one-on-one fight. Right at that moment, the orc's heavy axe came swinging down with terrifying force, aiming directly for her shoulder. Will Minjuri actually survive this clash and find Black Scythe in time? Look, this is not the original manhwa. I was trying to finish it after it got dropped, but lately, I saw some pretty harsh feedback. With all those bad reviews, I might actually stop translating it. Drop a comment to let me know what you think. Now, Minjuri. She suddenly runs into the one monster she truly dreaded. It is an orc, looking exactly like the ones from her games. Recognizing it instantly, she panics as the beast swings its heavy axe blade straight for her shoulder. Luckily, she dodge rolls. Dodging is actually pretty easy, she thinks. And Ryumin told me their accuracy is total trash. She immediately looks for an opening. She wants to pierce its neck. But hitting a constantly moving target is incredibly hard. There is no auto-aim in this real world. If she misses her target even by an inch, she knows she will face a brutal counterattack. Instant death, basically. Slipping past another swing of the axe, Minjuri seizes her moment, thrusting her sharp sword right at its thick throat. But the beast shifts suddenly. Her blade misses the neck, sinking deep into its muscular chest instead. Luckily, she pulls her rapier free easily. Usually, weapons get stuck in their dense bodies, causing players to panic and die. But Minjuri gets incredibly lucky. Thank goodness it did not get caught in the muscles like I feared, she sighs. She refocuses, relentlessly aiming for its throat with every single strike. Finally, on her sixth desperate attempt, with one clean strike, she drives her blade through the neck, panting heavily as the massive body collapses. But she did it. She actually beat a massive orc in a one-on-one fight. Then, she blinks her eyes in total disbelief. You can bet her jaw hit the floor here. The exact guy she has been desperately searching for is walking right over. She can barely believe her own eyes. Is the person standing right in front of me seriously the legendary Black Scythe? Her shock quickly turns into a massive sigh of relief. The powerful hunter she needed so badly is finally standing here. But then, Ryu Min just walks straight past her without saying a single word. "Excuse me," Min Juri quickly calls out. She cannot let this golden opportunity slip away like before. Ryu Min spins around casually, asking her what she wants. Her throat feels completely tight with anxiety. Pushing through her fear, she forces the words out like a rehearsed speech. Stuttering nervously, she blurts out for Black Scythe to team up with her. Ryumin just raises an eyebrow, asking why he should. Knowing that showing him is way faster than talking, Minju-ri suddenly reaches her hand out. A bright light erupts. As the magical glow washes over him, Ryumin acts completely surprised. But it is totally fake, since he already knows everything. "What is this?" he but asks, playing along. Minju-ri puffs her chest out, answering him with total confidence. "This is my Bless Buff skill," she says. "It lasts for 3 hours, boosting all of your stats by 50%. To keep up the act, Ryu Min checks his system window, muttering that it seems legit. Minjuri smiles, asking if that is enough. "My spells can be a massive help during your battles," she explains. Ryu Min nods, asking if she wants a team-up in exchange. "Exactly," she replies. "To be specific, I need you to help me hunt." Ryu Min rubs his chin thoughtfully. Pretending to think it over, he gives her a cold, calculated look. "I hold all the cards here," he warns her. Talk about a massive plot twist. Minjuri freezes, completely caught off guard by his brutally cold terms. "Can you promise you won't stab me in the back?" he asks. She quickly nods yes, and Ryu Min agrees to give it a shot. "Since we are partners now, let's introduce ourselves," he says. "Black Scythe, level 32, Reaper class." Minju-ri introduces herself next. "I am Democracy, level 13, Buffer class." Ryu Min then asks if she even needs help, since she handled that last orc quite well. "That was actually my very first time," she confesses, and honestly, it was pretty tough. Ryu Min feigns surprise. "It took you an hour and a half just to get one kill?" he asks. Minjuri laughs nervously, making excuses. She cannot exactly tell him she wasted all that precious time waiting for him to show up. Ryumin notes they are running late. "Yeah," she sighs. "I have only killed one, and I need 300 fast." "Well, let me speed things up for you," he offers. "How exactly are you going to help?" she asks, feeling anxious. Ryumin explains that he will weaken the beast for her. "You just need to land the final strike to get all the credit." He is basically offering to let her secure the killing blow. "Absolutely," she says confidently. "You saw me fight earlier. I am definitely strong enough to finish off weakened monsters. Then we have nothing to worry about. Let's move," Ryumin says. But suddenly, Minjuri calls out for him to wait. He turns around casually, asking what is wrong. She looks worried, wondering if carrying her will ruin his own quest. Ryumin tells her not to sweat it, since he already finished the main quest. Minjuri is completely shocked. "Seriously?" she gasps. In her head, she realizes he already slaughtered 300 orcs with over 8 hours left on the clock. While she stands there completely stunned, Ryumin casually adds that he is not even aiming for the main quest anymore. Minjuri is completely shocked to hear that Ryumin has already secured one balance stone for the subquest. Ryumin explains he defeated the boss orc warrior and needs to hunt down even more. He offers to let her face the next bosses entirely on her own if she wants. She quickly declines. Fighting orcs alone is already terrifying, so she sneakily steals a glance at him. She asks if he was worried she might get greedy for the balance stone and betray him. Even respecting him, she assures him she has zero intention of ever stabbing him in the back. She tells Black Scythe she is content finishing the main quest, especially since she lacks betrayal skills. Ryu Min simply nods. He will see if he can trust her, then takes the lead. Suddenly, he warns her to walk right beside him, pointing out he cannot protect her from behind. Minju agrees. She realizes this terrifying Grim Reaper is actually not as cold-hearted as she feared. He gave her solid advice, watched her back, and even offered to help her during their brief talk. She is incredibly glad she made the decision to party up, despite initially doubting he would ever accept. But check this out, she is about to find out how insanely overpowered her partner really is. As they walk, their peaceful silence is shattered when 3 massive orcs suddenly block their path. Minju immediately raises her rapier, but Ryu Min calmly tells her to hold on. He steps forward, unleashing a low, sweeping Scythe strike that effortlessly slices through the monster's legs. As the howling monsters crash down, his deadly blade flashes once more, cutting their remaining arms clean off their torsos. With the beasts completely neutralized, Ryumin turns to Minjuri and tells her to finish them. She hesitates at the brutal sight, but after he barks at her, she quickly apologizes and steps forward. Ending these helpless, limbless beasts is an easy task even for a total beginner like her. Once the beasts are dead, the system notification pops up to confirm her experience points and gold rewards. Seriously, look at her face. Her mouth literally drops open as she stares at her ridiculous gains. She stammers that this power leveling is almost ridiculously easy, remembering how terrifyingly strong these orcs usually are. Orcs are not weak goblins, and she fully expected a brutal, life-or-death battle before entering this place. Yet, thanks to his overwhelming power, the threat was zero, taking her respect for him to new heights. Ryumin calmly urges her forward. Want the next epic chapter? Let us know in the comments. Huge thanks for the support, especially to those backing us financially. And let's aim for 2,000 likes after this. As Minjuri finished off the orcs, her admiration for Black Scythe grew even deeper, and she gladly agreed to keep moving. She felt incredibly lucky to partner with the legendary Black Scythe. As they pressed forward into the dark, dangerous fields, Ryumin easily sliced off their limbs. He left only one job for Minjuri, delivering the final fatal blow. She smiled and admitted she never knew leveling up could be this easy, a sight that would make any regular orc practically choke in disbelief. When Ryumin asked how many they had taken down, Minjuri proudly replied that they had already cleared 52, and that was in just 30 minutes, which she found incredibly fast, though Ryumin silently thought it was only basic efficiency. By his high standards, taking down 300 monsters in a single hour was a simple feat that had long become second nature. But the time wasted searching for them was too much, as the monster population in these fields was simply too sparse. But check this out, tracking them down was a major nightmare. It forced him to quickly adapt his strategy. He realized wandering off too far with Minjuri by his side was risky, meaning he had to make his way toward the boss, the dangerous orc shaman, a spellcaster who held the incredibly useful ability to endlessly summon other orcs to his side. Using this, Ryumin could completely skip the annoying chore of tracking down single targets. Plus, the path to the shaman's lair aligned perfectly with their current route, meaning they could make excellent progress. They could easily farm any stray beasts along the way while heading closer to the boss's territory, making Minjuri smile brightly. She happily noted that they could easily hit their 300 target in 3 hours. But Ryumin told her that was too slow. Under a single hour? Minjuri was completely baffled by this, even wondering if she had somehow misheard him. When she asked him to clarify, Ryumin calmly repeated his insane plan to finish the quest in record time. Stunned, Minjuri asked how that was even possible, to which Ryumin revealed his plan to exploit the orc shaman. His strategy was to keep the shaman alive as an infinite mob spawner, milking it for 300 kills without landing the final blow. It was a clever way to maximize their earnings. But Minjuri suddenly asked a serious and highly logical question. She asked how he even knew about the orc shaman when he had never actually run into it before, catching him off guard. Without missing a beat, Ryumin smoothly lied that he had briefly spotted the creature right before they teamed up. This easy explanation completely satisfied Minjuri, and Ryumin quickly assured her that he would handle any potential dangers. Her surprise melted away, replaced by a sweet smile. He was surprisingly considerate, she thought. Realizing she was finally seeing his softer side, she walked alongside him until they arrived at a small, peaceful village. The area consisted of only a few humble wooden cabins with absolutely no orc guards patrolling the perimeter. Minjuri voiced her shock that a powerful boss would hide in a tiny village with barely 5 huts. But here's the thing, this quiet village was actually a massive trap to lure players inside. Careless players who let their guard down would get instantly swarmed by the monsters summoned by the orc shaman. He remembered a similar tragedy from his previous regression, where he found a horrifying pile of bodies behind the settlement. The clever shaman hid them to hide his tracks, proving his twisted mind, but deep down, it just showed his cowardice. He lacked the real courage to face anyone head-on. Without his summons, the boss was a complete pushover. While Ryumin could easily wipe him out, he wanted to use him as a perfect tool for their leveling strategy. Leading the way, Ryumin urged her to follow closely, while she looked around but failed to spot any enemies. She asked why there were no monsters in sight, which made complete sense because normal orcs did not live here. This spot belonged solely to the spellcaster, and after passing several small huts, they found a particularly massive building. Ryumin pointed forward, warning her that the shaman was hiding inside, craftily setting up a trap for them. Minju-ri asked if monsters actually set traps, and Ryumin confirmed that this boss possessed high intelligence. These normal-looking cabins were bait to trick players, and the village itself held nothing but the lone shaman. The entire layout was designed with extreme precision to ambush and completely wipe out anyone who wandered in. Minju-ri asked nervously if they had already fallen into the trap, and Ryumin gave a slow nod. At least from the boss's perspective, they had, prompting her to ask if he had a clever plan to survive. He smiled, saying they could easily flip the trap, as naive players normally trigger the trap points inside. That forces the shaman to instantly summon 10 to 20 beasts, surrounding the players with zero chance of escape. Ryumin felt pretty confident he could handle any number of orcs. But Minju-ri, looking worried, asked what if they all swarm us at the same time, it could get bad. Ryumin just smiled and said, "There is a way." Then he explained his plan to lure the orcs out. Minju-ri stared in shock as she listened, completely amazed that it could really be that simple. She wondered if the orc shaman would fall for it, but Ryumin told her not to worry. The plan was already proven. Though still a bit doubtful, Minju-ri finally made up her mind and nodded, saying she would handle the first phase. Ryumin raised an eyebrow, asking if she meant alone. She said yes, there was no need for both to risk getting trapped. Too suspicious. Plus, she got the strategy and felt totally ready to crush this. She wanted to prove herself. Hearing her offer, Ryumin decided not to argue. He told her he would wait outside. Nervous but determined, Minju-ri slowly pushed open the creaking door of the wooden hut. Stepping inside, she looked around cautiously, but there was no sign of anyone. The place felt dead silent. Every single step she took echoed loudly as she slowly crept forward until she reached a wide, open room. At least 20 orcs could pack into this area. She realized this was the trap the black Scythe had warned her about. Gulping nervously, she remembered the exact details of the plan. Ryumin had explained that an orc shaman was hiding inside, waiting for the sound of an opening door and footsteps to pinpoint his targets. They could use that habit to completely fool him and trap the orcs. The method was pretty simple. Just a bit further ahead, she would see a red carpet. That was the trap zone prepared by the shaman. Stepping on it would trigger him to summon 10 to 20 orcs to block her escape, completely surrounding her with no exit. She just had to touch the edge of the carpet, then immediately turn around and run. The orcs would think they had missed their target and send out scouts to track them. All they had to do was grab those scouts. Minju-ri whispered to herself that it sounded easy enough, taking a few more steps until she reached the red carpet. Purposely making some noise, she spun around instantly and hurried out of the room without looking back. She let out a long breath, muttering that it was no big deal. But wow, the tension was seriously getting to her. While she tried to calm her racing heart, she looked up and saw Ryumin casually watching the doorway. He asked if she was okay. Smiling, she nodded, confirming she made it to the carpet. Ryumin nodded, saying that was perfect. But she still wondered if the monsters would actually send scouts. Ryumin calmly told her to wait and see. Seconds later, the door creaked open. What comes out of that door? Like and subscribe to find out. First up, a massive shout out to our awesome supporters, and thanks to everyone dropping those likes and comments. Suddenly, the door flies open. 6 hulking orcs march out. Their goal? Lure in the escaped humans. Ryumin calmly steps in front of them with his signature scythe, asking why they are looking so incredibly hard. In one swift, brutal motion, a monster's limbs go flying, crashing heavily to the dirt in a spray of dark blood. With their weapons still at their waists, they are completely disarmed, and Ryumin steps back. His job is finished. Now, Minju-ri gracefully finishes them off with her sharp rapier. She sighs. It is over. But Ryumin immediately orders her to go lure another batch out. She hesitates. Will they fall for it again? Ryumin says they forget faster than goldfish. She heads back in. He chops their limbs. She swiftly delivers the killing blows. Incredible teamwork. Their tag team execution is incredibly smooth. They look like a highly elite, professional squad. Soon, a mountain of corpses piles up. Minju-ri calls out happily. We got all 300. Ryumin checks his status screen. Exactly 1 hour has passed. Her eyes instantly widen in shock. In just 60 minutes, they slaughtered 248 beasts. They easily reached their goal. She beams, thanking him for the easy carry. Ryumin smiles, appreciating her genuine honesty. He asks how much her level went up. She proudly reveals she already hit level 19. She needs 10,000 more points to rank up. Ryumin smiles. Perfect. Ranking up will unlock powerful new skills and enhance her current ones, making her a perfect ally. He offers to help her reach level 20 next. She hesitates, saying he really does not have to. Ryumin insists. Powering her to level 20 benefits him. He needs those buffs to shatter the High Orc record. The 5th round has 4 dangerous bosses. The High Orc? He is a completely different beast. He is practically on par with a mid-boss. Naturally, the time attack rules apply differently to him. He must get her to level 20. Obtain those 2 buffs. Then, he can try to speedrun. She has no idea, raising her hand to decline. You do not need to help me anymore. Are we parting ways? She quickly denies it. No way, she is running off after so much help. She insists on supporting Black Scythe this time, but he calmly tries to convince her to focus first. Help me after you hit level 20. I will carry you until then. She goes completely silent. Her face shows no annoyance. Instead, she is deep in thought, touched by his genuine care. Moved by his unexpected support, she looks up at him with a face full of gratitude. It is a bit shameless, but she agrees. As they prepare to restart, a sudden noise stops them. But check this out, a loud rumble from behind interrupts them, forcing both to spin around. A group of 5 male players emerges from the trees. Their eyes widen as they recognize the Scythe. They freeze instantly on the spot, completely paralyzed. It is like they just came face to face with death. Stumbling onto Black Scythe is like meeting a hungry lion in a peaceful field. It is utterly terrifying. Ryumin feels a slight pang of annoyance. They are players, not monsters. Why are they staring? They would have to be completely insane to attack him. But then one of them speaks. Look, there is a woman with him. Their guard drops slightly. They exchange curious looks. One guy nervously calls out a greeting. Ryumin ignores him like a pesky, annoying fly. He frowns. Silent. The players ask what is going on, their eyes suddenly shifting down. They gasp in shock. How many did they kill? A massive pile of dead orcs surrounds them. Their fear turns to awe. Only the infamous Black Scythe could pull off a massacre like this. They whisper among themselves. How could a tiny, quiet village like this hold this many brutal monsters? Something is off. Why does a solo player like Black Scythe have a female companion? They assume he is using her for something dirty. One guy creepily stares at her body. He silently notes her striking looks, thinking the top ranker has some pretty twisted, perverted tastes. They would never say these thoughts aloud, but behind fake smiles, their judgmental minds run wild. They really made a terrible mistake picking a fight with someone who literally wields powerful runic abilities. Ryumin arches an eyebrow. He bluntly tells them to stop bothering him and get lost, leaving them speechless. His gaze turns icy. Ryumin repeats himself, if you have nothing useful to say, get out. His sudden command startles them. But what really gets under their skin is his casual, informal tone. One demands to know why he is speaking so casually, while another complains about how rude it is. Ryumin is honestly just dumbfounded. How do these weaklings under level 13 dare lecture a level 32 player? He looks at them with pure annoyance, asking how they would feel if irritating pests kept interrupting their grind. You would want to squash them, right? Well, that is exactly how I feel right now. Beat it, unless you want to die. His brutal warning instantly plunges the entire group into a dead silence. Hoping to diffuse the tension, one guy stammers a quick apology and begs his friends to leave. They scramble away in a hurry. Ryumin keeps his eyes locked on them until they disappear, but he was actually reading their minds, knowing they were planning to hide nearby and watch him. They are clearly curious about his legendary combat techniques, which explains their sudden decision to spy on him. Go ahead. Watch all you want. Ryumin silently laughs as he moves toward his next goal. As long as he hits his target, he does not care. Now, look at this. It is boss hunting time. But first, he must get Minjurai to level 20. Shifting his gaze, Ryumin looks at her. He suggests they get back to grinding, but Minjurai suddenly asks why he was so incredibly cold to those players. She wonders why he went out of his way to aggressively scare them off. Why not be gentle? Ryumin is quite surprised by how easily she reads his mind. But he keeps his cool. Otherwise, they will never stop annoying us. I must make it absolutely clear that interference means death. Just focus on grinding. Ignore them. Meanwhile, The group of men regroup deep inside the dark forest. Having been thoroughly chased off, one of them gasps that they are probably out of his sight by now. What is our plan? A third admits he is just dying of curiosity to watch him fight. They really want to know how a top ranker like Black Scythe operates, and everyone quickly agrees. Where does he find all those orcs? They wonder if they should sneak closer to observe him. One reassures them. As long as they keep their distance, they will not get caught by him. Who is scared? Not me. Let us move. Having found their courage, the 5 men venture closer. Ready to take the risk, the 5 men carefully creep back toward the area where he was spotted. One of them suddenly spots him near a small, cozy thatched cottage just a short distance away. They spy Black Scythe in the zone. But get this, what they witness next completely blows their minds. Ryumin stands outside the hut, instantly slicing off the limbs of every single orc that ambushes him. After piling up a mountain of crippled monsters, he calmly turns his back on them like his job is done. The spies watch in utter confusion. Why is he not dealing the final blow to finish them? Right on cue, Minju-ri steps forward and drives her blade deep into the defenseless monster. They suddenly realize the truth. The top-ranking player in the world is literally boosting this random girl. It makes zero sense to them why he would waste his extremely valuable grinding time carrying someone else. One of them bitterly mutters about what she did to deserve this, watching him dominate so easily. They struggle to defeat a single monster. Seeing someone gather massive experience so effortlessly makes them incredibly jealous. But right as they watch this play out, one of them squinting at the scene notices something pretty strange. He points out that something is off about the girl. If you enjoyed this battle, drop a quick subscribe. Will Ryu Min end up hunting down these spies next? Here is part 37 of the Black Scythe, who returns to the past 100 times to turn everyone into his slaves. Before we start, remember to drop a like and thank our channel supporters. Meanwhile, one of the watching men speaks up. Something feels pretty strange here. Look at that woman. Another whispers. What do you mean? He replies, every single time she steps inside that thatched cottage, orcs come marching out right behind her. This is not some one-off thing. It keeps happening, and those monsters are trailing her like a pack of devoted followers. He tells them she keeps luring monsters out, counting at least 30 so far. Another guy wonders if that seems a bit off. How could a tiny cottage hold so many beasts? Then a third chimes in. If all those dead orcs over there actually came from inside that tiny shack, there must be at least 300 of them. It simply makes no sense. The thatched cottage has to be a respawn point. The others quickly agree. It completely looks that way, because nothing else would explain what they are seeing in this place. In a world built entirely like a video game, finding a respawn point is not really that unusual. It actually makes sense. Anger flares as one realizes something. Could those two be camping the respawn zone? Did they kick us out just to hog all the loot for themselves? The thought alone makes their blood boil. They desperately want payback against these two intruders, no matter what it takes. But going up against the fearsome Black Scythe, facing the fearsome Black Scythe is a death sentence, so they can only hide and watch. One of them suggests a different plan. Why not just wait until they leave, then jump in and claim the spot? Another agrees. They would love to take it back by force, but they simply do not have the strength for it. They settle in to wait. And let's be real, this is easily the biggest mistake of their lives. Meanwhile, inside, Minju-ri is practically buzzing with excitement. She tells the Black Scythe that she just hit level 20. Reaching this took her a mere 15 minutes. Ryumin offers a simple nod. Congratulations, he says. Minju-ri then reveals she got a new skill called Bless, raising her buff effectiveness to 60%. Ryumin asks her to cast it on him. She tells him to hold on, and a warm, golden light begins glowing from her hands. The light flows into Ryumin as the screen pops up. Stats boost by 60%. This massive stat boost lasts for nearly 3 minutes. Instantly, a deep green light wraps around Ryumin, filling his mind. Minju-ri explains this is Swift, a buff that dramatically increases movement and combat speed. It grants a massive 60% speed boost for 30 minutes. This speed upgrade is a total game changer for them. 30 minutes might seem short to you and me, but the impact of this speed buff is pretty massive. It increases his agility stat by 40 full points. While not quite as insane as Bless, it is still extremely useful. This is bound to speed up his clear times. Ryumin admits Swift is useful. Minju-ri beams, telling him not to worry about the timer because she will gladly refresh it every 30 minutes. Ryumin nods. Let's wrap up our leveling here and focus on the Orc Shaman. Is it still profitable? Ryumin explains they need to hunt other bosses too, and cannot stay here forever. Minju-ri really wants to help him. She asks if there is any way she can assist, but Ryu-min warns her to stay back. Just stay out of danger so you do not get in my way. Even with his harsh tone, she is not offended. Instead, she appreciates his care and promises not to worry. Right before stepping inside to face the orc shaman, Ryu-min hesitates. He casts a quick glance toward the 2 o'clock direction, spotting the 5 newbies. The group he kicked out earlier is spying from afar, completely clueless that they have already been spotted. Ryu-min had actually been reading their minds the entire time, using his rune of inner thoughts to see their exact plans. He notes to himself how they are bad-mouthing him and Minju-ri pretty badly. Luckily, his mind is far too strong. Insults do not easily bother him, but their arrogant attitude still annoys him. Despite the massive level gap, they still dare to scheme against him. Ryu-min lets out a quiet sigh. They clearly have not experienced the Black Scythe's terror yet. He needs to build his reputation. He cannot let anyone look down on him like this. To fix their attitude, Ryu-min cooks up a quick test, a little test of character to see what they are made of. He smiles darkly. He flings the door open and steps inside. Moments later, the wood shatters, and Ryu-min comes running out. Minju-ri wisely keeps her distance to avoid the crossfire, her eyes widening in pure shock. She mutters to herself, why is Black Scythe running? The guy who effortlessly slaughtered hundreds of orcs is fleeing? What could possibly scare him? Her answer arrives when a bizarre, massive orc steps out right behind Ryu-min. The orc shaman roars, summoning 20 more orcs out of thin air. Instantly, Minju-ri panics for Black Scythe. He is surrounded by 20 monsters, she thinks. Should I help? But her hesitation lasts only a brief second. She knows Black Scythe better than anyone. 20 orcs would never scare him. With his insane speed, he can easily outrun them. So why would he let himself get cornered like this when escaping should be a breeze for him? Minju-ri realizes he must have a plan. On the shaman's orders, the surrounding monsters close in on Black Scythe. They launch a relentless, coordinated assault. Watching from afar, Minju-ri can only marvel quietly as he parries every strike. His dodging is unbelievable. But her awe quickly fades when she notices figures creeping up behind the shaman. It is that same group of scavengers from earlier. What are those guys planning to do now? Are they trying to steal the shaman? Look at these opportunists trying to capitalize on his hard work. Seeing them creep forward cautiously with weapons drawn confirms her suspicions. They want the kill. No way. She thinks the shaman is his target. But he is completely occupied, and they might actually steal it. If this keeps up, they will swipe the boss right from under him. Just moments earlier, the 5 scavengers stood watching. They were waiting for him to move. Suddenly, one of them points, why is he heading inside that house? Another whispers, only the girl went in before. Is he trying to bait the monsters inside by himself? A third guy asks, totally baffled, but then why is that woman leaving her post right now? They stare in complete disbelief as the front door suddenly shatters into a million pieces. Out sprints Black Scythe. One of the guys yells, what is going on? Is he actually being chased? This makes zero sense. The legendary Black Scythe is actually running away? They just watched him butcher hordes of them. He is definitely no ordinary player. The idea of him running from 10 measly orcs is just ridiculous. Then someone mutters, wait, what is that monster behind him? That thing has to be over 2 meters tall. Another gasps, he is way bigger than the others. Is that the boss? Could he be summoning them instead? And that is exactly what is happening. The boss summoned a massive mob to trap our main character. 20 orcs relentlessly swing their heavy axes, but Black Scythe just dances nimbly through the chaos like a ghost. Can you even believe this guy? One scavenger screams, this is insane. How is he dodging all that? He says, listen up. We cannot just stand here doing nothing. Another player blinks, asking why. He points that boss monster is wide open. If we sneak past the mob, we can steal the kill. We hit him from behind and take the loot. Someone else asks, so what is the plan? Do we go? Another nods. This is our golden opportunity. Decide fast. But one of them whispers, looking pretty terrified, what if Black Scythe catches us? The leader sneers, he won't notice. He's way too busy fighting right now. And if he complains later, we will just say we were trying to save him because he looked in trouble. They all agree to the scheme and quietly creep up behind the shaman. But suddenly, complete and utter darkness blinds them. Panicked, they let out involuntary gasps of confusion. The men hastily scramble to cover their own mouths, but it is too late. The orc shaman already senses them sneaking up and quickly leaps away. He backs away. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel. Hey guys, thanks so much for the continuous financial support and for leaving likes on the videos. Your encouraging comments mean the world. but since likes have been a bit low lately, please help me out. If we can reach 2,000 likes, that would be amazing. Meanwhile, those greedy guys creep up on the shaman, then darkness. Pitch black shadows blind them all, and they gasp in pure, helpless terror. Desperately trying to cover their mouths, they realize it is too late. The shaman already feels them behind him. He quickly backs away, furious that someone dared to ambush him. Now, the roaring monster is completely livid. He raises his massive axe high into the air. When the dark shroud finally lifts, a horror scene awaits. The orcs that were surrounding Ryu Min are suddenly summoned right before their eyes. One guy screams in terror, total doom. Following their master's command, the entire pack of beasts swing their axes together. The desperate men scream out for help. They do not have the insane skills Ryu Min has to survive 20 monsters. Instant death. They barely survived fighting 5 of them earlier, and now they face an entire horde. Throughout all this, Ryu Min remains completely unfazed. He predicted this would happen, keeping his eyes locked on them. It is brutally clear who just got slaughtered over there. The 5 men who were suspiciously watching Ryu Min earlier. They were lurking and eyeing Minjuri. Ryu Min whispers to himself that they got exactly what they deserved. They tried to steal the boss monster and paid the price. Honestly, Ryu Min could have easily wiped them out inside. Instead, he put on a little show, acting like he was running away. It was a test of their true character, classic greed. They did not disappoint his low expectations, acting exactly as he predicted they would. He knew they would greedily go after the shaman. They fell squarely into the predicted range of human behavior. Unfortunately, the price for failing his test is death, and that blinding shadow that covered their eyes? Also, Ryu Min. But get this, the exact second they tried to ambush the monster, Ryu Min cast his dark spell, pure carnage. The shaman shifts its rage entirely onto those 5 men, quickly shredding them to pieces. He feels absolutely zero sympathy for them. They were more than willing to sacrifice other lives for their own benefit. Ryu Min mutters that they could have survived if they just kept their greed in check. He gave them a chance. He offered them a way out, but they chose this grave themselves. With his massive scythe resting on his shoulder, Ryu Min casually walks toward the remaining monsters. Spotting him, the angry shaman signals his warriors to charge. Too late. The exact second they step into Ryu Min's lethal combat range, green blood sprays everywhere. The beasts collapse before they can even swing. No matter how many try to swarm him, they are completely shredded. It is like throwing meat into a blender. His rapid slashes are so insanely fast, they are basically invisible. Ryu Min notes his speed has definitely gone up. Combined with his skills, he gets a 50% bonus at night. Seeing his entire pack get butchered in seconds, the shaman's eyes widen in sheer panic. He frantically raises his staff again, one clean swing. Before the monster can cast, Ryu Min's deadly scythe cleanly takes the shaman's head off. The system alerts him immediately. He has successfully defeated the boss, gaining a massive chunk of experience points. He collects gold, levels up, and acquires rare items like the mystic wooden totem and the legendary bead of eternity. He also advances his subquest. While the unique totem is a fantastic harvest, another item truly steals his focus: the real prize. This specific epic tier necklace has some seriously insane potential for his future build. It is categorized as an epic rarity item. The description says the souls of defeated enemies are trapped inside. Defeating monsters build stacks, but every 100 kills reduces the item's overall durability by 1 point. Those stacks convert directly into permanent stat points. It has a total durability of 1,000 points. This incredibly powerful item functions almost exactly like the absorption rune that belonged to the flame dragon. Absolutely wild. The only real difference is he only gets stacks from actual monster kills. Permanently raising stats is incredibly powerful, but the downside is the item's limited lifespan. That means 10 free stat points. But look at his face. Ryu Min is already planning something crazy. What if he can infinitely repair the durability? He can boost his power to unimaginable heights. He knows a trick. There is a legendary rune capable of repairing items, found way later in round 8. Dead silence. Minjuri calls out for him in the mist, but he refuses to answer. The Reaper rune massively cut down his visibility while standing still. Swiftly, he deactivated his Knight of Death skill. Right then, Minjuri noticed the strange shifting of light and shadow, finally locking her eyes right onto him. Minjuri calls out, "Ryu Min, there you are. I've been looking forever." He just replies, "As you can see, I'm pretty busy," and he points to the corpse. But Minjuri? Completely unfazed. It is like she knew this would happen anyway. She asks if he finally took him down, but wonders if he saw anyone else trying to steal his kill. Ryumin plays it cool, acting slightly unsure as he claims he didn't see a soul. But Min-juri still has her doubts. She finds it weird, swearing she heard screams. Ryumin stays completely silent, no need to bring up the bloody evidence. Instead, he suggests they move on and quickly wipe out the next boss. With that, they head straight for the third boss, the Orc Archer. Unlike that annoying shaman fight, there is zero reason to drag this out. One quick slice. The orc is in pieces. Then, the system alert pops up. You've defeated the Orc Archer. He gets 37.73% experience, 4,000 gold, and the Agile Archer's boots. He also snags a rusted arrowhead, a lesser green magic stone, and a stone of balance. Subquest progress is now at 3 out of 4 stones. Ryumin wonders what to check first, but his eyes lock onto one specific item, the Bead of Eternity. This epic necklace is insanely valuable, gaining a stack with every single monster kill. Each kill barely dents its durability. Once he hits a milestone of 100 stacks, it can be converted into a free stat point. On top of that, Ryumin gears up with his new Agile Archer's boots. They give a solid 10 agility boost. Ryumin gladly replaces his trashy old shoes, but first, he decides to disassemble a low-grade green magic stone, one of his oldest items. Since he just got a fresh, lesser green magic stone, he decides to fuse the two together. Right away, the system screen flashes with success. This awesome synergy grants his newly upgraded boots an extra stat boost, adding a sweet +4 to agility. As Ryumin reviews his progress, knowing he has cleared every mid-level boss, only the final, massive challenge remains. Now, the terrifying High Orc is waiting. And get this boss operates on a strict timer. Ryumin mutters to himself that he needs to end this quickly. The faster the kill, the crazier the rewards. Time to plan. His personal record of 43 seconds is the ultimate goal. Despite regressing 99 times, he's never broken it. But this round, he's got a secret weapon, Min-juri's buffs. That gives him serious confidence. Instead of rushing, Ryumin decides to stall his fight with the High Orc to use his extra time to power level. He also wants to abuse the Bead of Eternity without worrying about breaking it. To reach the ultimate high score, he's fully focused on maxing out his stats and doing what was once impossible. With that, Ryumin goes on a non-stop rampage. A total massacre, taking down exactly 2,415 orcs. Then, a system notification flashes. There are 30 minutes and 41 seconds left in the round. He quietly says to himself, it is time to shift gears. Grinding any more levels in this short window just isn't happening. Currently, Ryumin is sitting at level 39. Just one more, and he would unlock crazy new skills to skyrocket his power. But time is just too short. Still, he has no regrets. He gave this run everything, grinding for 7 straight hours, thousands of monsters dead. Ryumin notes that even though Min-juri just tagged along, he fed her over 100 kills. She should be thrilled. Plus, she buffed him up nicely. But honestly, the best part is his 9 stat boost. One more kill, and the item's durability drops to 0, shattering it forever. He has to stop using it now, so he can repair it later. With the durability sitting right at 1000, keeping it intact is crucial for the future. Right then, Min-juri asks if he is done hunting. Ryumin simply replies that this is plenty. Then, she suggests it is time to hunt the final boss, asking if he knows where it is. Ryumin says they must search, then suddenly looks at Min-juri. Coldly, he tells her they should split up here, thanking her for tagging along. Guys, make sure to hit like, subscribe, and support the channel if you can. Hey everyone! If you are new to this epic manhwa, you can find the complete playlist in the pinned comment down below. Also, a massive thank you to everyone who keeps supporting the channel and backing these awesome creators. We appreciate it so much. Now, picking up 16 minutes after Ryumin slaughtered the orcs non-stop, Min-juri asks, "Are you finished hunting, Black Scythe?" Ryumin calmly replies, "This should be enough." Min-juri then says, "Time for the final boss. Do you know where it is?" Ryumin says they'll have to search. Suddenly, he locks eyes with Min-juri and speaks, "We part ways here. You struggled to keep up." Min-juri looks down. Is this really the end? Her face clouds. Total disappointment. Their partnership is over. She asks herself if she should stay. Should she ask to stay until they defeat the final boss? No, she decides. Parting ways right now is for the best. Staying by his side would only hold him back. Walking away is the right choice. Ryu-min actually hears her thoughts clearly, but he chooses to ignore those thoughts. The High Orc final boss is a massive threat. There is no need for her to follow. Minjuri softly offers to refresh his buffs one last time. As she reaches out, his bless and swift buffs instantly reset. She thanks him again, admitting that hunting alone would have been a nightmare. Then, Minjuri pulls something from her inventory. She hands him a rare mana crystal, saying she found it while hunting. She is pretty unsure if he needs it, but insists. Keep it, Ryu-min says. But she firmly refuses. She is quite happy with just the experience points she gained. Without reading her mind, her sincerity shines through. Yet, her inner thoughts still leak straight into his head. She secretly notes she had two, intending to give Ryu-min one. But she can't let Black Scythe refuse. She owes him big. Seeing Minjurai act so caring, completely oblivious that he and Ryu-min are the same person, he can't help but smile. He tells her he received help too, so she should stop worrying about any debt. Minjuri looks completely bewildered. It feels like he can see right through her. Ryu-min accepts the mana crystal, saying he will gladly take it. See you next time, he calmly says. Leaving her stunned, Ryu-min takes off at a pretty blinding speed. Time is absolutely critical for taking down the High Orc. Among the 4 round 5 bosses, this monster is easily the strongest. He is so formidable that even 20 players at level 20 would get utterly crushed. Maybe 100 players could do it, but they would have to throw their lives away. And since that scenario never happens, it's not even worth considering. Ryu-min knows that is why he can remain perfectly calm. With the round ending, nobody is going to steal this kill. No need to stress. During his early regressions, not a single player ever managed to beat this monster. No one dared to touch it. But you already know our main character. He is the only one crazy enough to try. Black Scythe. At first, Ryu-min hesitated to fight. He only went out to finish a simple subquest, but he ended up dying 4 brutal times because of that boss. However, after getting his skull cracked open repeatedly, he mastered its attack patterns and figured out the time attack rules. Since then, he hasn't died to it even once. With every regression, he successfully shaves precious seconds off his clear time, aiming for the ultimate peak performance, 43 seconds. That was his personal record. This time, he is determined to completely shatter that limit. Moving with pretty incredible speed thanks to his swift buff, he easily covers 100 meters in just 7 short seconds. As he sprints, his focus locks in. The High Orc roams the battlefield freely, making him almost impossible to pinpoint normally. But Ryu-min activates his tracking skill. Instantly, a system message alerts him that the target is successfully located. He is currently 101 meters away. This skill works on players and monsters alike, with identical rules. You just have to remember their face and name. But is tracking only good for finding bosses? Not even close. He can use it on normal monsters too. If he simply thinks of any ordinary orc and tracks it, the nearest target lights up. This has been the secret to his lightning-fast farming all along. Ryu-min notes that the boss must still be alive. No one else in this world could possibly handle the High Orc. The players who fought so hard in prior rounds won't group up now. As the distance rapidly closes, the massive silhouette of the High Orc faintly emerges within Ryu-min's line of sight. A sigh of relief. It is still up. If he strikes quickly, that record is his. But then, an unexpected sight stops him dead in his tracks. The High Orc is already locked in a fierce battle with other players. 5 players. A hastily assembled party of complete strangers who only teamed up for quick mutual gain. Each of them had a pretty rough time trying to hunt 300 orcs alone, especially since they are only level 12. Realizing their clear limits at level 12 or 13, they decided to join forces and carefully hunt together. After over 6 hours of careful hunting, they finally hit their goal of taking down 300 monsters. Even so, they still lacked complete certainty about their rank. For now, they simply sighed in relief. But someone suddenly asked if it was too early to split up, suggesting they keep on hunting. Another agreed, wanting to reach level 20. With the main quest cleared, the group decided to push forward. Feeling pretty relaxed and confident, they dispatched nearby orcs with total ease. Soon, they hit level 20. New skills unlocked, boosting their self-confidence to a whole new level. The party grinded together. Their remaining time was almost up. Suddenly, one of them stopped. Wait, look at that. He pointed toward a bizarre orc they had never seen before. It had tough, tight skin like iron, over 3 meters tall, massive, bulging muscles. Even without weapons, it exuded massive power. What on earth is that? It looks like an orc, but totally different. Could it actually be a boss? Before, they would have trembled at a boss. Now, they were at the ultimate peak of their confidence. Without any proof, they felt it was easy. One yelled out, "Let us try taking this guy down." Another worriedly asked if they should. The leader replied, "It is a boss, so the rewards will be massive. If there is a reward, we will split it evenly." With that, they confidently charged the high orc. Here is where it goes wrong, because their loud shouts immediately drew its gaze. The high orc slowly turned. Meeting those eerie, soulless eyes, they instinctively froze. This was not prey. This was death itself. Suddenly, the 3-meter beast let out a bizarre, terrifying sound and lunged directly toward the panicking group. Landing with a thunderous crash, it swung. In a single punch, one player's head burst like a balloon. With another strike, a spine folded backward like a hinge. Instant death. 2 gone in a flash. The remaining 3 stood paralyzed with fear. Their minds went totally blank, unable to use any skills. The high orc struck again, piercing their chests. 2 more died instantly, their mouths frozen wide open. The very last survivor felt his mind completely shatter. He screamed in pure, overwhelming horror, "I am going to die. I am going to die." His mind screamed with the terrifying realization of death. The high orc stared down at its final prey, wearing a twisted, amused expression as if mocking his state. Being ridiculed by a monster crushed his remaining pride. But survival was more important. He begged, "Please spare me." He wanted to grovel and plead, throwing away every ounce of self-respect, but his body simply refused to move. The beast reared back to swing its massive fist. But right before the blow could crush his head, look at this. The high orc's body suddenly collapses as its severed head bounces on the dirt. Ryu Min had arrived. He exhaled a short breath. Sneaking up from behind, he had swung his scythe with full force, cleanly decapitating it. He had wondered if it would work, but it took just one strike. Suddenly, a system message appeared. The exact time taken to slay the high orc was just 1 second. A legendary new record. What lies ahead? Find out next time. One day, a stunning angel kidnaps 9 billion humans, tossing them into a deadly dungeon. Enter Ryu Min, a regular guy with a crazy gift every time he dies. He regresses back to day 1. He has already returned 99 times, and this is his final run. Will he finally end this living hell and get his revenge, or is his life over for good this time? Check the comments for the full playlist, and drop a like so we can hit our 3,000 goal. Huge thanks to everyone supporting the channel, especially our awesome financial backers. Now, back in the dungeon, the last remaining player screams in, "Terror, please spare me. Mr. Orc, please." He wants to grovel and beg, throwing his pride away, but his body just won't move. The high orc winds up a massive punch, but before it can crush the player's skull, Ryu Min slips in completely unnoticed. Breathing out softly from behind, he swings his scythe with massive power, cleanly severing the monster's neck. The giant body collapses as the head bounces across the dirt. Ryu Min wondered if his plan would actually work, but it only took a single slash. Right then, a system notification pops up to show the time it took to finish the fight, a single second. It is a historic new record, and the system alerts start flooding in. He defeated the high orc, gaining 54.79 experience, 8,000 gold, and an extra 4,000 bonus. He levels up, claiming gold gauntlets, a rare fang, and a low-grade, purple mana crystal. The Stone of Balance subquest is also complete, but what really gets Ryu Min excited is the notification right under it. He just completed the subquest and unlocked the Rune of Balance, a massive power-up and a vital piece of his ultimate build. This rune doubles all stats if the difference between his base attributes is 10 or less. It is a pretty strict condition he cannot rely on items or gear buffs. To activate the balance effect, his raw stats must stay remarkably close to each other. This means you have to level up all 4 stats completely evenly. For example, if a normal level 20 player gets this rune with 30 strength, 14 agility, 3 intelligence, and 3 luck, their minimum is 3 while their max is 30. That is a massive gap of 27 points, completely ruining the balance requirement. But if a player has a clean, even build, say, 20 strength alongside 10 points in agility, intelligence, and luck, the rune works like magic since the minimum and maximum are within the 10-point limit. All stats double instantly, boosting power way past normal levels. Ryu Min smiles. He planned for this from the start, carefully keeping his stats perfectly balanced. Right now, his raw, unbuffed attributes are sitting at 27 strength, 26 agility, 18 intelligence, and 28 luck. He kept his intelligence lower on purpose to nail that 10-point sweet spot. And check this out. His base stats are already insanely high for his level, thanks to extra points from the legendary Bead of Eternity. He opens his status window to check the new numbers and gets a massive shock. His strength is 374, intelligence is 614, agility is 518, and luck is 374. He laughs every single stat is over 300. Thanks to his stacking multipliers, his combat power is absolutely unreal for a level 40 player. Even better, his rank officially climbs from regular to expert, finally unlocking the player-to-player trading feature. He can now swap gold directly with others, though of course, the other player has to unlock the feature too. But Ryu Min does not care about trading right now. What actually matters is the screen flashing in front of him. He just unlocked a unique, class-exclusive skill called Moonlight Slaughter, a total power-up for Reapers. This is their only direct attack skill. It charges for 1 second before unleashing 1200% area damage in a massive crescent shape. Even wilder, it deals both physical and magical damage, getting a 1.5 multiplier during the night. It has a 10-minute cooldown and requires a Scythe to cast. Ryu Min whispers to himself he finally got it, the ultimate Reaper attack. Sadly, the class only gets this one offensive skill, while the rest of their kit is just buffs and debuffs. Having only one attack means you have to be incredibly careful. If you miss, you are completely vulnerable, and there is nothing worse than throwing away your finishing move. But that risk only matters if you actually miss the target. And if you are sure you can land the hit, the danger disappears. Luckily, Moonlight Slaughter is simple to land. With its massive crescent radius, missing is almost impossible. Even if you somehow mess up, you really have nobody else to blame. Plus, nothing hits harder than this. That 1200% area damage spikes to an incredible 1800% at night. And if an enemy is immune to physical strikes, the magical side of this skill still shreds them. Right now, only weak monsters are spawning, but far deadlier enemies are coming. The ultimate threats are the 7 archangels ruling the heavens, monsters so powerful even Ryu Min cannot fight them yet. He mutters, I have only seen them once, but their power is completely unimaginable. The system has never ordered me to hunt them down, but if I get the chance, I really want to slay one of those high angels. Regular angels drop loot, so the rewards for dropping an archangel must be insane. But he knows that is a challenge for when he reaches maximum level. For now, he focuses on getting stronger. Ryu Min looks down at the system alerts to check his special rewards. He defeated the 5th round boss, the High Orc, in just 1 second. Because of his blazing fast speed, the system grants him the maximum time attack bonus. Clearing it under 10 seconds awards him 100,000 gold. Ryu Min smiles with this massive bag of gold. He can finally learn every single common skill he has been missing. But wait, look at this. Just as he is about to close the menu, he notices another notification. He set an unprecedented record in time attack history, meaning his achievement will be permanently etched in the Akashic records. As a reward, he gets a unique item selection voucher. Ryu Min is stunned. What is this? That 1-second kill earned his very first historical record, and he definitely did not expect a bonus this huge. Opening his bag, he finds the unique item voucher right there. He can choose any unique item he wants, completely free. Without wasting a second, he activates the voucher, and the system prompts him to select a category. The options appear: weapons, shields, helmets, all the way to rings. Ryu Min is impressed that they let him choose the exact slot. He needs to pick something highly useful right this second. Rubbing his chin, he thinks through his strategy carefully. He realizes he does not need a unique weapon since he can craft those back in the real world. Right now, utility is far more valuable than raw attack power. He runs through the options, searching for the perfect ability to survive the current dungeon. Suddenly, his eyes light up, and he taps option 3. Meanwhile, the surviving player stares at the empty space in complete shock. He whispers to himself, did I just cheat death? This can't be real. That massive monster was obliterated in a single strike. He is totally speechless, looking down at the High Orc who just slaughtered his entire team with one punch. Talk about a bizarre twist of fate. He wonders, is Black Scythe really this overpowered? He stares at the dark figure with pure awe, but right as he opens his mouth to say something, the mysterious warrior vanishes into thin air, leaving him standing there in deep regret. He did not even get the chance to say thank you. Eventually, the round timer runs out. teleporting the survivors back to the lobby. Waiting for them is the smug angel, Priscilla, who sneers, "How did it go? Did you actually finish the quest? Or did your numbers drop just fighting weak orcs over these 10 hours? Did you turn on each other like wild animals?" The exhausted players stay dead silent, lacking the energy to even look up. Priscilla just chuckles at their misery, looking down at the screen to announce the final results. With a flutter of her wings, the ranking board appears, and the survivors freeze in shock. Sitting comfortably at first place is Black Scythe, a level 40 Reaper, with a clear time of just over 1 hour. Dumb idiots. Level 25 Shaman, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 21 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 24 Dark Knight, 2 hours, 47 minutes, 21 seconds. In Zone C007, first is Black Scythe, level 40 Reaper, at 1 hour and 6 seconds. Second is Democracy, level 21 Buffer, at 2 hours, 55 minutes, 38 seconds. In third place, Aged Man No Gay, level 23 Warlock, at 3 hours, 19 minutes, 12 seconds. The achievements of Black Scythe were insane, but his level was what really stole the spotlight. One player gasped in pure shock. Level 40? That is completely mind-blowing. There are just no words for this performance. It was an overwhelmingly dominant showing that left some completely speechless, while others just nodded like they expected nothing less. After all, Black Scythe had maintained an unbroken streak of first-place finishes since the very first round. Yet, Ryu Min did not share that same level of enthusiasm when he saw the results. As he stared at the screen, system alerts started flashing before him. "Congratulations, you have achieved first place in this zone. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in the overall ranking." The current ranking for Black Scythe is first place overall and first place in this zone. As the first place reward for this zone, you will receive the Intermediate Epic Necklace Selection Voucher. As the first place reward in the overall ranking, you will receive the Special Reward Selection Box. The rewards for achieving first place were starting to feel a bit repetitive, but the next message caught his eye. This next notification really managed to pique Ryu Min's interest. Confirmed as the first player to achieve 5 consecutive first places in the overall ranking, you have accomplished an unbelievable feat. You are now granted the title, The One Who Leads. Title, The One Who Leads. Requirements for acquisition. Achieve 5 consecutive first-place finishes in the overall ranking for the first time. Effect. Increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. Reading this, a subtle smile curved at the corner of Ryu Min's lips. "I have obtained the title exactly as planned," he murmured. And the reason for his unwavering pursuit of first place lay right here. He wanted this coveted title more than anything. With it, he could boost his leveling speed by 1.5 times. Ryu Min continued talking to himself, thinking that he absolutely could not afford to miss an opportunity to grow this fast. This massive experience boost was going to be invaluable. Now that he had his hands on the title he wanted, it was time to claim those first-place rewards. The system prompted him to choose one of 3 epic necklaces by touching his choice on the screen. Option 1, Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. Option 2, Necklace of the Java Tribe. And Option 3, Necklace of Resilience. These items had abilities you could not easily guess from their names. A normal player would probably just pick blindly, but get this, Ryu Min already knew their secret stats from his past lives. He knew exactly what to choose. Without hesitation, Ryu Min made his choice. What I need is number 2, the Necklace of the Java Tribe. The reward immediately appeared in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Category: Necklace. Rarity: Epic. Description: a legendary accessory worn by an enigmatic extraterrestrial race, imbued with potent magical energy. Effects: boosts all stats by +3, and abnormal status resistance by +35%. Durability: 1000. Usage restriction: requires at least regular rank. Despite possessing formidable stats, Ryu Min was not without vulnerabilities. He muttered quietly, "What I need to bolster right now isn't raw strength, but resistance to abnormal status effects. Even the strongest players can get wiped out by status conditions when they start spreading. We might not be facing monsters like that just yet, but it's always better to be fully prepared." Besides, items with resistance boosts are incredibly rare and valuable, making this the perfect long-term investment. If Ryu Min ever needs to part with it, he can fetch a massive price. Players who understand how lethal status ailments are would gladly pay a fortune for this hefty sum. Next, Ryu Min turned his attention to the Special Reward Selection Box. Choose one of the following special rewards by touching your choice. Option 1. A 3 times experience boost buff limited to round 6. Option 2. 6,000 gold. Option 3. Crucial information on round 6. Staring at this, Ryu-min muttered. The first option doesn't give stats anymore. It's just an experience boost. There is absolutely no need to overthink this. The experience boost is the obvious choice. Ryu-min already knew exactly what would happen in round 6, and he definitely didn't need the extra 6,000 gold, which felt like pocket change anyway. That was because Ryu-min currently had over 220,000 gold in his inventory. As he reflected on the previous battle, he thought, that 1 second time attack record was pretty unexpected. I had no idea a high orc would go down in a single hit. Maybe it was too busy dealing with the other players, letting me go all out. Right then, Ryu-min remembered the sole survivor from that group. Wasn't the guy who pulled the orc's aggro named An Junsok? Ryu-min looked around the crowd but couldn't find him anywhere. That was when the angel spoke up with a sinister, mocking smile. Has everyone checked their rankings? If so, I must inform you that out of the 185 main quest survivors, we will mercilessly eliminate anyone below 121st place. The players gasped in absolute terror, pleading for mercy. But mercy is a luxury this cruel angel never possessed. Wearing the face of a beautiful angel, she acted like a demon, wiping them out as the players wailed. Priscilla sneered at the slaughter, muttering about how pathetic they were for begging. Ryu-min discreetly clicked his tongue, looking at her. You're really no different from them, he thought, knowing what she truly was. After all, he had already seen angels begging for their lives at his feet in his past regressions. Priscilla muttered, these inferior humans shouldn't have been able to clear the 5th round subquest, but it seems some did. Her gaze briefly shifted toward Ryu-min, her eyes showing a flicker of deep unease. Then, a system alert popped up. Round 5 has concluded. Overall survivors, 190, 3 out of 27,557. Zone C007 survivors, 121. Priscilla continued, all right, humans, rest up. Your souls are returning to your world, and on June 1st, 2022, at midnight, round 6 will officially begin. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next epic chapter. Hey there! If this is your first time checking out this crazy manhwa, the full playlist is linked right inside the pinned comment. Thanks for all your support, and make sure to subscribe. The moment Ryu-min opened his eyes, he frowned. Sunlight was pouring in, and when he checked the clock, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 hours had already flown by. Suddenly, Ryu-min saw his younger brother lying fast asleep on the floor, looking as if he had completely passed out. Ryu-min smiled warmly. The kid must have been worried sick about him. His younger brother probably stayed up all night losing his mind with worry. Gently, Ryu-min called out, trying to wake him. "One, wake up." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ryu-wan jolted awake as if he had just been splashed with freezing cold water. Seeing Ryu-min awake, the kid cried out, "Hyung, you are up. I was so scared when you did not wake up." Ryu-min smiled and said, "I bet you checked if I was still breathing." To Ryu-wan, his older brother was not just everything, but his only family. Even with the warning, worrying was just natural. Ryu-min got it, so he chuckled and fondly ruffled the kid's messy hair. "You brat," he teased, "but it is nice to see you care." Ryu-wan grumbled, complaining that his head hurt. But despite his grumbling, deep down, he was incredibly relieved that his older brother was safe. Ryu-min then suggested, "Hey, let us grab some breakfast if you have not eaten yet. I am starving." After eating, Ryu-min returned to his room. He had serious work to do. Opening his combination screen, he began placing the items he dragged from round 5 into slots. His goal? Craft a unique item. The core base was the Reaper's Scythe, and the materials were Orc Heart, Mysterious Wood Totem, Corroded Arrowhead, and a High Orc's Molar. Right in the main slot, Ryu-min placed his weapon, the legendary scythe he wanted to reinforce. First, he popped out the low-grade orange gemstone currently embedded inside. If he hits the merge button now, the weapon would upgrade into an epic tier gear perfectly suited for his current level. Even without using a weapon, merging his target gear with these leftover materials would normally yield an epic item. But watch this, Ryu-min had a much wilder plan in mind, involving the rare black gold ore he swiped from Hwangyongmin. Adding that raw black gold ore to the recipe would skip epic entirely and forge a god-tier unique item instead. Dropping the rare ore into the final sub-material slot, Ryu Min held his breath and slammed the combination button. A brilliant white flash blinded the screen as a notification popped up. Combination successful. Death Scythe has been created. It is a unique grade weapon. The description reads, a terrifying scythe favored by the Grim Reaper. Legend says that the shadow of death follows this blade everywhere. Attack power is 300, giving all stats plus 10 and boosting skill damage 10%. With 3000 durability, it requires expert rank to wield. Finally, Ryu Min possessed the unique weapon of his dreams. Smiling, he realized he had officially outgrown his old starter weapon. Now, with a mountain of extra gold, what is next? Maybe buy some basic skills? The shop had 4 options. First was Area Scan, which acts like a mini-map. Second was Enhanced Vision, boosting his eyesight far beyond any normal human. Third was Basic Resistance, which reduced status debuffs by 15%. And fourth, Dexterity, which boosted skill accuracy by 20%. Sitting on over 220,000 gold, Ryu Min bought them all. He still had 140,000 left. After looking around the rest of the market, absolutely nothing else caught his eye as worth buying. A few epic items would drop in a couple of days, so he decided to save his remaining funds. And holding on to cash is never useless, especially with the trading system. Ryu Min decided to organize his inventory first. He merged all his raw mana shards into low-grade mana stones and slotted them into his armor pieces. Equipping his full set of gear, Ryu Min pulled up his status page to look at his stats. His name, Ryu Min. Alias, Black Scythe. Rank, Expert. Hidden titles, Time Regressor, First Angel Slayer, and Challenger of Retribution. And the one who leads. Level 40, Class Grim Reaper. Strength, 106. Intelligence, 150. Agility, 136. Luck, 106. Common skills, Tracking, Detection, Eraser of Traces, and First Aid, along with Night of Death, Moonlight Slaughter, and highly powerful passive runes like the Rune of Slaughter, plus the Rune of the Reaper, Illumination, Inner Thoughts, Doppelganger, and Balance. His remaining stat points were completely spent. Every single attribute now sat in the triple digits. This was his raw power with just the balance buff. Once combined with Minjuri's heavy buffs and blessings, his raw combat strength would be completely unmatched. And if the Rune of Slaughter triggers, those stats double. For now, it is time to work on Ma Kyung-rock. He needed to use Hwang Yong-min next. Ryu Min wondered how he was doing, hoping the guy survived as planned. Hwang Yong-min always survived up to round 5. Ryu Min assumed he was alive, but used his tracking skill to be sure. He searched for him, matching Hwang Yong-min's face and name to track his target's location. Seeing that tracking actually worked, it was certain he was alive. Ryu Min smiled. Good. He could make a lot more use of him now. Ryu Min planned to exploit Hwang Yong-min to the limit. But beyond this point, it was unrealistic, so he decided this was the end. This is the last time I'm using him. Hwang Yong-min would never know his fate rested so heavily with the errand boy he once tormented. The day after their return, Min Ju-hee sat at a cafe, her heart racing. She was about to meet Ryu Min, and, as the appointed time drew near, Min Ju-hee found herself lost in deep thought. Her mind veered into pure speculation. Why does Ryu Min want to meet again? Could it be? She quickly shook her head. Dismissing her thoughts as totally outlandish, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. A delightful rush of anticipation surged right through her. Whoa, okay. Calm down and stay cool. I can't let it show. She sternly reminded herself. She really didn't want to burden herself with unnecessary anxiety, or even worse, reveal her one-sided crush. Just then, the cafe's door swung open, and Ryu Min entered. Seeing her, he asked with a friendly smile, Hey, you're here already? Have you been waiting long? Min Ju-hee quickly replied, Oh no, not at all. I just got here. She felt and man, that post-fantasy awkward silence is too real. It settles heavy between the two of them. Min Ju-hee asked herself why it felt so awkward. Was it because of those weird daydreams? Even the briefest silence felt awful. Breaking the quiet, Ryu Min finally spoke. So, how was round 5? Did you meet the Black Scythe like I said? It was blunt, but Min Ju-hee was eager to steer the conversation. She welcomed the chance, saying yes, we met and hunted together. Honestly, I had doubts that the top-ranked player would actually join me. But when I showed him my abilities, he agreed. Ryu Min replied, Told you so. If he sees your buffs, the Black Scythe will definitely want you on his team. Minjuhi enthusiastically added that thanks to him, she had a really comfortable hunt, even securing second place in the area for once. Ryu-min faked amazement. Second place? Impressive. He asked about the reward, and she showed her rare mid-tier necklace that boosted agility, asking if he'd like to see it. She opened her inventory, showing it to him. Ryu-min gave a polite wow. Just pure acting. In a world full of epic gear, regular items barely caught his attention. Minjuhi then asked what he thought, wondering if it looked good. Ryu-min replied that it looked great. She offered it to him, saying she only got it thanks to his prophecy. But Ryu-min declined, pushing her hand back. No way. Why would he take her hard-earned reward? She insisted it wasn't hard to get, especially since the Black Scythe had made the hunt so incredibly easy. Ryu-min then asked why she didn't just give it to the Black Scythe instead. She sighed, asking if a high-level ranker would ever need a low-level necklace like that. Ryu-min had to agree. A rare-grade necklace was totally useless to someone of his stature. Plus, with tons of gold in his pocket, selling it wouldn't even register. He politely declined again, saying he appreciated it, but had no use for it. He mentioned he hadn't even reached regular grade yet. Surprised, Minjuhi gasped, questioning his actual level. Ryu-min admitted with a sigh of feigned frustration that he was only level 19, barely scraping by. He claimed he barely defeated 300 orcs in 10 hours. Minjuhi tried to hide her disappointment. She reasoned that a prophet isn't built for combat. To herself, she thought that combining prophecy with fighting would be totally broken. System-shattering, even. Of course, such a monster actually existed and stood right in front of her. But Minjuhi couldn't even begin to fathom that crazy truth. Ryu-min was just too different from the terrifying Black Scythe. But then, she asked an unexpected question. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel if you can. Hey everyone. Before we get started, please hit that like button. Let's aim for 2,000 likes, and your channel support means the world. Any financial support really helps us grow. Anyway, Minjuhi suddenly asks him, by the way, Ryu-min, how does a prophet actually fight? Ryu-min replies, I use magic skills, but I'm too embarrassed to show them. She goes quiet for a second before saying, well, then, you don't need that agility necklace. Since you're casting spells, you need to boost your intelligence instead. Ryu-min agrees, saying yes. But in reality, even magic classes need some agility. They still need a solid way to defend themselves from sudden attacks. While they don't exactly need the attack speed boost, having extra movement speed and evasion is pretty helpful for staying alive. Of course, none of this actually matters to Ryu-min since he doesn't even use magic. When he insists on turning it down, Minjuhi has no choice but to put the necklace away. Then she speaks up again, offering another option. Well, how about this instead? She pulls out a lowest grade red mana stone from her inventory, offering it to him. I found this while we were hunting. I can't guarantee its quality, but it's a small thank you gift, so please don't say no. Ryu-min knows she has specially prepared this for him. Smiling with genuine warmth, he says thank you for thinking of me. It's just a casual comment, but it completely catches Minjuhi off guard. Her face turns bright red as she stutters. I didn't get this just for you. I just want to show some gratitude since you've been helping me with info all along. Seeing her get so flustered like that, Ryu-min finds it pretty endearing. He smiles and says, I get it. Thanks. I'll take it. Without any more arguing, Ryu-min happily stows the mana stone away. Even if it's just lowest grade, gathering these will definitely help him level up and grow. He then tells her, since you gave me a gift, I should give you something in return. Minjuhi looks surprised, asking him what. Ryu-min replies naturally, it's intel about round 6. For a split second, she looks slightly disappointed, but that disappointment quickly vanishes. Minjuhi beams with a wide smile and says if you tell me, I'll be incredibly grateful. As Ryu-min begins sharing his prophecy, her eyes go wide. He has just mentioned the legendary Black Scythe. Telling her she needs to work with him, she gasps, so I have to team up with Black Scythe again this round? Ryu-min nods yes. Your buffs were amazing in round 5, so he won't say no. Minjuhi murmurs, I just didn't expect to work with him again. Ryu-min asks, isn't that a good thing? She nods slowly. Black Scythe was really nice to me. Ryu-min smirks, he was nice to you? Minjuhi replies yeah. He's surprisingly thoughtful, not scary at all like I thought. A bit arrogant, sure. But that makes sense for the top-ranked player. Talk about a hilarious ego boost. Our guy is getting complimented to his face, and he's loving every second of it. Minjuhi adds he also seems pretty sharp and insightful. It's hard to explain, but it feels like he really gets people. Ryumin secretly thinks to himself, well, I do have the rune of inner thoughts. It makes perfect sense to him. But Minjuri, completely unaware that such a rune exists, just finds Black Scythe incredibly cool. Ryumin thinks, I've got skills, insight, charisma, and thoughtfulness. A pretty flawless existence. But in reality, I am far from perfect. After all, I've failed 99 times. He feels a deep surge of urgency about the final round, which requires a 5-man party. Screwing up this time is out of the question. He mutters to himself, I cannot fail. Not when this is my final shot. He stares at Minjuri with absolute resolve. He knows she has to come along. Minjuri has to join my party, and so must that American priest. With 2 slots locked down, he still has 2 more positions to fill. Ryumin's thoughts are cut short by Minjuri's voice. Ryumin, what are you thinking about? Worried about the upcoming trial? He replies, yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I'm not exactly strong, you know. While it sounds ridiculous, Ryumin can't reveal his true identity yet. Minjuri chimes in, if only our zones were merged, I would gladly carry you through. But don't lose heart. We'll probably meet up soon. Ryumin smiles, yeah, you're right. Until then, I'll stay strong. You do the same. Ryumin laughs at her adorable, determined fist pump. He can't help but wonder, seriously, just imagine her face when she realizes he's the Black Scythe. The next day, Ryumin drives out toward his corporate headquarters. Originally, Heavenly Demon suggests grabbing a quiet lunch at a luxury hotel, but Ryumin declines, pushing for a company meeting instead. It is time to talk real business. Ryumin thinks, I've already proven my profit status, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even though he hasn't yet told Heavenly Demon what kind of business they are building, he knows the man will follow him blindly. Since Heavenly Demon is a remarkably loyal ally, he is a man who will do whatever it takes to scale up, and Ryumin has a track record of backing his claims. His abilities as a prophet have only grown over time, and with all that earned trust, it is finally time to show results. But for Ryumin, this isn't just about making money. It goes way deeper, especially since using Heavenly Demon's company has major perks. It means he can get his hands on any item he wants whenever he needs it. Cash is simply a tool for that. His main goal is his own leveling up, and growing the business helps him secure a tight bond with Heavenly Demon. That connection is his ultimate golden ticket to reaching the mysterious priest and using his high-level contacts to the fullest. Honestly, the financial gains that come with this are quite literally a sweet cherry on top. When Ryumin finally arrives, An Sang-cheol welcomes him with deep respect, asking Ryumin to wait a moment before leading him up to the main office. Heading into the elevator, the polite attitude of An Sang-cheol shows he was strictly ordered to treat their guest well. Ryumin steps inside. Heavenly Demon greets him warmly as their major shareholder. He gestures for Ryumin to sit, though Ryumin can tell his hearty laughter is somewhat forced. It is a show to make a good impression. Heavenly Demon asks if the trip here was quite uncomfortable. Our prophet replies that the ride was actually quite smooth, and Heavenly Demon asks if he has eaten yet. He offers to grab lunch together, but Ryumin replies seriously that they have far more important things to handle right now. Heavenly Demon leans in, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he asks if Ryumin is here with info on the next round. Ryumin stifles his inner laughter. I mean, wouldn't you also be dying to know what's coming next? The only reason Heavenly Demon brings it up so eagerly is because he is terrified Ryumin won't share the details this time. Putting his partner at ease, Ryumin promises that, of course, he will spill the secrets of the 6th round for them. An eager question follows about seeing the future. Ryumin nods as An Sang-cheol serves them tea. Though An Sang-cheol acts completely natural, Ryumin knows he is eavesdropping. He then continues, offering the information they want. Offering the 6th round details, Ryumin requests an emergency shareholders meeting to be called right away. Shocked, Heavenly Demon repeats the request. Ryumin explains they need to start talking business. Specifically, they must change their name and industry. Heavenly Demon's face instantly turns quite serious. After all, real-world business is just as critical to them as future info. He seriously asks how he can help with this. To pass his proposed business idea, Ryumin simply needs the CEO to back him up. Controlling 51% isn't enough for a special resolution, since he needs a 67% majority to pass it. Completely rebranding a business is a massive hurdle, and he can't just ignore the wishes of the existing investors. He can't make these heavy choices entirely on his own. But honestly, Ryumin doesn't need anyone else's approval. If Heavenly Demon is on his side, They are golden. Realizing this, the boss nods, noting his own 20% stake. Combined, they will control 71% of the company, making any vote a breeze. Ryu-min agrees, but warns him first. He wants a smooth transition without any ugly rumors, meaning they still need to persuade the other investors. Heavenly Demon waves it off confidently, promising to keep the others in line, though he wonders why they might object. He asks if Ryu-min expects fierce resistance to the new direction. Ryu-min nods, confirming that indeed he does. His future sight revealed that the older crowd over 30 won't find this sudden shift very appealing at all. Curious, Heavenly Demon asks what this new business actually is, while An Sang-cheol leans in to listen closely. An Sang-cheol is clearly just as intrigued. Ryu-min notes their intense curiosity, knowing they are hooked. Well, he did promise them absolute success if they made the switch. Smiling quietly, Ryu-min begins to explain. He announces that the new business they are venturing into is in Hey. Make sure to like and subscribe. Tell us in the comments if this story is still fire. Hey everyone. If you are watching this manhwa for the first time, you will find all the chapters pinned in the first comment. And do not forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. A huge shout out to our awesome friend for the financial backing as Ryu-min speaks. Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard lean in closer, their curiosity piqued, and Ryu-min says, I am planning to build a unique social electronic market exclusively for players. Heavenly Demon asks in amazement, an exclusive social electronic market? Are you talking about platforms like Auction, Amazon, or Coupang? In response to his question, Ryu-min nods affirmatively and says, that is right. However, there is a pretty massive twist: only players can access it, and instead of regular goods, they will be trading in-game items. Heavenly Demon asks, do you seriously think these items will trade for real cash? Ryu-min replies, that is completely up to the sellers. When listing their items, they can choose to trade for cold cash or swap items with others. Heavenly Demon says, I get the general concept, but why would players need cash? Ryu-min says, well, some players are definitely going to need cash, especially since there are not many viable options around right now. Heavenly Demon inquires, asking, right now? Does that mean there will be other options down the line? In response to him, look at that smirk. Ryu-min's eyes sparkle, realizing how incredibly sharp his business partner actually is. Then Ryu-min speaks up. Yes, exactly. I have caught a glimpse of the future. People who pass level 40 will soon be trading in gold instead of cash. Heavenly Demon asks in utter disbelief, gold? The two who have not yet reached level 40 have absolutely no idea a trade system even exists, let alone the mind-blowing concept of gold trading. Naturally, the idea of trading in gold has never even crossed their minds. Then Ryu-min adds, once you hit level 40, the trade function finally unlocks. With this feature, players can exchange gold directly. All we need to do is set up a secure platform to make this happen, and naturally, charge a commission in cash or gold. Heavenly Demon goes quiet, thinking it over. An exclusive electronic market for players? Honestly, it is a brilliant move. Since nobody has touched this territory yet, they have got a massive first-mover advantage. If they play their cards right, they could easily build a monopoly. While he is quite optimistic about the idea, Heavenly Demon keeps a straight face. Caution is still necessary. Then he asks Ryu-min, do you truly believe people will actually use an electronic market like this? Ryu-min replies, we are in round 5 now, and players already have a pretty massive stash of gear. As you know, loot dropped by monsters cannot be sold at ordinary NPC shops. Players are definitely struggling to figure out how to manage them. Heavenly Demon responds, so you are saying if we build a site where they can swap these things, they will welcome it gladly? Ryu-min nods. Exactly. Plus, now that most players are past level 20, a crafting feature has finally unlocked, and everyone is desperate to gather materials for recipes. When there is an easily accessible marketplace for these items, people will run to us. The timing is absolutely perfect. Heavenly Demon nods, clearly agreeing with the plan. With the main details settled, Ryu-min asks, what do you think of adding an auction system? Users can list items and bid, which drives up the value of rare loot. He replies, that is genius. It will definitely hook them. Then Ryu-min suggests, how about we let them list items completely free at first? That will draw people in, and we can add a VIP system to reward the heaviest traders. Heavenly Demon says, with a smile, that is another excellent idea. A satisfied grin spreads across Ryu-min's face as he watches Heavenly Demon's enthusiastic reaction. Ryu-min thinks to himself, looks like you are totally sold on this business proposal. Honestly, this is an insanely smart play, especially since players are about to dominate everything. But get this, it was a completely fresh market. Since the prophet himself was vouching for it, there was simply no way to say no. Ryu-min keeps thinking to himself, building this player-centric market is going to benefit me massively as well. I can easily grab whatever gear I need, especially those rare crafting materials that currently have a pretty vague or useless purpose. By securing these raw materials early, we can effortlessly craft legendary gear that blows unique items completely out of the water. Then Ryu-min inquires, we have got our business concept down. But what about our official company name? Do you have any ideas? But Heavenly Demon simply shakes his head and replies, let us not dwell on my suggestions. In times like these, we should follow the path foreseen by the prophet. After all, are you not the major shareholder of our company? Ryu-min does not argue, because it is true, and says, well then, how about player place? It shows it is a dedicated zone tailored just for players. Heavenly Demon repeats, player place, huh? That has a pretty good ring to it. I like it. In reality, Heavenly Demon he was not entirely sure, but he trusted the prophet completely. Heavenly Demon eagerly started sharing ideas. He asked if Ryu-min wanted to hear another plan. Ryu-min smiled, excited, and told him to share. Ryu-min listened closely, acting as the ultimate decision-maker while the office clock ticked. They talked endlessly. Neither of them even noticed how late the evening had actually gotten. Before they knew it, night had already fallen. Heavenly Demon noted the late hour and offered to grab dinner. Ryu-min politely declined, saying his younger sibling was waiting. Heavenly Demon looked quite disappointed. He muttered a quiet approval. He clearly loved discussing business with Ryu-min, who then asked a crucial question. Ryu-min asked how long it would take to launch the system. Heavenly Demon estimated about a month. If everything goes well, it launches after round 6. Ryu-min nodded. A month was a reasonable wait. But get this, Ryu-min suddenly mentions he has intel on round 6, making Heavenly Demon lean in. He was genuinely thrilled to hear this. Even his bodyguard, sitting nearby, tried to act cool but listened. The guard pretended not to care, but hung on every word. Ryu-min then explained round 6. He explained the core strategies. Taking it in, Heavenly Demon looked highly intrigued. He noted that cooperation seems vital for this round and thanked Ryu-min for the valuable advice. Ryu-min smiled and welcomed him. Externally, Heavenly Demon kept it polite, but inside, he was grinning. He congratulated himself for keeping the prophet close. Everything in his life was finally running smoothly. This was true both in the real world and the other universe. Or so he thought. Ryu-min heard everything. He had no idea his private thoughts were being read like an open book by the guy right here. Clueless, Heavenly Demon suggested they move forward with their plans and call an urgent shareholders meeting. He wanted to pass the required resolutions quickly. He then asked if Ryu-min would present the idea. He was testing the waters, asking if Ryu-min felt comfortable presenting the business concept directly to a large group. Ryu-min readily agreed that it would be no problem. Once the meeting wrapped up, he went straight back home. A few days flew by. Just before midnight, Ryu-min eagerly pulled up the secret system shop interface. Today's item was the Wanderer Tattered Cloak. Epic grade armor, defense 1, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, 1000 durability, and the description says it is a dirty, torn cloak. The epic item he wanted was finally here. The defense is garbage, but those speed boosts are incredible. The price was 20,000 gold. Ordinary players would find that insanely steep. But Ryu-min was swimming in gold, so it was nothing. It barely made a dent. Until a player market is active, he has to rely on these shop items. Once the new business takes off and trading becomes active, he can buy directly from the marketplace. He can get everything from the e-market. At that point, he can craft any high-tier items he wants. Since the shop never offers anything past epic grade anyway, crafting is the only way to get better gear. Figuring out the recipes is usually a total nightmare. But luckily, Ryu-min has them all memorized. How? Ryu-min had meticulously checked every single pattern during his regressions. Without those patterns, even he would be clueless. Normal players will have to blindly test combinations. Since they do not have patterns yet, people are forced to waste resources just to figure things out. Eventually, once people realize these crafting patterns exist, a massive hunt for them will begin. Random experimentation has its limits. That makes these patterns incredibly valuable on the black market. Some recipes sell for fortunes, especially the ones for god-tier gear that are out of reach. Imagine getting the blueprints for a legendary god-tier item. Would you not pay any price for that? Plus, holding that rare information means you can easily sell it to other desperate players for a pretty penny. That is how valuable this information is. But for Ryu Min, buying these patterns is totally pointless. He already had the info. This made his knowledge worth an unthinkable, crazy amount of money. His master plan is to craft his own god-tier gear long before round 11 even starts. Smirking, he settled into bed. Not because he was tired, but because the shareholders' meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. As the top shareholder and ultimate authority, Ryu couldn't miss this. He closed his eyes, and the murmurs slowly died down. Guys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel. Keep an eye out for the next part. First off, a massive thank you to everyone supporting us, especially those keeping this channel alive financially. I really appreciate the support. Don't forget to like. Let's hit 2,000 likes before the morning runs out. Now, the room was buzzing with serious anticipation as everyone gathered for the major shareholders meeting. These were investors who had backed Chioma Consulting. At the entrance, bodyguard On Sang Chiol handed out simple brochures to arriving investors, asking them to take the documents and fill in seats from the front. The booklets contained critical details on the company's management policies, performance data, and operating profits. Yet the arriving investors barely glanced at the paper before tossing it aside, their eyes locked on the stage. Since they already knew today's shocking agenda from the official convocation notice, there was zero reason to read anything. The brochures were useless. One investor muttered that they must be joking trying to change the industry and company name. Another whispered to wait and hear them out first. Right then, everyone was anxiously waiting for the boss to show up. If the CEO said anything out of line, they were ready to pull their money out the second they walked out of the building. As the crowd packed the room, the clock finally struck 10 a.m. Right on cue, Ma Gyeongrok, looking incredibly sharp in a neat suit, walked up and greeted them as the chairman, saying, "He is Ma Gyeongrok, CEO of Chioma Consulting." Surprisingly, no one clapped. The dead silence in the room was heavy, like they were holding back, waiting for a real explanation. Smiling as if he expected this, Ma Gyeongrok, he wastes no time. Looking straight at the crowd, "You guys ready for the real twist?" They knew they were here for a major decision, but his sudden announcement that the company was changing its whole business model and name sent a wave of heavy sighs through the crowd. Hearing it directly confirmed made it real. It made total sense. These people had poured cash into Chioma Consulting because they believed in the original vision, only to be told things were taking a massive, sudden turn. Naturally, the investors felt completely blindsided by the bizarre news. One guy yelled out that they were doing great, so why make these crazy changes now? Another shouted in anger, asking if this business was just a game to him. They wanted him to stick to consulting. The room quickly descended into a loud, angry uproar. Yet Ma Gyeongrok did not lose his calm composure. He just kept smiling, asking everyone to calm down. He then announced that regarding the massive industry shift, he wanted their new majority shareholder who holds 51% of the company and top management rights to speak. He called him up. At Ma Gyeongrok's cue, Ryu Min stepped onto the stage and greeted the stunned crowd, introducing himself. He told them he was the new majority owner of Chioma Consulting. Looking at Ryu Min, the entire room, gasping in shock. This kid barely looked 20, yet he was standing there claiming to run the entire show now. People started whispering to themselves, wondering if this was a sick joke and how a kid could be the boss. Owning 51% meant he had poured billions into the company. The crowd stared at Ryu Min with deep, intense suspicion. Some even clenched their fists, unable to believe this reality. Standing before them, Ryu Min finally spoke up, offering to explain the exact shift they were planning. As Ryu Min laid out the vision, just like he did with Ma Gyeongrok, the crowd's eyes went wide. One investor gasped that he wanted a social open e-market, specifically for players. Isn't that just catering to them? Another sneered, asking if he was renaming it to Player Place. The name sounded totally ridiculous, but they kept their simmering anger quiet for now. No one yelled out yet, seeing how many eyes were on them. Observing their rising frustration, Ryu Min, he just grins at the chaos, and honestly, can you blame him for laughing? They were not players themselves. Most of these shareholders were normal folks, ranging from their 30s to their 60s, just ordinary citizens. The younger players? They rarely touched stocks at all, completely avoiding long-term investments. It made sense when you might die in the next deadly round. Planning for a financial future seemed completely futile. If they needed cash fast, they either sold their skills, resorted to heavy gambling, or even turned to dark, criminal paths. With their insane new powers, pulling off a quick robbery was incredibly easy. They got exactly what they wanted without fear. Why worry about the police when your life is constantly on the line? For many, safe prison walls sounded better than the brutal unknown of the next round. And that was the issue. To normal citizens, players were dangerous threats, ticking time bombs waiting to turn criminal. Naturally, the distrust ran deep. Naturally, skepticism rises when someone proposes a player marketplace. But Ryumin calmly wraps up that concludes my explanation, and I will gladly answer any questions. But before Ryumin can even finish his sentence, hands shoot up all over the room. Seeing their eager reactions, Ryumin lets a small smirk slip and says, "It seems there is some serious. It is a fine industry." Ryumin replies, "It is my idea." Another asks his real intention behind changing the business. Are they predicting downfall? No way. Ryumin snaps back, what boss actually wants their own company to fail. This move is purely to grow us further. But another presses, do you have any solid proof this pivot will work? Aren't you just assuming players even want this platform? Who says they are going to accept this crazy idea? Wait till you hear his response. Ryumin calmly tells them it is incredibly handy, and those who do not use it will simply fall behind. Gentlemen, if the company grows, is that not great for shareholders? Here, you will all receive higher dividends. But one shareholder snorts. What if you fail and we go bankrupt? Can you not just stick to consulting? Ryumin replies calmly, I am sorry, but I simply cannot be satisfied with just consulting. Consulting is not sustainable. The era of players is coming fast, and we must completely pivot to survive. We need to adapt. Despite the onslaught of inquiries, Ryumin remains calm, totally unfazed, answering every single question. He answers methodically until the questions gradually dwindle. Finally, he looks around and asks if there are any further inquiries. The once turbulent atmosphere transforms into dead silence as the stunned shareholders ask themselves, what more is there to ask? We covered everything. He might be young, but he is certainly not rattled at all. While the shareholders are stunned, the most shocked person is Heavenly Demon, who was watching quietly from the sidelines. He thinks to himself, what is going on? Is this really him? The atmosphere feels subtly different. I thought he was just a naive kid, but he is surprisingly quite bold. Today, he is truly impressive. His grit against all this criticism is rather astonishing. Answering every single question in the middle of a barrage of complaints requires some serious composure. Heavenly Demon says to himself, it is almost hard to believe he is only 20 years old. For a second, he remembers his own life back when he was 20, comparing his past self to Ryumin's composure. Those were definitely much less mature times. He wishes he could have handled things as calmly at 20. He might have earned his father's recognition and taken his place as the tapeless successor. A sudden wave of awkwardness hits him. But wait, this is a business meeting after all. Heavenly Demon quickly snaps out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, we shall now proceed with the vote. To pass this special resolution, they need over 67%, and with Ryumin holding 51% and Heavenly Demon holding 20%, their combined approval alone guarantees it. Honestly, there is no real need to get anyone else's vote. But holding this meeting and discussing it with them is mostly for diplomatic reasons. Heavenly Demon speaks up. Is anyone opposed to the change in industry and company name? Nobody says a word. Dead silence. Smiling, Heavenly Demon declares the results. Since there are no opposing votes, the proposal passes with 100% approval. Although they had voted yes, the shareholders cannot hide their intense unease. They reluctantly raised their hands, secretly wanting to oppose it. But here is the thing, Ryumin knew exactly what they wanted, thinking that in a few months, they will be incredibly thankful that they did not sell their stock. They will celebrate a massive success, and everyone will cheer for their company's soaring success. Heavenly Demon speaks up with this. We conclude our shareholders meeting. Thank you all for attending. With those final words, the shareholders begin shuffling out of the room one by one. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon approaches Ryumin, calling him our major shareholder and saying he handled it beautifully and without a trace of nervousness. Ryumin laughs. I practiced at home, he says, which seems to have paid off. In truth, Ryumin had not practiced, but his performance somewhat softened Heavenly Demon's guard. Ryumin then tells him all that is left is to build the website and system quickly. He says he will leave that entirely to Heavenly Demon, who happily agrees, telling his major shareholder to focus on surviving the next round without any worries. Heavenly Demon is clearly concerned, since the prophet class seems weak. Reading his mind, Ryu Min smiles. He is just worried. Worried that if I die, no more prophecies. There will be no more prophecies. Heavenly Demon then offers to buy him lunch at the hotel. Ryu Min happily accepts. He thinks to himself that today is wrapped up, but there is still one key thing remaining: how to use Huang Yongmin. Plotting his next move, a massive, devious smile spreads across Ryu Min's face. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel. And keep waiting for the next epic chapter. Huge thanks for all the support, especially to our channel sponsors. I know this chapter is on the shorter side, since I have been feeling pretty sick lately. First-time viewers should check the first comment for the complete list to find the playlist. Now, Sunday's regular meeting of players is starting at the Haven Cafe, which Ryu Min previously joined under the name Little Kodal, alongside the fake Black Scythe whom Ryu Min killed. Suddenly, a woman named Yami appears with an incredibly energetic greeting. But unlike her, everyone else looks totally miserable. The atmosphere is completely dead, leaving her pretty confused. She gasps, "What is with this heavy vibe? What happened?" A senior officer sighs, finally telling her the truth. "You probably haven't heard, Yami." Two officers went totally silent. She blinks. "Wait, who is missing?" "My age 30 and jam made of honey. Since they vanished in round 5, it is highly likely they are dead." Yami finally understands why everyone is mourning. But internally, she finds it kind of ridiculous. They only knew each other online, through video calls. Did they seriously form such deep bonds to cry over some pixels? Then, she has an epiphany. They are faking it. Obviously. They just want to look good for the chairman. The group's mysterious founder, known simply as the chairman, is the ultimate authority here. Naturally, kissing up to the boss is survival 101. The chairman always sheds tears when players die, so Yami thinks, well, I cannot let them outshine me here. She instantly turns on the waterworks, sobbing loudly, "Oh no. What are we going to do without my age 30 and jam made of honey?" Another officer quickly pipes up, "Do not cry, Yami. Seeing you cry makes me want to sob too." Her tears work instantly. The whole room is completely swayed. In her mind, she laughs. What total fools. Everyone is just trying to outfake each other. Just then, the chairman himself enters the call, sounding quite taken aback. He demands to know why everyone is crying. Now, get ready for things to take a wild turn. Steps up to report the tragic news. Right on cue, the chairman covers his eyes, putting on a highly dramatic, grief-stricken face. He sighs heavily. "How could this happen? But we must be thankful the rest of you made it." The boss sighs, noting that their active roster has dropped. 6 left. Just 6 of them remain now. An officer suggests recruiting fresh blood, but the chairman hesitates. He wants to, but finding genuine talent is pretty difficult. In fact, those promising candidates who applied during the last round have completely stopped answering their phones. He means the 3 potential recruits, including that fake Black Scythe. Lost Yak frowns, asking, "Are they still completely silent?" The chairman nods yes. "I tried calling them multiple times, but there is zero response." Another officer chimed in, "Who knows?" But the chairman counters that speculation. The real Black Scythe is still alive. He survived. Just look at the round 5 rankings. He took first place. So why on earth would he apply and then go totally silent? The chairman shrugs. "I have no clue." Another officer speaks up. "Could he be playing us? What if he was an imposter from day 1? Maybe the fake died in round 5, which is why there is no response." The chairman considers this, nodding slowly. An imposter would make sense. But then, an officer slips up and mutters, "Honestly, why would the real, legendary Black Scythe ever join a mediocre cafe like this anyway?" He instantly freezes. "Oh, you know he messed up big time." The offender freezes, but the chairman's gaze is already ice cold. He demands, "What did you just call our group?" "We are pioneers, uniting the strongest players through pure cooperation. Why would you mock us?" The offender starts shaking, pleading, "I am so sorry. Chairman, I did not mean it like that." The chairman is completely done with him. Effective immediately, you are stripped of your officer rank. No. Actually, you are permanently kicked out. To survive, we need total unity. Our combined strength is already barely enough. We cannot tolerate toxic people who belittle our home. From today on, poison person, you are officially blacklisted. Adapt or die alone in this brutal new era. The man screams, begging for mercy. One down. Five left. The chairman clears his throat, asking to resume the meeting now that the trash is cleared. All the remaining officers freeze in fear. They realize that here, the chairman's word is law. But right at that moment, Lost Yak gasps, staring at his screen with a pretty shocked face. The chairman frowns. What is wrong? He stammered, you won't believe this. But the player who just applied is named Black Scythe. The chairman is completely stunned. He applied again? Lost Yak explains that the registered name is totally different. While the previous candidate was named Kim, in Hong, this new applicant is Hang Young Min. The chairman pauses, pondering his options. Finally, he orders them to go pay this applicant a personal visit at his home to verify his true identity. But we have to meet. That fake Black Scythe is going to pay for playing tricks. Not long after, Ryu Min ends up in a local internet cafe of all places. But his mission is clear: join the mysterious Players Haven Cafe. There is just one pretty massive catch. He is doing this as Hang Yongmin. The cafe requires zero ID verification, making it the perfect spot for identity theft. A complete scammer's paradise. Really? Why? Because this covert operation of his is born entirely out of necessity. Some random guy has been running around pretending to be the famous Black Scythe. The Players Haven Cafe executives cannot just let that slide. So, Ryumin smiles. His plan is to use Hang Yongmin as bait to lure out those big-shot cafe executives. Choosing the name Black Scythe was no random whim. It was calculated to grab serious attention. It is the perfect excuse for them to schedule an interview to verify his identity. They might even pay Hang Yongmin a personal visit, which is exactly why he put down Hang Yongmin's actual home address during registration, right down to the specific villa unit number. He smirks, confident. With his tracking skills, there is not a single soul he cannot find. No matter where those executives run, they are already sitting in the palm of his hand. Perks of being an overpowered player. Ryu Min gets why these guys are so hungry for power, but their actual methods? He completely loathes them. To climb to the top, they force members to commit murder. Pure horror. They treat normal people like slaves. Their actions are driving a massive wedge between normal people and players, which is a fast track to complete societal collapse. And here is where things get real. Ryu Min feels forced to step in because these guys are begging for a beatdown. These self-proclaimed architects of chaos need to be taken out. Completely gone. But he sees a massive opportunity here. Instead of just destroying the Players Haven Cafe, why not steal its power? Too valuable to throw away. The group is still pretty young, but it is quickly growing into a dangerously powerful organization. Over 30% of the country's players have joined. They behave like terrorists, but they still hold massive power. They are the biggest player guild around. So, instead of crushing them, Ryu Min will just put them to work. He has a brilliant shortcut in mind that is going to save him a ton of time stealing their top leadership spot. Specifically, the chairman's seat. Brute strength alone cannot control thousands of players. You need real structure. Let us be real here. Controlling a massive army of players takes a whole lot more than just brute strength. No time to build from scratch. The clock is ticking. But taking over an existing group? Easy. That makes everything a whole lot easier. And that is exactly where the role of the cafe chairman comes in. To Ryu Min, the current chairman is completely irrelevant. What actually matters is the powerful throne he built. He infiltrated this group to take out the top brass and claim that throne for himself, using Hang Yongmin as his pawn. The poor guy is just a sacrificial lamb to lure them out. Smiling slyly, Ryu Min shifts his pace and heads straight toward Hang Yongmin's house. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for the next part. A huge thank you for all the support, especially to those who support the channel financially. If you are watching this manhwa for the first time, you can find every single part in the pinned comment. Last time, we saw Ryu Min heading towards his rival Hwang Yongmin. Ryu Min used his real name and address to register at the Players Haven Cafe as the Black Scythe. Meanwhile, after the total chaos of the fourth round in this brutal, nightmarish world, many players had grown completely numb to murder. They did not hesitate to take ordinary lives, and player crimes reached terrifying levels. Honestly, it was a natural shift. With enough repetition, even the most horrifying deeds become second nature. Hwang Yongmin was no exception. He quickly adjusted to the chaotic, lawless lifestyle that became his daily reality. Right then, a sharp bell chimed as Huang Yongmin walked into a small lottery shop, stepping toward the yellow's counter. The owner, who was busy reading his newspaper, finally looked up and politely asked, "What brings you in today, sir?" Suddenly, with a quick, aggressive motion, Huang Yongmin slammed his bag on the counter, his voice cold and sharp. "Empty the register into this bag if you do not want any trouble." The owner froze, hesitating, utterly confused. In response, Huang Yongmin slammed his fist right against the wall. Although the strike looked seemingly ordinary, it hit with the force of a massive sledgehammer shattering the plaster. "What are you waiting for?" he growled. "Do you think this is some kind of joke?" That was when the owner realized the terrifying truth. "Is this guy a player?" he wondered. Seriously, you would have to be insane to resist a player with that kind of crazy strength, especially in South Korea where guns are incredibly rare. Huang Yongmin cut off his frantic thoughts, demanding to know what his sudden delay was. "Tell me, do you really want to die? I will do it." The owner stammered, frantically grabbing the cash from the register and handing over the bag with trembling hands. Huang Yongmin glared. "Is this seriously all you have?" The owner replied. Business had been terrible since lottery ticket sales were suspended. He explained that he sold basic convenience items, but the revenue was low. Huang Yongmin snapped. "Who asked for your boring life story? You know there is a safe in the back, right? Do not play dumb with me. Go empty it now." The terrified owner quickly nodded. Reluctantly, he pulled out the cash from the safe, which was around 10 million won. Huang Yongmin nodded, muttering that it would do. He turned to walk away, but suddenly spun back. "If you even dream of calling the cops, remember this. I will break out of jail and hunt you down." The petrified owner swallowed hard, immediately abandoning any plans to report it. Slipping away, Huang Yongmin ducked into a nearby dark alley to avoid any potential witnesses. Suddenly, a smug grin spread across his face. "This haul is quite the catch," he whispered. "This can easily keep me comfortable for a whole month." Surviving in the real world was easy enough, but what about the game? Could he actually survive the next round? A dark look crossed his face. Damn it, if only I did not have that penalty. That permanent stat reduction had severely crippled his growth, completely draining his motivation. "I barely managed to take down 300 orcs this time, but can I make it through the next round?" The more he thought, the heavier his sighs became. He cursed out loud, "Damn you, Black Scythe." Honestly, he blames all his massive failures and lost friends on that one guy, suffered those massive stat debuffs, and ended up robbing stores. He screamed into the empty alleyway before running. It is all the fault of that bastard. Unlocking his shabby front door, he stepped into a cramped, dusty studio. Surprisingly, his monthly rent was only 50,000 won. Still, he muttered, "It is pretty great being on my own. No more nagging parents to deal with." After the fourth round concluded, he completely cut off his family. Armed with stolen cash, he had originally planned on chasing some grand dream of running with local gang members. But with the world falling apart, being a low-level thug was useless, especially when everything felt like too much effort. So, he abandoned that plan, getting this tiny room instead. He sighed, "At least I can get by on robberies for now." But his chest tightened. "How much longer can I keep living like this?" he wondered. Over the past 4 months, his whole life had shattered. He fought endless brutal battles against monsters like goblins, trolls, and bloodthirsty orcs just to survive. He had even lost an arm to that monster, the Black Scythe. He also murdered his own mentor, Jo Jung-sik, by backstabbing him. As for his closest childhood friends from high school, he had personally slaughtered them too. Now, desperate for cash, he resorted to robbing stores, completely avoiding any major gangs. His once normal life had spiraled straight into a chaotic, hopeless abyss. He muttered to himself, "If only I had never crossed paths with that damn Black Scythe." A heavy sigh escaped his lips. Suddenly, he shook his head, realizing he was wasting precious time. "This is not the moment to get emotional," he told himself. "I need to get moving." He wants to make every remaining moment count, experiencing everything he ever desired and wondering what dark path to take. But then he suddenly remembers that all of his peers are actually players too, backing down from that awful plan. Those women had undoubtedly survived pure hell during previous rounds, making them far too dangerous for him to target. Anyone left standing would easily fight back. leaving him with no choice but to set his sights on older targets. Thinking women over 30 would be much easier to overpower, he remains determined to find a beautiful woman for himself. Perhaps a regular girl resembling Sayin might be out on the streets, humming a happy tune in his heart. Grabbing his coat, he gets ready to head out, thinking he might visit a high-end salon if the mood strikes. Spending cash like some movie star is his dream, showing off his wealth while being surrounded by beautiful women. If funds run low, he can always rob another store, confidently swinging his front door wide open to leave. But he immediately freezes. What the hell? He gasps, seeing a complete stranger standing right on his doorstep. Han Yong-min demands to know who he is, but the stranger ignores him, asking if he is Han Yong-min. Looking at him with suspicious eyes, the man just offers a warm smile, realizing his guess was correct. Han Yong-min demands to know if he is a cop, making the man laugh and ask why he would say that. Asking if a crime was committed, the man tries to push past Han Yong-min, sparking immediate, furious anger. Han Yong-min snaps, demanding to know who gave him permission, but the stranger apologizes and says he is lost yak. As an interviewer from Player Haven Cafe, he checks on a morning application, leaving Han Yong-min totally confused. Asking if he is on drugs, Han Yong-min is stunned when the man inquires if he is the Black Scythe. Seeing his genuine, confused reaction, Lost Yak senses a total mix-up and decides to ask him one more time. He asks if he is really Black Scythe, but Han Yong-min laughs, asking if this is some kind of joke. When asked about the Player Haven application, Han Yong-min has no clue what that is, making Lost Yak sigh. Realizing his mistake, Lost Yak apologizes and turns to leave, but Han Yong-min demands to know what is actually happening. Lost Yak says it looks like someone played a prank using his personal information. Since his name and address matched, Han Yong-min gets furious, demanding to know who stole his identity. But suddenly, a cold voice cuts right through the air. It was me, making them spin around instantly. Looking back, they spot a mysterious masked figure, and Lost Yak immediately demands to know if he is the culprit. Han Yong-min is totally thrown off, shouting and demanding to know what the hell is going on. Honestly, his complete shock makes total sense. A random masked lunatic just showed up out of nowhere. Han Yong-min angrily asks how this stranger even knows who he is, but Ryu-min just stands there. Instead of giving him an answer, Ryu-min simply summons his massive death scythe directly from his inventory. Seeing that colossal, terrifying weapon, both Lost Yak and Han Yong-min freeze in complete, stunned silence as Ryu-min speaks. He asks if this answers their question, knowing that a scythe wielder is extremely rare, let alone one this massive. And if a player is carrying a weapon that large, there is only one legendary figure who comes to mind. Like twins, they both think of the exact same top-tier ranker. Are you thinking of the same person too? They wonder if this is actually the real Black Scythe. But Lost Yak suddenly narrows his eyes in suspicion. He starts questioning if this could just be another fake imposter looking to ride his coattails. He notes a massive difference between the legend and this guy, starting with his surprisingly small build. He looks shorter than 170 centimeters, carrying a scythe that seems way too heavy to even swing. Sure, comparing a real player to their avatar is usually pretty dumb, but this guy just looks too weak. But Han Yong-min, who had actually met the real Black Scythe face-to-face before, instantly knows the truth. He realizes this is indeed the genuine Black Scythe. Despite the different build, the chilling aura is identical. Most of all, those intense eyes staring right through the mask are something he could never forget. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned. Hey everyone, massive thanks for all the support. I truly appreciate you guys. Special shout out to those who sent in financial donations. If you are watching this manhwa for the first time, check the pinned comment for the series title and other parts. Now, Hwang Yong-min, who had actually crossed paths with the Black Scythe before, froze in place. He knew that aura. It was definitely him. Even if his body shape looked somewhat different, that chilling tone and presence were identical. But most of all, those unforgettable eyes peeking through the mask confirmed everything. Hwang Yong-min realized the actual Grim Reaper had just arrived, making his hair stand on end. His entire body shivered uncontrollably, like a helpless prey instinctively locking eyes with an apex predator. He stared in disbelief, remembering his empty boast about slicing the legendary player in half the next time they met. But let's be real, he thought. That was just tough talk. Our level gap is more than double. How could I ever hope to pull that off? Besides, what is he even doing here? More importantly, why did he use my name? There is absolutely no reason for someone like him to have business with me. As he spiraled, Whether it was to stop his palms from sweating or just to ease the crushing tension, Kwang Young Min kept clenching and unclenching his fists. You can see the gears turning in Lost Yak's head as he stares, desperately trying to figure out if this guy is the real deal. Even Lost Yak, who previously dismissed the rumors, couldn't help but look tense now. He had never met the guy. But if this really is him, a level 20 player has zero chance in a straight fight. A sneak attack is my only option. Before he could act, Ryu Min suddenly called out to Lost Yak, ordering him to bring out the others hiding in wait. Lost Yak was completely stunned. He almost wanted to applaud. The guy already knew the other cafe executives were lurking nearby. Just moments ago, he was highly skeptical about his identity. Now, all doubts were erased. This monstrous perception was the real deal. He realized this guy would be an absolute nightmare to fight. Right then, two hidden players stepped out from the shadows. One of them laughed, admitting they were caught, and asked how Ryu Min spotted them. But right after, completely ignorant of Ryu Min's advanced presence detection skill, two more players tried to sneak up from behind. Ryu Min warned them in a razor-sharp tone, "Take another step and you die." But one fool scoffed, calling him all talk. Another asked straight up if he was the Black Scythe. Ryu Min lazily tapped his weapon, asking if the Scythe answered that. The guy replied that while the weapon matched the rumors, they had never seen him in person. Anyone could hold a scythe. Sighing at their sheer stupidity, Ryu Min asked why they even bothered to question him if they were going to doubt it anyway. But they insisted on hearing it directly. So, Ryu Min obliged, "Fine, I am the Black Scythe. Is that enough for you?" The moment the confession left his mouth, Popwarren gasped as a glowing system notification popped up right in front of his eyes. The prompt confirmed that the target was telling the absolute truth. It was the power of the rare truth rune he held. Sobaru, standing right next to him, nudged him and asked what the notification said. The guy with the rune could only stare. He muttered that the system verified the claim. At those words, the other executives stared at Ryu Min in sheer disbelief. They could barely process the shocking reality. The legendary player was standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, Soboru, the guy who was talking trash just a minute ago, now looked like he had swallowed a live toad. He cursed his loud mouth, terrified of what he had just done. To think he had insulted someone who might become their leader. If the Black Scythe actually joined their group, Soboru knew he would be the first one thrown out on his face. Desperate, he wondered if he should beg for forgiveness. Or maybe, just maybe, the Reaper did not hear his petty insults. He was standing there so quietly, after all. Swallowing his pride, Soboru offered a forced, polite greeting to the legend. But Ryu Min instantly swung his massive blade, pointing it directly at the man's throat. No time for fake pleasantries here. Since Soboru wanted to confirm his identity so badly, Ryu Min suggested they settle it with a little duel. Soboru froze. Seriously, think about the level gap here. A level 40 monster fighting a level 20 rookie is just a straight-up massacre. He knew Ryu Min was holding a serious grudge. The Reaper wanted to humiliate him in front of his entire guild. There was no way Soboru would survive that clash. His only option was to swallow his pride and apologize sincerely. He bowed, offering his deepest apologies. But Ryu Min coldly scoffed, asking how a simple sorry proved his identity. Another executive stepped in, assuring Ryu Min that the test was already complete and no further proof was needed. But Ryu Min kept his weapon raised. He demanded to know exactly how they confirmed it so easily without a fight. Popering chimed in, nervously explaining he had a special rune for truth detection. Ryu Min nodded, but refused to let things slide. He gave Soboru a simple deal block one single strike, and they were even. Ready to begin? Soboru could only stammer, "Black Scythe, there is really no need for that. I am so sorry." But before the executive can even finish apologizing, with a chilling slice, his head thuds to the floor. When their ally's severed head rolls right under their feet, the other two freeze in total shock. Lostak wants to scream, "What on earth is this guy doing?" But knowing he might end up exactly like his dead comrade, he shuts his eyes in fear. The executive with the truth rune feels the exact same dread. He realizes he did not even see the Scythe move. The gap between them is just too massive. One executive stammers, "Black Scythe, what are you doing?" Ryu Min calmly replies, "What am I doing? I just proved my identity." The survivors realize they could easily be next. They are incredibly frustrated that a top-level executive just died so effortlessly. There is no resurrection in the real world like in the game. These are not low-level lackeys you can easily replace. These are elite executives. They cannot just find easy replacements, leaving them desperately wondering, who are we going to replace him with? Right then, Their eyes lock onto the masked madman standing right in front of them. Honestly, the Black Scythe is the perfect replacement candidate. In fact, recruiting him was their entire mission from the start. But how can they bring a complete lunatic who murders his own allies into the organization as an executive? Their chairman would never agree either, since he genuinely values the lives of his men. The risk is just too high. Bringing in a cold-blooded killer like the Black Scythe is a massive liability. So, they quickly make a quiet decision. The two remaining executives realize that if they cannot recruit this monster, they have to put him down. They must kill him right here. Even though it will be incredibly tough, they cannot let him walk after murdering their comrade. Plus, taking him out eliminates a major future competitor anyway. They trade quick glances, silently agreeing on a plan. They decide to fake a surrender first to make him lower his guard, then strike with a sudden ambush. But suddenly, a chilling laugh slips out from behind Ryu Min's mask. He asks, "Do you really think I would not suspect you? Especially when you clearly showed your intent to kill me earlier." The shocked executives stammer, What are you talking about?" Ryu Min mocks them. "I bet you were planning to act submissive and then stab me in the back, right?" Then he asks, "Do you know why I used Hang Yongmin's name and address to apply?" They admit they have no idea. Ryu Min grins, "Because I wanted to bait you executives out here." The two survivors freeze in shock. They exchange frantic looks and ask Ryu Min what he actually wants. His reply is chillingly simple: "I want you to die." From anyone else, this would be a bad joke. But this is the legendary Black Scythe, and he is not playing around. He already claimed one of their lives as a warning, and that unhinged, deadly look in his eyes is very real. Let's think. What do we do? If we just stand here, we are dead. The more logical one tries to salvage the situation, but in a moment of panic, his brain refuses to cooperate. Under this kind of pressure, logical thinking completely vanishes. He desperately decides that they should try talking to him. Maybe they can buy themselves some precious time. Even though the Black Scythe just murdered their ally without warning, maybe they can still negotiate. That is their only hope. But just as the executive opens his mouth to speak, a sudden gasp slips out of him instead. And just like that, boom, another head rolls. We are looking at two headless bodies on the floor now. Now, only 3 living people remain in the hallway. A trembling Hang Yongmin, the Truth Rune user, and the Grim Reaper himself. The last executive realizes Ryu Min baited them here just to slaughter them. Pure terror fills his eyes in this moment. He asks Ryu Min, "Why do you hate us so much?" Ryu Min scoffs, "You are seriously asking me why? You framed innocent people and slaughtered them, did you not?" The man's eyes widen in shock. "How do you know that?" Ryu Min replies, "Did you really think I wouldn't find out about the people you murdered during your interview tests? During those executive trials, you had to personally hunt down innocent civilians. You monsters abused and killed so many of them." The executive tries to justify it. "They were not innocent. They looked down on players and insulted us. They envied our powers. Double-standard hypocrites like them deserve to die." Ryu Min just stares at him. Ryu Min asks, "And what about you? You judge others brutally, but let yourself slide. Is that not a double standard?" The man snaps, "What are you talking about? You do not even know me." Ryu Min replies, "You think I don't? I can see right through your inner thoughts with my rune." He raises his scythe and adds, "I might not know you, but I know one thing." In a flash, that man's head rolls on the ground like a grape. Ryu Min looks down. "Only scum kill innocent people." Hang Yong Min is shaking in terror, but Ryu Min turns to him with a calm smile. "No need to be afraid. I will be sending you to join your friends very soon." The trembling Hang Yong Min can only look up in complete horror. With a sharp look, Huang Yongmin asks how he knows his friends. Ryu Min smirks. "Why wouldn't I? We hung out. Well, strictly speaking, I was dragged into your group." A shocked Huang Yongmin stammers out a confused "what?" while Ryu Min just smiles. Huang Yongmin stares back, totally lost. Wondering what this guy is spouting, Ryu Min asks, "Don't you know who I am?" Huang Yongmin stammers out, "Your Black Scythe." But get ready, because his words cut off as he sees the face behind the mask. It was a face he knew all too well. In that moment, Ryu Min says, "It's me, Ryu Min, the one you tormented." And don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. Huge thanks to everyone supporting us, especially those keeping the channel alive financially. But I really hope you will all hit that like button to help us reach 2,000 likes. Trembling, Hang Yongmin looked terrified. But Ryu Min just stared at him. "There is no need to fear. I will send you to your friends soon." Hang Yongmin stopped shaking. He locked eyes with Ryu Min, his face suddenly turning dead serious, and demanded to know how he knew them. Ryu Min shrugged. "Why wouldn't I? We used to hang out. Honestly, You guys dragged me in. Gasping in pure shock, Han Yong-min stammered out a confused what. Ryu-min just smirked at his baffled expression, as if he was talking total nonsense, asking if he really did not recognize him. Han Yong-min muttered, "You are the Black Scythe." But his words cut short the moment he saw the face behind the mask. It was a face he knew all too well. Right then, Ryu-min spoke up. "It is me, Ryu-min. The kid you tortured." Han Yong-min froze solid like a statue. "Ryu-min is the Black Scythe," he gasped. Memories clashed in his head, struggling to connect two completely different people. One was the old Ryu-min, cowardly, shivering like a turtle. The other was this ruthless monster slicing off his arm. Yet these two totally opposite, mismatched images pointed to the exact same guy standing right in front of him. No way. That loser Ryu-min is the legendary Black Scythe? He blinked hard, trying to wake up from this nightmare. But there was zero doubt the unmasked man was Ryu-min. Ryu-min smiled, "Hard to believe, isn't it? Makes sense. After all, just last year, I was the pathetic weakling you used to beat up." Han Yong-min trembled, his voice cracking with rage and fear. "Were you fooling me this whole time? Why act like a complete idiot?" Ryu-min scoffed. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever pretend?" And right in the middle of talking, suddenly, Ryu-min's scythe flashed. Once, Han Yong-min's arm hit the dirt. The shock of losing it paralyzing him left Han Yong-min speechless. Ryu-min whispered, "Ice-cold. Hearing that word from trash like you is pretty unpleasant, isn't it?" Clutching his bleeding stump, Han Yong-min could only whimper out a pretty desperate, cracking plea. "Stop." But Ryu-min snapped, "Shut up, unless you want your tongue ripped out too." Han Yong-min choked back tears. He endured the agonizing pain as blood sprayed everywhere. Then, Ryu-min's hand flashed forward, applying a quick healing spell. It stopped the bleeding instantly. Ryu-min smirked, "Look at that. You're a one-armed loser now." Han Yong-min cried. Realizing his severed arm was gone forever, he sobbed. Ryu-min shrugged, "So what? You can still live with one arm, right?" Ryu-min wanted to humiliate him, but Han Yong-min was simply too traumatized to feel anything anymore. Completely overwhelmed, Han Yong-min asked if this was truly the same Ryu-min he used to know, desperately searching for any sign of the old kid in this cold monster. Ryu-min replied flatly, "No, that weakling is dead. He is gone forever." Ryu-min slowly raised his massive scythe like an executioner, getting ready to drop the blade. A final goodbye came next. Han Yong-min's voice cracked in desperate panic, begging for a single chance. "Wait, Ryu-min. Please spare me. I was wrong. I am so sorry." The giant blade swinging toward him suddenly stopped, hovering right above his neck. Ryu-min leaned closer, pretending to actually think about the pathetic apology. "Is that so?" Han Yong-min saw a tiny spark of hope, believing he could survive. This is where he plays his last card. Carefully choosing his words, he pleaded, "You get nothing from killing me. Why not use me instead?" Ryu-min looked, interested. "Use you how?" Han Yong-min quickly pitched, "I will be your loyal assistant, obeying your every single command. I will run errands, act as monster bait, literally whatever you want." Ryu-min paused, thoughtfully stroking his chin, silent. Han Yong-min held his breath, waiting. But his hope shattered instantly as Ryu-min sighed, "It is still a no." His face fell completely. "Wait. What do you mean?" Ryu-min smirked. "You still plan to betray me, don't you?" The coward panicked, sweating bullets. How does he know? Did he just guess? Before he could think, Ryu-min added, "You can't keep a dog that tries to bite its master." Ryu-min raised his blade, and Han Yong-min's face twisted in pure terror as he screamed to wait. But Ryu-min cut him off. "Your worth as a pawn ends right here." With a swift swing, Han Yong-min's head flew off. A pathetic, miserable end. As silence fell, Ryu-min's cold voice echoed, "In the quiet room, I gave you so many chances in my previous lives." Back when he lacked the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu-min had spared Han Yong-min, foolishly falling for his lies every single time. But it always ended in betrayal. Ryu-min laughed at himself. "I was such a sucker, and only after dying did I realize how incredibly stupid I was to spare Han Yong-min." Of course, that was way back when his journey first started. His level and experience were pretty low back then. Ryu-min whispers a cold goodbye, knowing he has to clean up. To clean this mess, Ryu-min uses a skill to erase all traces, making those 4 lifeless bodies vanish from the spot. It seems nobody noticed a thing. With no witnesses around, Ryu-min puts away his scythe and prepares his next move. Ryu-min dons his disguise once more. He has successfully taken care of Hwang Yong-min, checking off a major goal. Along with the Player Haven Cafe executives, He is now one step closer to the chairman's seat. Well, maybe a few more steps. Should he pay a visit to his house? With that thought, Ryu-min vanishes into the darkness. The next day arrives. People start gathering in the cafe's meeting room. Yami greets the chairman, but his face is tense and uninviting as he speaks. "Come on in, Yami." She enters with a smile, but as she scans the room, she notices several key executives are missing. Yami asks where the others are. Before she can get an answer, the chairman lets out a heavy, tired sigh. He explains that their sudden absence is the exact reason for this urgent meeting. He has some terrible news. They have all been murdered. Talk about a brutal shock. Yami just stares at the empty seats, completely frozen. These guys are never late, yet their seats are totally empty. Yami frantically asks what happened and if anyone called them. The chairman replies that they checked, but nobody is picking up. It looks like they were attacked during their interviews. As she processes this, Yami immediately thinks of one dangerous player. She asks who could have possibly done this. As if reading her mind, the chairman nods. He confirms that the infamous Black Scythe is hunting down their members. Technically, they were elite executives, not regular members. But the chairman does not care about that distinction. All that matters is their carefully built cafe is under attack. And the culprit is none other than that monster, the Black Scythe himself, known as the strongest player in the entire alternate world. Yami speaks up, clearly unsettled. She asks about Sabero and Poing, wondering if they were also killed. The chairman confirms the grim reality. Yami asks why those good people had to die. The chairman coldly notes that murderers do not need a reason. They kill for their own twisted satisfaction, or maybe they just saw our growing influence as a massive threat. Yami understands his point. There are plenty of twisted players out there who hate seeing anyone else succeed. They always want to snatch away what others built. She asks if he joined their cafe just to bait them. The chairman nods in agreement. Yami admits she once looked forward to meeting him, but now feels completely disgusted. She is relieved they did not recruit him, realizing it would have been a total disaster for their group. He agrees, saying he would have regretted it forever. Honestly, he might have been killed first. Losing his trusted executives has clearly ruined the chairman's mood, leaving him incredibly tense. He calls Black Scythe their open enemy, demanding they hunt him down. But Yami asks a very logical question. She wonders if they are completely sure Black Scythe is the killer. The chairman is quick to answer. He claims they have an eyewitness. He calls out to Lost Yak, asking him to explain the situation. Lost Yak agrees, painting a grim picture of his terrifying confrontation with the legendary Black Scythe. After the chairman leaves, Lost Yak bids Yami farewell, saying he will see her next time. She tells him to rest after such a rough day. And once everyone leaves, the real shocker begins. Lost Yak mutters that they fortunately did not suspect a thing, then opens up his status screen. He presses the button to remove his helmet. Suddenly, his gray skin fades, revealing his true face. It is Ryu-min in the flesh. He chuckles softly, proud of his pretty impressive acting skills. He gazes at the gear he just took off, the unique helmet known as the Assassin's Mask. It is a thin mask favored by assassins, boasting an astounding 99.9% success rate. Nobody can see the face behind it. Its main effect is activated with a simple trigger word, disguise. It allows you to copy any player you have killed, replicating their face, voice, and build. Everything is copied. Durability is high, but you need an expert rank or higher to wear it. Ryu-min picked this mask as his reward from the previous time attack event using his unique ticket. It lacks good stats and defense, but its special utility is priceless for Ryu-min. Being able to morph into his victims is a massive cheat code, and it does more than just deceive. From gathering secret intel to total espionage, this is truly the ultimate tool for a silent killer. Ryu-min just killed the executives. He had to infiltrate their ranks as one of them. Now, he smirked, I can even copy Huang Yongmin if needed. But for now, he'd focus entirely on playing the part of Lost Yak. He was prepared. If he hadn't probed Lost Yak's mind earlier, there's no fooling the other executives. His speech patterns, habits, and social ties, all carefully unraveled by his unique rune of inner thoughts and past regressions. That's how he played Lost Yak. And without his specialized assassin's mask, this complex plan was impossible. Get this next up for Ryu-min, seizing the perfect, ultimate moment to take the chairman's throne. Drop a like, subscribe, and stay ready for the next wild part. Huge thanks to everyone for getting us to 2,000 likes on the last video. And let's try to hit 2,000 on this one too. Big shout out to our awesome channel supporters. If this is your first time watching this manhwa with us, you can grab the title and previous chapters in the pinned comment. Now, after Ryu Min successfully fooled everyone as Lost Yak, he planned to head straight to the chairman's mansion. But he hesitates, rethinking the whole plan and realizing that if it were up to him, he would just take out the chairman, steal his identity, and control the entire organization. But that is completely impossible. His assassin's mask only works on players, and the chairman is actually an ordinary human. Talk about ironic. The leader of a massive organization packed with players is just a regular guy. Plus, getting close to him is practically impossible because of Yami. Ryumin knows his current power is not enough to counter Yami's tricky abilities, so for now, he decides to keep acting as Lost Yak. Since the next meeting is a while away, he won't need to transform for quite a bit. With this unexpected free time, here is where things get interesting because he has got a legendary plan. It involves restoring the durability of his Bead of Eternity, an incredible item that grants permanent stat boosts whenever he defeats monsters. The catch is that every kill drops its durability by 1 point. Once it hits 0, this legendary necklace simply vanishes. That is its major weakness. But what if he can bypass that limit and repair it? Nothing beats this item for scaling power. It is basically a dream accessory for blacksmiths who can easily repair it. They can endlessly farm stats without ever losing the item. Getting it is extremely difficult, though, because if you fail to defeat the Orc Shaman in the 5th round, you miss your only shot. But who says only blacksmiths can use it? Anyone can do it with the right help. That is why Ryu Min must head overseas. He knows of a legendary blacksmith who is destined to become the very best in the world. Ryu Min needs that master craftsman to restore his bead. With this clear goal, he immediately starts packing for his trip. Seeing Ryu Min pack his bags, his younger brother gets curious and asks what he is doing and where he is heading. Ryu Min casually says it is just a short business trip. 3 days should be enough. His brother wonders why he is going, and Ryu Min replies that it is basically for business. Hearing this, his brother admits he wanted to tag along if it was a vacation, but business changes things. Ryu Min smiles, asking who goes on vacation nowadays. He tells his brother to eat well. Still curious, his brother asks where he is going. Ryu Min chuckles and tells him the United Kingdom. Over in the United Kingdom, a young man named Russell Daniel has lived in a cabin deep in the woods for 6 years, abandoning school to hone his craft. The heavy clang of his hammer echoes through the forest as he shapes and tempers the metal. Right now, Russell Daniel is forging a 15-centimeter dagger. Once the shape looks perfect, he runs the blade along a whetstone to sharpen it. Next, he carefully heats the edge in the hot forge before plunging it into cold water, quenching the steel to make the weapon incredibly sharp and deadly. With the dagger finally complete, Russell Daniel looks at his handiwork with a sigh, wishing he could sell at least one today. But he knew this would happen. Making a decent living as an independent blacksmith is an incredibly brutal uphill battle. The cost of raw materials alone is getting ridiculous. He has survived this long, but he has finally hit his limit. His savings are gone. He refuses to ask his parents for money. Russell Daniel decides it is time to find another job. But the moment he turns around, he freezes in shock. Expecting a wild animal, he is shocked to see a stranger walking up to his cabin and an Asian guy, no less. Russell Daniel wonders what is going on since tourists never come out here. Not even sure if they speak the same language, he calls out, asking if the visitor is lost. To his surprise, Ryumin says his name Russell Daniel, the famous young blacksmith. Russell Daniel instantly tenses up, asking who he is. Ryumin just smiles, noting that the reaction confirms he has got the right guy. Defensive, Russell Daniel demands to know where he heard of him, since he has no Asian clients. Ryu Min calmly replies he did not hear about him, he saw him. Stunned, Russell Daniel asks what he means by seeing him. Ryu Min explains that he is a prophet who can foresee the future. Russell Daniel thinks this is crazy, but Ryu Min lists his level 21 blacksmith status and area designation CUKY8. Jaw dropped. Russell Daniel is too stunned to speak, his eyes wide in disbelief as he realizes this stranger is for real. Knowing secret details he has never told a soul means this prophet claim might actually be the real deal. Russell Daniel finally speaks, asking Ryu Min if he can truly see what is coming. Ryu Min simply nods yes. Ever heard of a prophet? Ryu Min explains that it is incredibly rare. In this other world, countless classes exist, but among them is a unique class only one person can ever hold. That is the prophet. Russell nods slowly. Why have you come here, Mr. Prophet? Ryu Min chuckles and tells him not to tease. He is here to make a deal. Russell is skeptical, asking what kind of deal. Ryumin asks him to use his repair skill to fix a single item. In exchange, he offers incredibly valuable information. Russell is stunned, repeating the word while wondering what kind of intel this is. Ryumin reveals that it is secrets about the sixth round. Russell gasps, his eyes widening in pure shock. He thinks to himself that knowing the next round beforehand would be a massive help for planning. Honestly, it is not a hard task. It is actually much easier than regular forging. He just has to touch the object and activate his skill. But Russell is careful. Since he is naturally guarded around others, he cannot help but feel suspicious. He keeps his guard up, thinking to himself, the real issue is that this is too easy. The reward completely outweighs the effort since sixth round intel is huge. It is a massive advantage. He asks Ryumin straight up if he is really trading round 6 secrets for a repair. Ryumin confirms it with a simple yes. Russell stares back, his suspicion growing, wondering if this is a trap. He asks if this is too good to be true, demanding to know his real motive. Ryumin just chuckles quietly. Classic Russell. Even with zero risk, he is still incredibly cautious. Ryumin speaks up, admitting he would be disappointed otherwise. Ryumin admits that accepting a blind deal would be a letdown. He gets straight to the point. He directly states he wants to be friends. Russell is totally thrown off, but Ryumin explains he saw his future. Russell's jaw drops. Me? Reaching the pinnacle? In that future, Ryumin says he becomes a legendary blacksmith. Ryumin presses on, revealing that Russell survives until the 15th round completely alone. That is an insane achievement, but that is his ultimate limit. Past that round, his future is dead. It is a bleak path, but Ryumin can change that. With Ryumin's help, Russell can easily grow. But let's be real, Russell still does not buy any of this. He thinks this whole profit routine is a cheap trick. But once Ryumin perfectly guesses his deepest wish, his mind shifts. He has to ask what Ryumin actually wants from him. Ryumin just smiles warmly, saying they should simply help each other out. Truth is, compared to rare classes like the Dark Knight or Mercenary King, a blacksmith is pretty common. Anyone could easily replace Russell on paper. But there is a very specific reason Ryumin traveled all this way to find him. Deep into the mountains of England, Ryumin sought out this hidden talent for one incredibly simple reason. Russell is an incredible diamond in the rough. Surviving 15 rounds solo is no joke, and his potential is completely unmatched. He did not just survive, he reached the highest peak of his craft. Ryumin knows this better than anyone else. Even though Russell died before reaching max level, he was the final blacksmith standing in his previous timeline. Keeping this massive talent close is going to be a huge help as they face the brutal rounds ahead. Getting his broken necklace repaired is just an awesome bonus. Ryumin glances over, watching the gears turn in Russell's head. The guy is completely torn between trusting a stranger and doubting himself. Luckily, Ryumin is ready for this exact moment. Using the flawless English he mastered over countless regressions, Ryumin lays out a very simple, irresistible offer. He only asks for some basic gear maintenance and occasional skill support whenever they are heading into a fight. In return, Russell gets future knowledge to boost his strength faster and reclaim every missed opportunity from his past. Russell hesitates. An offer like this is incredibly tempting, especially in exchange for just a simple skill. But trust is still a major issue. He quietly questions whether this Ryumin guy can actually be trusted. The guy seems genuine, but can he really buy into it? Caught in a dilemma, Russell offers a smart compromise. He thanks him for the high praise but suggests testing the deal first based on the results of round 6. Ryumin shrugs, telling him to do whatever feels right. After all, he is not forcing him to sign anything. Ryumin just smiles confidently. He knows that once the prophecy comes true, Russell will have no choice but to rely on it. He will end up hooked, just like the heavenly demon. Now watch. Russell agrees to fix the item first to test things out. Russell demands the round 6 intel afterward. Ryumin quickly pulls the critical bead of eternity from his inventory. It has only 1 point of durability left, sitting on the very edge of shattering. Without even looking at the stats, Russell immediately activates his skill. The bead glows softly, and just like that, the repair is fully complete. With the job finished, Ryumin takes it back to check. The durability is now at 1000. With its durability restored to 1000, Ryumin smiled, thinking he could finally start stacking stats again. Meanwhile, Russell thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of necklace this was, but it must be quite valuable. Repairing this durability took insane effort. Though Russell could have easily read the item information, he chose not to. He respected his customers' privacy as a matter of professional ethics. Ryu-min smiled and offered a quick thank you. With the durability fully restored, Russell cut straight to the point now. Can you give me information on round 6? If you enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, and support the channel. Stay tuned for the next epic chapter. Huge thanks for getting us to 2,000 likes. Guys, let us crush that goal again today. Also, big appreciation to everyone supporting us financially. It keeps the channel alive. If you are new to this manhwa, details are pinned below in the first comment. Now, Russell asks, can you tell me more about what is coming in round 6? Ryu-min nods, of course. The 6th round is a quest. He starts spilling secrets. Every single detail makes Russell's pupils dilate in shock. He mutters, if what you were saying is actually true, I need to gather some pretty strong allies. Ryu-min agrees, the monsters there are exceptionally dangerous. Russell nods, reluctantly. But deep down inside, he still harbors major doubts. Reading his mind, Ryu-min thinks to himself he will not believe it until he sees it firsthand. Staying patient, Ryu-min knows round 6 will force Russell to accept reality just to survive. Russell finally asks if their trade is fully complete now. Ryu-min confirms it, but then he pauses with an idea. He asks to buy some items. Russell is confused. Ryu-min gets straight to the point. Got any black iron dust? Having been on guard this whole time, Russell is completely blown away by this sudden, shocking revelation. How does he know that is in my inventory? Russell did not even know predicting an inventory was possible. But the shocks keep coming. Ryu-min tells him, sell it to me. I know you are flat broke and job hunting. I will pay you quite generously. Russell is completely floored, stammering, how do you know I need a job? See, Ryu-min is just reading his mind here. But Russell thinks it is some insane, god-tier prophecy. Honestly, it does not matter. Russell apologizes, admitting he fully believes him now. After admitting he thought it was a trick, Ryu-min tells him no worries, he only speaks of the future. Believing it or not is up to Russell. But Russell is already thinking his round 6 info must be real too. There is no way a prophet is wrong. Deep in thought, Russell finally raises his head with a firm resolve. Looking up, Russell asks if Ryu-min needs the black iron dust, offering to just hand it over for free. Insisting he is not shameless, Russell explains that the information on round 6 is worth way more than some dust. He finally realizes the true weight of what he just learned. Smiling, Russell pulls the dust from his inventory. Ryu-min accepts the rare item right away. Black iron dust. Category: inventory. Description: dark-colored dust with a faint magical energy inside. Ryu-min cannot believe his luck. He is seriously giving away this incredibly rare material just like that? To Russell, it is just fair trade. But he has no idea how incredibly valuable this stuff really is. Get this stuff is actually a god-tier crafting material. After round 11, it gets somewhat easier to farm. But right now, it is almost impossible to get, especially from early-level monsters like Russell did. Ryu-min looks at him in surprise and asks if he is totally sure about giving this valuable item away for free. Russell shrugs. He is completely fine with it, admitting he does not even know what it does. He has a strong hunch that if a prophet wants it, it must be pretty important. But he is polite. Instead of prying or asking questions, he thinks begging for more favors after getting help is just too greedy. Knowing exactly where to draw the line and never crossing it is easily Russell's greatest strength. Smiling, Ryu-min hands him a heavy bag. Russell takes it with a confused look and opens it up. He gasps. Inside is 20,000 pounds. Ryu-min says it is payment for the smithing and the rare item. Ryu-min asks if this covers the repair job, and Russell stammers that this is way more than enough. With this much cash, he will not need to job hunt at all. Russell's eyes instantly soften with gratitude. Feeling incredibly relieved, Russell hesitates before asking if it is really okay to accept such a massive sum of money. Ryu-min smiles. It is perfectly fine. It is not just for the job, but for the valuable dust too. In reality, Ryu-min would gladly pay him millions, but too much cash right away would feel like a burden. Ryu-min adds that he should not just spend it on food. Russell looks confused. What does he mean? He tells him to set up a trading account and put about half of that cash into a specific Korean stock. The company is called Player Place. It is going to explode soon, meaning he will never have to work again. Whether he believes it is up to him. But Russell nods. I believe you. Your words carry serious weight. A prophet's word has to be foolproof. Besides, it is basically free money. Watching his deep commitment, Ryu-min decided he could finally take a step back from the negotiation table. He smiled. Well, Russell, it looks like my business here is officially done. Daniel, I wish you luck in the upcoming round. Oh, by the way, do you have a cell phone? Russell nodded. So Ryu-min said, I will share my number, so please save it. A few days passed. And just like that, midnight on June 1st arrived. Ryu-min got summoned to this mysterious world again. Looking around, he muttered that round 6 is cooperative, meaning he needs allies. Immediately, he scanned his surroundings using his advanced tracking skill. The very first person his system located was Minjuri. If he wanted to build a solid party, her presence was completely crucial. Honestly, there was nobody else he actually needed. However, he still had to fill the remaining slots since the rules for this round required a full 5-person team. Just then, Minjuri spotted Ryu-min. She ran over, waving happily, and said it was so great to see him. She asked how he had been, making Ryu-min chuckle. You are talking like we haven't met in years. She smiled, pointing out that it had been a whole month. She felt completely safe around him after their flawless teamwork last time. Ryu-min noticed other players staring directly at them. Someone whispered, who is that girl? And why is she talking to Black Scythe? Another player wondered if she was some secret high-ranking ranker to be chatting so casually with the top player. A third person chimed in, wait, I remember her from the last round leaderboard. Didn't she take second place? They were seriously jealous of anyone holding a direct connection to a literal god-tier ranker. Ryu-min ignored the murmurs. As the undisputed number 1 with a cold, mysterious charisma, Black Scythe was the most popular figure in the entire game. Naturally, everyone wanted to get on his good side, which honestly felt like a giant hassle to Ryu-min. But nobody actually dared to approach him. The reason was pretty simple: the guy was just way too terrifying. An intense, unfathomable aura constantly surrounded him like a solid physical wall. Yet, Minjuri seemed completely unaffected as she chatted away. She casually asked if he beat the boss. He calmly nodded yes, he did. She nodded even with the tight time limit. You finished it fast. Did you also complete that balanced stone subquest? Ryu-min confirmed he did, but teasingly added that he wouldn't share the rewards. Surprised, she gasped, how did you know? He chalked it up to a hunch, making her remark that he always seemed to possess this crazy, deep insight. This is getting pretty awkward. Minjuri quickly realized her casual words had made the entire vibe around them turn weird. She panicked, wondering if she said something stupid, her face instantly heating up as pure embarrassment washed over her. Blushing hard, she stammered an apology for being way too presumptuous. Ryu-min just shrugged. There is nothing to apologize for. He even thanked her for the compliment, leaving her thinking about how incredibly cool and considerate he actually was. Right at that moment, 2 other players walked straight toward them. They cautiously called out, hey there, Black Scythe. The newcomers were none other than Seo Arin and An Sang-cheol. Seo Arin smiled. It has been a while. Glancing at Minjuri, she asked who this was. Ryu-min replied coldly, I do not think I need to explain. Seo Arin kept smiling, but inside, jealousy was eating her alive. She wondered why he smiled at that girl, and not her. This freezing cold reception left her feeling pretty hurt. But Ryu-min had other things on his mind. He simply asked what they wanted from him, pretending to be completely clueless even though he knew their exact motives. He knew they were here because of his prophecy. He had predicted that Black Scythe would form a party with them. Meanwhile, the duo carefully debated how to reply. They obviously could not just bring up the secret prophecy out loud. Choosing his words with extreme caution, An Sang-cheol hesitated for a second before finally speaking up. He admitted they wanted to join his party. Ryu-min questioned, party with me? An Sang-cheol promised they would stay out of the way and avoid causing trouble. Both he and Seo Arin were completely sincere. The prophecy was clear: teaming up with Black Scythe was their only real ticket to surviving round 6 easily. They literally could not afford to fail here. Ryu-min tapped his chin, putting on a show of deep thought. In truth, their actual strength did not matter at all. Having them around made literally zero difference to him. He had plenty of volunteers, but letting them join meant An Sang-cheol would report everything to the Heavenly Demon. That would play perfectly into his hands. Ryu-min realized building a solid, positive reputation now was extremely smart. He is honestly such a mastermind. Despite already deciding, he faked some hesitation just to make them sweat a little. As they waited with bated breath, An Sang-cheol desperately blurted out that they would not ask to join for free. An Ankol offers free info on round 6, promising to share it if they can join the party, which only makes Ryu-min smile. Ryu-min thinks to himself that this very info actually came from him anyway. Turning to An Angchul, he bluntly says he has no use for it. An Angchul looks totally confused. He asks why Ryu Min would turn down info that would literally show them how to survive round 6 ahead of time. But Ryu Min explains he plans his own path instead of relying on sketchy rumors. Honestly, it's pretty hilarious seeing An Angchul so flustered. Ryu Min decides to play a little prank, asking where he got that secret intel. Drop a like, subscribe to support us, and get ready for the next exciting part. Before we get moving, remember to like and subscribe. An Sang-chul approaches Ryu Min with a proposal to party up. He says they won't ask for a free ride, promising to trade top-secret information about round 6 if they're let in. Ryu Min smiles internally. The info An Sang-chul wants to trade is literally what Ryu Min leaked to him. He declines the deal. An Sang-chul stands completely stunned. Baffled, he asks why Ryu Min won't accept it. Isn't it useful to know how to beat the round in advance? Ryu Min coolly replies that he prefers his own strategies. Look at An Sang-chul. Total panic. Ryu Min can't resist playing a little prank. He asks where they got that scoop. Terrified, An Sang-chul stammers, asking what information Ryu Min is even talking about. Ryu Min pushes harder, demanding to know the source. Caught off guard, An Sang-chul has absolutely no idea how to reply. Exposing the prophet's existence puts them at serious risk. An Sang-chul hesitates, but Ryu Min pushes him to speak up. Ryu Min offers a spot. Speak up. But An Sang-chul just bows his head, apologizing deeply. It is just too risky to speak. Ryu Min smiles, knowing An Sang-chul won't dare expose the prophet's identity to anyone. An Sang-chul is terrified of the heavenly demon's wrath, which is fine by Ryu Min. Still, the bodyguard is crushed. He curses his luck. His perfect plan to party with Black Scythe is ruined, and the CEO will be furious. But then, a twist. Ryu Min relents and lets them join. An Sang-chul is completely shocked. Ryu Min explains he respects loyalty. Since An Sang-chul didn't spill his source, it proves he isn't a filthy rat. Now watch. A massive relief. An Sang-chul realizes they almost ruined everything by exposing the prophet. Drowning in relief, the pair repeatedly bow, thanking Black Scythe for giving them a real chance. Then they glance over at Minju-ri, still intensely curious about her relationship with Black Scythe. Ryu Min notices. He casually tells them she is a buffer bound by a strict contract. An Sang-chul is left wondering, a buffer? Under contract? An Sang-chul has a million questions but decides to ask about the contract first. Ryu Min confirms the setup but keeps his mouth shut, refusing to give any more details. Realizing they won't get any details, they back off. Meanwhile, Seo Arin turns her gaze toward Minju-ri. Seo Arin introduces herself with a warm smile, and Minju-ri gasps in total surprise, asking her identity. She asks if she is the famous actress Seo Arin, who just changed her in-game appearance. Minju-ri is absolutely ecstatic to meet a real celebrity in person. It feels totally unreal. She excitedly admits she is a huge fan, adding that her father completely adored Seo Arin's hit television dramas. Seo Arin politely thanks her for the kind words while Minju-ri gushes. An Sang-chul glances at Ryu Min. He nervously asks Ryu Min if it's truly fine to skip the round 6 guide. Ryu Min flatly refuses. Ryu Min explains he has no interest in owing them any favors, leaving An Sang-chul feeling highly disappointed. Zero mercy. Black Scythe draws a firm line, leaving An Sang-chul's bargain completely useless. And honestly, you have to laugh at his plan. He is actually thinking about giving tips to the literal max-level regressor. An Sang-chul resolves to step in if Ryu Min makes any mistakes during the quest. He wanted to help make the prophecy succeed, but seeing Ryu Min's cold confidence, he backs off. Meanwhile, the two women keep chatting, and Seo Arin asks Minju-ri if she plays a support role. Minju-ri proudly confirms she is a buffer, promising to assist everyone. Seo Arin reveals she has similar skills. As a summoner, Seo Arin can cast barriers using her fairy summons. Minju-ri's eyes go wide with wonder. Seo Arin explains she can summon up to 3 creatures at once, promising a full demonstration later. An Sang-chul politely interrupts the chat, suggesting they should all formally introduce themselves to the group. He gives his name, and Minju-ri greets him warmly, noting they already seemed familiar with Black Scythe. An Sang-chul admits Black Scythe saved. She can't believe this terrifying dark warrior actually went out of his way to rescue helpless people. Minju-ri smiles. She knows now. Black Scythe is actually an incredibly warm-hearted guy. As players gather, Priscilla suddenly appears in a flash of light, asking if they rested well. She notes there are exactly 1,010 participants present, declaring it a perfect number to start. A sudden warning. The system prompt flashes. Defeat the area boss within 6 hours to survive. 16 million global players, and only 8 million survivors. In our zone, just 505 out of 1,000 will make it. Someone mutters in shock. Wait, defeat a boss? Is it finally showing up? Another asks, how are we supposed to do that alone? Defeat a boss by ourselves? Hearing the quiet panic, Priscilla giggles and tells them not to worry, they cannot do it alone. Obviously, you have to work together, she says. A player immediately chimes in. We cannot solo it? How do we even cooperate? Priscilla explains they need to form parties, introducing the game's party system. She adds that a party is a cooperative group. You need exactly 5 people to build a group. And once you are in one, you will not be able to harm each other. Oh, so we will not accidentally hit our teammates? Hearing this, Priscilla smiles quite evilly. Exactly, no more friendly fire or sudden betrayals, she says. Pretty convenient, right? She then continues her explanation. However, attacks from monsters or rival parties will still hit you. Only your own team's friendly fire is deactivated. The players nod, finding the quest somewhat reasonable now. With a team of 5, taking down a boss feels doable. But then, Priscilla drops another detail about what happens when you group up. All gold and experience points you get from killing monsters are split completely evenly among every single member. It does not matter who lands the final blow. But drift over 100 meters apart, and you get nothing, a player mutters. Oh, so experience and gold are split evenly? That actually sounds pretty fair. But another asks how item drops are handled. Priscilla clarifies that loot is different from experience or gold. Items are given out based on contribution. For instance, if 2 players contribute 70 and 30% during a fight, their chances of getting the dropped items match those exact percentages. A player realizes what that actually means. So the guy who does the most work has the highest shot at the loot. That makes complete sense. Another asks, so even if someone barely helps, they can still grab the loot if they are incredibly lucky? Priscilla nods absolutely. Even with a tiny 1% contribution, you might get the drop if luck is with you, though the odds are obviously low. Then, a player asks how the system actually measures contribution. Is it just pure damage? Would that not be totally unfair to players with low damage builds? Priscilla smiles, calling it a great question. While high damage usually helps, it is not the only factor. The system is a bit more complex than that. It calculates every single action to judge your contribution. So even players who only focus on casting buffs can contribute. A support player cheers, knowing they can actually earn loot. Meanwhile, Ryu-min watches silently, deep in thought. To him, parties are just a massive headache. But he cannot refuse, because Priscilla drops yet another heavy rule. If you do not form a party, killing the boss literally will not count. Talk about a brutal force system. Solo play is officially banned for this round. But Priscilla quickly adds that grouping up still has its perks. You get to watch each other's backs and fight together. And once your party of 5 clears a single boss, everyone in the group instantly passes the round. A player blinks in disbelief, asking if that means all 5. Priscilla nods, but points out there are only 101 boss monsters released in this entire area. In other words, only 505 players will survive. Giggling, the angel claps her hands. That wraps up the tutorial on parties. Now that you know the rules, it is simple, right? Just kill one boss. Easy enough to pass, right? But looking at Ryu-min's smirk, you just know he sees right through her lie. He knows this quest is not nearly as simple as she claims. Before vanishing in a bright light, Priscilla bids them luck. She warns them there are absolutely no subquests to rely on. One guy scoffs, an easy quest? My foot, this boss is going to be a complete nightmare. Curses and complaints fill the air as Priscilla disappears, but shouting at an empty sky does nothing. The players already know the angel only shows up at the boundaries. She only appears at the start and the finish of a quest. Right then, the system timer starts ticking down. It announces the start of the match, leaving them with just under 6 hours to complete the job. They have to form their team and slay a boss before the timer hits 0, or face instant death. Suddenly, a notification pops up. It orders them to form a 5-member party immediately. To do so, they must hold hands and chant the command together. And do not forget, defeating the boss will not count unless you are officially registered as a team. A player shouts that they need to group up immediately. Another agrees, noting they cannot clear without a team. He asks a nearby player to join his group. The other guy asks about his level, and he responds. Level 20 warriors and other players immediately raise their hands, desperately searching for party members. The chaotic scene turned into a bustling marketplace in no time. Standing amidst the chaos, the bodyguard thought back to Ryu Min's prophecy, whispering that everything was unfolding exactly as predicted. Since round 6 required a 5-player party, he glanced over at Black Scythe, standing right there. He knew joining up with him was the smartest move after hearing that warning. Taking a breath, he spoke up. Mr. Black Scythe, we should, but Ryu Min cut him off. Hold on. Since we need a 5-man party, we still have to find one more player. Min Jury asked who they should choose. The bodyguard suggested letting Black Scythe make the call, since he was the strongest out of all of them. Nodding along, everyone turned to look at Ryu Min. He pretended to think, but he already had a specific person in mind. He needed this guy in the group, and he had to be close by for Ryu Min to smoothly recruit him. But right then, a random player walked up. Hey, Mr. Black Scythe, is there any chance you would consider joining our team? And honestly, you have to see his face. Ryu Min drops a glare so terrifying the guy almost wets himself. Ryu Min snapped, no. Get lost and stop wasting my time. Don't forget to subscribe and support the channel if you can. Let me know in the comments if you want us to cover another epic manhwa. If you are enjoying this, hit like and subscribe to help out. Suddenly, a random player approaches and asks if Black Scythe would consider joining their party. But Ryu Min replies with a glare and a terrifying look that makes them want to pee themselves. Get lost and do not waste my time. Crushed by the harsh rejection, the players back off with slumped shoulders. And that guy mutters to himself. He did not even hesitate. Talk about embarrassing. But honestly, can you blame the guy for wanting to get on his good side? The other players think to themselves that whoever gets to party with Black Scythe must be living the dream. While those thoughts spread, Ryu Min has zero interest in these indecisive people. He already has someone in mind, thinking to himself that this is not about finding party members for this quest. It is about choosing the right people to fill slots for the final round. These are valuable connections that never existed in his previous regressions. Originally, at this point, Ryu Min had never interacted with anyone, not Minri, not Serene, and not in Sangchul. Back then, he thinks, I would have accepted just anyone to fill those slots. But now, plans have changed. I need people who can grow together with me. Even though Ryu Min rejected that first offer, other players refused to give up and keep asking him to join, desperate to secure the coveted blue chip. Teaming up with Black Scythe is essentially a guaranteed ticket to survive this treacherous quest. But Ryu Min rejects every single one of them. Each player who steps up to suggest a party is instantly brushed aside. As word spreads that Black Scythe is turning down every single party invite, the crowd of hopefuls quickly thins out. One frustrated player mutters to himself, damn, why won't he just accept anyone? He is being way too picky. At least listen before saying no. Another points out that the guys standing next to him are already in his party. They basically have their survival guaranteed. Soon, discouraged players keep their distance from Black Scythe. Anyone who witnessed those swift rejections does not dare try their luck and voluntarily backs off. By now, Ryu Min's own party members are getting curious, and honestly, we are all wondering who gets that final spot. While the bodyguard is curious, he also feels a tinge of regret, thinking it would have been great if Master Ma were here in this section. If they were in the same zone, he would have recommended him without hesitation. Minri feels the exact same way, wishing that if only Ryu Min were here, she would have passionately advocated for him to take that final spot. They each have a perfect candidate in mind, but the different zones make it impossible. Then, another group approaches Ryu Min, and their leader says, Mr. Black Scythe, what a pleasure to meet you again. This is Jo Young-ho. Smiling, Ryu Min says, I am pleasantly surprised to see you here. I thought you might not make it past the 5th round. He laughs, asking if Ryu Min is underestimating him a bit too much. Dealing with 300 orcs was a total breeze. That is no empty boast. Jo Young-ho easily cleared the quest, ranking 125th out of 1,211 participants who reached the 5th round. He adds, I was inspired by your past battles, which motivated me to finish the hunt quickly. Ryu Min says, is that so? Jo Young-ho adds, either way. Thank you. Thanks to you, my friend here also survived without a single scratch. Then, Manji One of the players who benefited from Black Scythe's emergency treatment steps forward and says, "Mr. Black Scythe, I am incredibly grateful for your help with my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I can." Ryu-min replies, "You managed to take down 300 with that body of yours." Manji says, "It is all thanks to you, Mr. Black Scythe. I am truly grateful. You are my savior." With a friendly gaze, Jo Young-ho turns to Ryu-min and asks if he is looking for party members. Ryu-min replies that is right. Jo Young-ho adds, "You have 4 members now, just one more. And you are set, right?" Ryu-min says yes. Jo Young-ho adds, "Please do not misunderstand. I am not here to ask you to join us. We have already completed our party." Ryu-min says, "I know." In fact, Ryu-min already knew that their party is fully formed. The golden chains on the wrists of Jo Young-ho and his mercenaries serve as clear proof. Then, Ryu-min points out that they seem to have a complete group of 5. Since they already have the right number of members, he asks, bluntly in that case, "What is the reason for your visit? If you are not here to join us, why did you seek me out?" Jo Young-ho replies, "Well, out of goodwill, I wanted to say hello and make a suggestion." Ryu-min asks a suggestion. Jo Young-ho explains, "Our party and Black Scythe's party. How about we form an alliance?" At that exact moment, Ryu-min reads his mind, seeing the true intention behind this alliance proposal. Jo Young-ho is thinking to himself that he is not trying to benefit from Ryu-min at all, and hopes he understands this is just a friendly gesture to help him out a bit. Perhaps, out of gratitude for Manji's treatment, Jo Young-ho is genuinely trying to help Black Scythe. He looks at Ryu-min and says, "We are not trying to join your party, and we have zero intention of stealing your precious loot or experience. If we run into the boss, you get first dibs. We just want to help, so please do not be so guarded." Ryu-min could feel that Jo Young-ho was not trying to leech, but was genuinely grateful for Choi Ma. Silence. Dead silence. Jo Young-ho looked like a guy who had been completely misunderstood and grew pretty anxious. To clear the air, Ryu-min delivered his final answer. He declined. Jo Young-ho stood there, totally shocked. He stammered, asking why. Was it because they might slow him down? He promised they would never become a drag. If they ever got annoying, Ryu-min could just leave them. But Ryu-min cut him off. That was not the issue. He hated messy complications. He appreciated the gesture, but declined. Jo Young-ho sighed in deep disappointment. It was a shame since they really wanted to help. But then Ryu-min offered a tiny sliver of hope. He promised to ask for their backup whenever he truly needed it, making the grateful man perk up instantly. He wanted a real promise, and Ryu-min gave a firm nod. He already gave his word, after all. That definitive answer brought a satisfied grin to the man's face. With a promise secured, they prepared to leave. They said their goodbyes, leaving Ryu-min and the bodyguard alone once again to handle their business. It was time to make a choice. But Ryu-min already knew exactly who he wanted, pointing right into the crowd. Silence. Everyone stared. Every eye in their group followed his outstretched finger as he called the target over. The target was utterly speechless. He slowly crept forward under the heavy gaze of the legendary Black Scythe. Ryu-min called him out for staring. Stuttering, the young man admitted he desperately wanted to join. His stats? Level 23. A black mage. He nervously revealed his details to the terrifying ranker. Ryu-min shrugged, saying none of that actually mattered. This random guy was officially getting the final slot. The other members were completely flabbergasted. Why choose someone whom everyone else had already rejected? Stunned. The kid was totally shocked. He could barely process that the legendary ranker actually chose him. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was pretty pleased with his decision. This was a massive investment for what was coming down the line. And here is the crazy part: this awkward kid was destined to lead a cult worshipping the Black Scythe like a god. With a strong bond, he would get a totally loyal fanatic. His username? Aged Man No Gay. His real name? Heyo Taesuk. Ryu-min officially initiated the team invite, finalizing their roster. As the system recognized their agreement, glowing golden rings with strange symbols materialized around their wrists. The party was officially formed. Young Hyo Taesuk could not believe his insane luck as Ryu-min called out to him. "Introduce yourself," Ryu-min commanded. He wanted the new guy to speak to the rest of the crew. The nervous mage hesitated briefly, then quietly introduced himself as a level 23 black mage. He mumbled about his main skills, black arrows and dark chains, slowly gaining some confidence as he spoke. Min Ju-ri smiled warmly, welcoming him as their level 21 buffer, promising to keep everyone alive and powered up. Seo Rin and the bodyguard introduced themselves next, completing the introductions. But Minju-ri stopped them, immediately casting her powerful supportive spells on each of them one after another. She cast Bless and Swift. Instantly, the party was stunned to find their speeds boosted by 60%. While they gasped in disbelief, Ryumin stayed completely unbothered by the sudden massive power spike. The bodyguard muttered that he now understood why she was chosen. Minjuri blushed while Seo Arin watched with jealousy. Speaking of support, make sure to show some love by hitting those like and subscribe buttons. The plot is really heating up now, making it quite a challenge to find perfect matching scenes. Because of that, the next couple of episodes might take just a bit longer to put together. But do not worry. We are working hard to drop them as fast as humanly possible. Thanks to everyone supporting the channel financially. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Right then, On Sang-chil whispered that this was exactly why the Black Scythe kept Minju-ri around. Buffers are amazing. Minju-ri smiles, asking why. He is teasing her. Watching them, Seo Arin gets incredibly jealous and speaks up, claiming she is a summoner too. She can buff her own summons, too. With a quick chant, two glowing, fairy-like creatures start to appear, leaving trails of golden dust. They flutter around like bright fireflies. Then, a quiet rustling fills the air. A human-sized golem rises directly from the shifting ground. Seeing this, Minju-ri gasps in pure wonder, asking what those adorable little things are. Seo Arin proudly explains they are protective fairies that grant shields. Normally, they can't attack. But after hitting level 20, she got another fairy that actually casts offensive magic. Minju-ri is seriously impressed, then asks about the massive stone summon. Seo Arin explains that it is a golem she unlocked at level 20. It doesn't buff anyone, but it draws monster aggro, so she summoned it early. Minju-ri cheers, calling her awesome for having both tank and support skills. As the praise keeps coming, Seo Arin keeps her eyes locked on the Black Scythe. She turns to him, asking what he thinks of her. She practically begs for his validation with her eyes. But Ryumin doesn't look interested at all. Staring off somewhere else, he simply tells everyone to move out. Seo Arin is left feeling completely frustrated because the Black Scythe ignored her. Ryumin leads the way, and everyone follows. Meanwhile, Hyo Tae-sok mutters to himself. With a buffer and a summoner, everyone here is crazy strong. He decides he must be helpful too. Wearing a tense expression, he follows closely. But the incredibly relaxed pace leaves him totally confused. He wonders why they are so chill. Sure, they have a generous 6-hour time limit, giving them plenty of time. They only need to kill one of the 101 field bosses to pass this quest, so staying calm makes perfect sense. But wouldn't killing the boss faster secure first place? Why is nobody rushing? Doubts fill his mind. Since Hyo Tae-sok doesn't know about the prophecy, this lazy attitude makes zero sense to him. He has no idea there is zero advantage to rushing the boss. But suddenly, a loud shout echoes nearby. Someone screams that they found the boss. Everyone spins around, spotting a massive creature looming in the distance. It has a human torso, but the lower body of a horse, a terrifying centaur. A player yells out that they need to claim first place. Immediately, another party rushes toward the beast, brandishing a massive, double-edged axe. The centaur fights back like a demon, forcing the players to struggle against its raw power. One player shouts to spread out because the beast is too strong. Another calls to circle around and hit it from behind. Following the order, they move in from the rear. Ryumin, watching from a distance, just clicks his tongue. He mutters how foolish it is to target the rear. Sure enough, a player sneaking behind gets a face full of hooves. The centaur's hind kick sends him flying 10 meters before he crashes hard and rolls even further. He rolls another 3 meters, somehow still alive but definitely out of commission for the rest of the fight. Furious, the remaining players unleash their skills in a coordinated assault to take the monster down. Finally, they manage to slaughter the beast. They cheer, celebrating that they took first place in the quest. One player laughs, mentioning how surprisingly easy the whole thing actually turned out to be. Seeing the rival team celebrate their win, Hyo Tae-sok starts getting a little discouraged. He groans internally, realizing their top spot is gone. He naturally looks over at the Black Scythe. Since the guy has always been number one, he must be incredibly frustrated right now, right? But Ryu Min looks completely unbothered, without a single hint of regret. Meanwhile, the rival team's cheers begin to quiet down. Confusion spreads as someone asks why the quest completion screen isn't showing up. Panic sets in. As the disappointing truth slowly dawns on them, Ryu Min just smirks. He chuckles silently, knowing they finally figured it out. That thing they killed wasn't a boss at all. The angel mentioned there were only 101 bosses, but never said regular monsters wouldn't appear. That explains his calm demeanor. The centaur was just a standard mob. In reality, what counts as a trash mob varies from player to player, usually referring to weak monsters that are easily cleared out. To Ryu Min, this centaur was just another regular mob. Even if others viewed it as an elite beast, these centaurs are elite. But with 5 players, they were more than capable of handling them. The real issue? This creature is just a trash mob. The actual boss lurking out there is a massive minotaur. Defeating this beast requires at least 20 players at level 20. That means 5 whole parties. It was a brutally tough matchup, to say the least. But Ryu Min just kept his thoughts to himself. To him, the monster was just a big, sturdy tank with some pretty slow and sluggish movements. When the others formed their party, they probably thought this quest would be a total walk in the park. They probably believed their squad of 5 could easily claim the first boss kill. But Ryu Min knew the truth. To survive this with only 5 people, you would need to be way past level 30. Honestly, even that is pushing it, maybe at level 40. This is exactly why the angel warned that tackling it solo was a suicide mission. The Minotaur is not a monster you can solo. And get this, that is exactly where the trap lies. They set it up to make players think a 5-person party could easily clear the boss. But think about it. They never actually guaranteed a 5-man squad would win, when they really need 20 players to stand any chance. The angel played completely dumb, deliberately withholding that vital piece of crucial information from all the players. Ryu Min figured she was probably just following orders from above. Besides, they had 6 hours on the clock. That was plenty of time to hunt centaurs, level up, and save the Minotaur boss fight for the very end. The leaderboard did not care about who attacked first. It was solely based on the fastest clear time. So, speed was everything, and the fastest kill would take first place. That is why Ryu Min and his team held back, refusing to rush in blind. His party members understood the plan perfectly, so they stayed put. Ryu Min, acting as their prophet, had already shared 6 crucial rules for this round. First, the main goal is to defeat the boss in a 5-man party. Second, centaurs are just regular mobs. The Minotaur is the real boss. Third, defeating the Minotaur requires active cooperation among 4 separate 5-player parties. Fourth, the final ranking system does not care about who slays the boss first. Instead, the ranks are pretty much determined by which group achieves the fastest clear time. Fifth, once the boss dies, the party is immediately sealed in a pillar of light. Now watch, this makes rushing the boss pretty dumb since you just end up trapped. Sixth, the best strategy is to farm centaurs for experience points first, level up, and then confront the boss. This was their winning strategy, though aged man Noge was the only one who did not hear it. He had no clue. Silently watching the field, Ryu Min finally turned to his teammates and shared his layout plan. He told them they were going to hold off on the boss and focus purely on hunting the centaurs. They needed to level up and would keep grinding for at least 5 hours. Aged man Noge asked why. What was the logic? Ryu Min explained that level 20 players were clearly struggling to fight these centaurs. If these trash mobs are this tough, then the boss must require several teams to defeat. Rushing into the boss fight blind is pretty foolish, especially with potential hidden traps waiting to catch us off guard. The old man nodded. Ryu Min added that if they beat the boss too early, just like in the first round, they would end up trapped in that pillar of light, wasting precious grinding time. Grinding mobs is much smarter. Aged man Noge nodded, realizing the plan was to focus on leveling up and leave the boss for later. Ryu Min agreed. But the old man then asked what would happen if they missed out on the first place rank. Ryu Min told him it did not matter. Even without first place, they would get 6 hours of experience and extra gold. Besides, the rankings likely did not prioritize who killed the boss first anyway. Hearing this, An Sangcheol was stunned. He was speechless, wondering how Ryu Min figured it out. It was exactly like the prophet said. He was navigating this deadly maze without making a single wrong turn. He told Ryu Min that he understood. He suggested they all head out to hunt the centaur creatures together. But first, they needed to discuss basic strategy. Ryu Min cut him off, saying there was no need. He was going to handle the monsters completely solo. An Sangcheol and the others were absolutely flabbergasted. You are going in alone? Do not forget to like and subscribe, and wait for the next part. First, A massive thank you to everyone supporting the channel financially. Make sure to like and subscribe, because a brand new story is waiting at the end of this video, so stay tuned. Sang-cheol then asks Ryu-min if they should head out to hunt those centaur-like creatures together. But before starting, they should probably discuss positions and strategies. Ryu-min flatly replies there is no need for that. He says he'll handle the monsters entirely on his own. Everyone, including Sang-cheol, is stunned and asks if he's serious. Are you really going alone, Black Scythe? They wonder how anyone could solo a beast that usually requires a 5-man party. Sure, given Black Scythe's level, it was totally possible. But what are they supposed to do? Ryu-min easily reads their worries and tells them to just stick close. Collect free experience points and gold. He basically offers them a free ride. Yes, he's carrying them. But Ryu-min adds a condition: he gets first dibs on all the item drops. In return, they get to level up and earn gold fast without lifting a finger. It was a seriously tempting offer. Why complain about missing out on some items when they could easily farm levels and gold without taking any damage? So they readily agree to the deal. Ryu-min nods in agreement, telling them they made a very wise decision here. Besides, Ryu-min fighting alone is way cleaner than worrying about dragging a slow, clumsy party into dangerous battlefields. They would only slow him down. He mutters to himself that these centaurs are just basic trash mobs to him anyway. Unsheathing his legendary death scythe, he asks if they are ready, then takes off like a lightning bullet, leaving them completely stunned. They yell to follow him quickly and start sprinting. But even with the swift speed buff active, the distance between them only keeps growing. Sang-cheol gasps in disbelief, wondering how anyone can be this fast, and just how high his agility is. Even Noge, who always prided himself on his speed, feels like a slow, clumsy turtle compared to Ryu-min right now. When they finally manage to catch up, they see Ryu-min facing a wild centaur. And before the monster can even finish its fierce battle cry, Ryu-min swings his scythe. The beast's head flies off in one clean, instantaneous strike. The entire fight took exactly 0.3 seconds. The party is completely jaw-dropped, asking what on earth just happened. One single slash. Nobody expected an elite monster to drop instantly. Ryu-min quickly triggers his tracking skill to find more. A system notification pops up confirming his target is located, and the ruthless slaughter resumes. He's a literal human killing machine. Now watch this. Ryu-min takes a quick glance at the clock and realizes he's only been hunting for 30 minutes. Checking his logs, a flurry of system alerts shows endless centaur defeats and his passive title multiplying his experience gains. Gold keeps piling up alongside his skyrocketing level counter. Thanks to the Rune of Slaughter, all his stats are buffed by 100% after getting 172 kills. That's not bad for 30 minutes. With 2,000 centaurs on the field, he can easily wipe them all out within 6 hours. Leaving some for others, Ryu-min glances down at another highly critical notification from his legendary item. The beat of eternity stacks are steadily building up, but the item's durability is slowly wearing down. He has already gained 11 free permanent stats. Ryu-min realizes he just needs to keep farming nonstop. This epic grind will continue until the durability hits 1. Then he will ask Russell to restore it. While planning his next move, sudden footsteps echo behind him. Spinning around, Ryu-min spots his exhausted companions. They are completely out of breath, barely having managed to keep up with him. He can't help but smile. He kindly tells them to take a quick rest if they're tired. Relieved, they joyfully thank him and collapse. Corin and Old Man Noge, who both have the very lowest strength stats, lie flat on their backs. Noge wheezes that just chasing him is exhausting, complaining that even a 100-meter buffer zone wasn't nearly enough. Sang-cheol fully agrees with him. But despite their complaints, they honestly couldn't be any happier right now. They had already leveled up in just 30 minutes. Min Ju-hee gasps, praising Ryu-min's unbelievable hunting speed. Ryu-min playfully teases, asking if she doesn't like getting free levels. Blushing, she quickly waves her hands. She stammered that it is not like that at all, and that simply jogging behind him raises their level. Saorin chimes in with a smile, asking if this is the legendary free ride everyone talks about. She notes he must be working 10 times harder, but Ryu-min shrugs it off with a casual grin. He jokes that they are the ones doing the real running. As they laugh, an unfamiliar group approaches them. They whisper in awe, recognizing his iconic weapon. A crowd of about 20 curious onlookers starts gathering behind them. As the strangers draw closer, the cheerful laughter dies down. Ryumin's party members narrow their eyes in suspicion. There is no need to worry. These guys are wild, but they would never dare attack a party with Black Scythe in it. One player approaches, calling out to Ryumin. He says they are lucky to meet, but Ryumin coldly asks what they want. They are recruiting for the boss hunt, but Ryumin shuts them down instantly. A firm, cold refusal. This sudden rejection leaves the leader completely puzzled. His hopeful smile quickly fades as he stammers in confusion. He warns that the boss is no joke, pointing over toward a massive, muscular minotaur looming in the distance. Everyone turns to look at the beast, which radiates an overwhelming pressure even from far away. The player warns that this beast is no walk in the park. Ryumin calmly asks how he can be so sure. He asks if they have fought it. The player admits they did not, but they saw another team try to go solo. That solo attempt ended in a brutal, crushing defeat. It was a sobering wake-up call about the need for teamwork. Ryumin dismisses them coldly. Do it yourselves. We are not interested. The player keeps pushing, suggesting cooperation and even offering Ryumin's team the final strike to sweeten the deal. But before he can even finish, Ryumin cuts him off sharply. He warns him that this is the third time he is saying no. Completely intimidated by Ryumin's terrifying aura, the players quickly back off and apologize before retreating. Back at the main gathering, the groups begin planning, realizing they will not be getting any help from the legendary Black Scythe. When another player asks if they actually tried to recruit him, the leader confirms Ryumin declined, claiming they can do it alone. Some players panic, arguing that they desperately need Black Scythe on their side if they want any chance of taking down the beast. Another player sighs, wondering if maybe even the famous Black Scythe is just too terrified to face this massive boss. Either way, they must fight alone now. Fine by them. That was their original plan anyway. With tense nods, the group gets ready to hunt. They watch as the massive minotaur begins taking slow, heavy steps. Standing at a towering 6 meters tall, each step of the giant beast sends a heavy thud echoing through the area. From far away, it did not seem so scary, but up close, its gargantuan size is downright terrifying. A player asks in pure terror if they can actually beat this thing, but another tries to reassure him with their 20-man group. Despite those words, everyone is still trembling. Suddenly, the minotaur senses their presence and snaps its head around. Talk about worst-case scenario. The stealthy players freeze instantly as the beast locks eyes with them. It charges forward like a freight train, forcing the 20 players to rush in and fight desperately for their lives. Watching safely, Ryumin calmly observes the chaos, wondering just how long it will take them to kill it. He already knows the outcome. The minotaur looks scary, but its actual threat level is low. It lacks any real finesse, and its attacks are slow and sluggish. Its predictable swings make it quite easy to dodge. Ryumin figures that if all 20 players coordinate, the beast really does not stand a chance. But the monster has insane endurance. From its perspective, these puny humans are nothing more than annoying little flies, and 20 annoying flies buzzing around can never pose a real threat to a giant. At least, that is what it thinks. The battle rages on for over 3 minutes, with no end in sight. Ryumin keeps watching, waiting for the boss to drop. Seeing its death will give his team the perfect chance to move in. Finally, after 7 long minutes, the beast shrieks. It collapses heavily onto the dirt. The surviving players erupt in joy, cheering that they finally brought down the boss. But 3 players are dead. Brutal. Amidst the loss, someone asks who actually landed the final blow. They are all cheering, claiming their team got the kill. But right in the middle of it, everything changes. A glowing pillar of light shoots down from the heavens, wrapping around one of the 4 teams that fought the beast. Enveloped in the translucent light, one player checks his quest window and happily realizes their team officially succeeded. But wait, another player asks if they seriously have to wait inside this pillar until the timer finally runs out. Do they really have to stay trapped in here for over 5 hours? A teammate confirms it, sighing at the long wait. Getting some early rest is nice, but it feels like they are missing out on other valuable opportunities out there. Sitting around inside a glowing cage doing nothing starts to make them feel pretty uneasy about their situation. Meanwhile, the players who failed to secure the kill decide to go search for other groups to get some much-needed backup. They glance over at Ryumin's party, but quickly shake their heads and walk away, knowing he won't cooperate. They leave. No use talking. Ryumin turns back to his companions for the next step. One of them says it's pretty lucky they didn't finish too early. Otherwise, they'd just be wasting time. The bodyguard agrees. Hunting slowly and finishing late, just like Black Scythe predicted, was absolutely the right move. Without even changing his expression, Ryu-min tells his companions that they've rested enough. It's time to move. Follow me, he says. While Ryu-min hunted the centaur, other teams worked together to take down the boss. One player wonders if they're the 50th party to win, but another says rankings aren't even shown. Honestly, who cares? They beat the boss, so they survived. Another player suggests just lying down and resting. Even trapped, they're safe from monsters. Surprisingly, the Minotaur doesn't even seem to notice them. They're basically invisible to it. But suddenly, one player points and screams for everyone to look over there. Right then, a player holding a massive scythe appears. By the way, make sure to subscribe for the upcoming episodes, especially for what comes next. Shout out to our generous channel sponsor, and do not forget to hit like and subscribe, guys. But suddenly, one of them shouted out to look over there. Right then, a player wielding a massive scythe appeared, and with every single swing, centaur heads came rolling down to the dirt. One shocked player asked if that was Black Scythe, since he one-shotted them. Another said that is exactly what you expect from a level 40 ranker. Even though it was incredible to see, those resting players did not really feel envious. They had already defeated their own boss and were safely relaxing inside. But what really confused them was why Black Scythe was only hunting the centaurs instead of fighting the boss. One asked why they were not going after the boss to rest early, since finishing the fight quickly seemed better. Someone else replied that since they missed the top 50 rankings already, they were probably just farming experience to level up. The first player nodded, saying it made sense but still felt like a shame since they expected him to take first. Another added that even someone like Black Scythe cannot stay at the absolute peak forever. Meanwhile, the successful group actually thought they were somehow better than Black Scythe, but they did not know that their 11-minute clear time was the absolute worst score, putting them dead last. Meanwhile, Ryu-min kept running at full speed, ignoring everything, except for hunting down mobs, until a system notification suddenly made him freeze. It said it could not locate any more centaur targets. Ryu-min muttered that they were finally all dead, quickly opening up his stats to check. His kill count sat at 1920 out of 100, with only 20 minutes and 43 seconds left. And get this, 1920 kills in under 6 hours is actually an insanely fast speedrun compared to his original plan. Just then, a heavily panting voice gasped from behind, asking Black Scythe if they could finally rest. Ryu-min nodded, telling them the hunt was done. Finally looking at the clock, the party gasped as panic set in. They realized only 20 minutes remained. It felt like only 3 hours had passed, but time had completely flown by, forcing them into a desperate race against the clock. Running and fighting non-stop had left no time for breaks to realize just how much they had accomplished. Suddenly, An Sang-cheol gasped in total shock, calling for everyone to immediately check their level stats. The party members quickly pulled up their status screens, completely dumbfounded at what they saw. Their levels had exploded. Seo Arin cried out that she was level 20 before, but now she was 34. An Sang-cheol was the same, jumping to 34, while Min Ju-ri reached 35, and Aged Man No Gay reached 36. Hearing Aged Man No Gay, Ryu-min smiled, realizing his teammates had all gained over 13 levels. It made perfect sense since their starting digits jumped from 2 to 3. In fact, Ryu-min's own level had surged all the way from 40 to a massive 54. This crazy jump was made possible by the 3 times experience stage buff, his special title multiplying it further, and over 1900 kills under his belt. He had collected an absolute mountain of loot, including 19 magic stones, 9 gear pieces, tons of junk, and the final crucial material for a god-grade recipe. Ryu-min closely examined the item description, reading about the glimmering beast tail sitting in his inventory. It held a strange, faint magic radiating from its glowing, soft fur. Ryu-min thought to himself that this single drop was more valuable than everything else combined. Secure in having this essential key item, a smug grin spread across Ryu-min's face. All that relentless running and slicing had truly paid off. Now, he only needed 2 more ingredients. Right then, Min Ju-ri let out a loud gasp, telling everyone to check their gold balances. Seo Arin chimed in, saying she also had exactly 115 gold. Since they fought in a party, the system split the gold evenly, though individual luck stats caused minor differences. But compared to his party, Ryu-min was holding a staggering 150,000 gold, because his let that sink in, his luck was over 350, skyrocketing his gold drops. Min Ju-ri then asked what they should do with so much money. admitting it felt almost too good to be true. The team had no clue how to spend their sudden wealth, so Ryu Min stepped in to offer them some critical advice. He told them to buy utility skills like perception, night vision, and elemental resistances, saving the remaining gold. They could use that leftover cash if a good item popped up in the daily shop. Minju Ri happily agreed, promising to follow his advice. The others quickly agreed as well, trusting Ryu Min's incredible insight and experience. It was always smart to listen to a veteran. While his teammates went on their unexpected shopping spree, Ryu Min opened the window in Area C7. Only 445 of 1100 survived. Looking at the numbers, out of 505 players, only 50 remain. That means there are only 10 Minotaurs left to hunt. Ryu Min quickly uses his tracking skill. A system message pops up, showing the target's exact location. With the Minotaur located just 198 meters away, Ryu Min decides to take the lead and charges straight ahead. He tells his party to follow him so they can take down the final boss. After a few fast steps, they finally spot the massive beast. But they are not the only ones here. 3 other squads are already waiting nearby. One of the players instantly spots them. He points out that the famous Black Scythe is finally making a move. Another player begs Ryu Min to party up so they can hunt together. Without a second thought, Ryu Min shakes his head and calmly declines. He tells them he is going to take down the boss all by himself. The player scoffs, soloing the boss is complete nonsense. He asks Ryu Min if he is seriously overestimating his own abilities like that. He cannot believe Ryu Min wants to fight alone without even using his own squad. Privately, that same player tells himself it is impossible. No matter how high Black Scythe is leveled, this is still a major boss. It usually takes a team of 20 players just to barely survive the fight. If Black Scythe actually pulls this off alone, it means his raw skill is equal to 20 high-level players combined. For elites who take massive pride in their own strength, that idea is totally unacceptable. The player just laughs it off and mocks him. Mocking him, the player calls Ryu Min a boastful show-off. Ryu Min's expression turns ice-cold as he warns them. When asked if they truly believe he cannot clear it, the player scoffs, noting they have way more numbers. He retorts that even in a swarm, flies are still just flies. The player stammers in shock, but Ryu Min completely ignores him and steps forward. His own party members are stunned by his bold claim to solo the boss. His bodyguard, An Sang-cheol, tries to call out in concern, but Ryu Min tells him to wait, promising a quick finish. Holding his massive scythe, the crowd parts before him like the Red Sea. The entire atmosphere grows heavy and tense. Ryu Min warns the crowd to back off, declaring that anyone who gets in his way will die. Secretly, he thinks it is best to hide his ultimate skills if possible. But then again, this might be the perfect opportunity to show his true power. The truth is, nobody really knows how monstrously strong Ryu Min is. They just think he is slightly ahead of them because of his high level. They believe they will catch up to him eventually. But Ryu Min knows they do not truly understand the massive gap between them yet. Sure, they saw him fight before, but they still do not get it. What if they see him effortlessly crush this giant bull? No annoying insect would ever dare to look down on him again. He decides to end this fight as quickly as possible to make his point. As Ryu Min steps up to the battlefield, the watching players look on with total disbelief, whispering among themselves. They wonder if he is seriously going to solo it. They find it hard to believe, but admit this is going to be incredibly entertaining. Ryu Min halts a short distance away and locks eyes with the Minotaur. The towering bull monster senses his presence and turns to face him. It snorts aggressively, a savage glint in its eyes. But Ryu Min does not flinch. He firmly grips his massive scythe with both hands. He draws the weapon far behind him, making a spectator wonder if he is actually preparing to launch a skill from that stance. Ignoring the chatter around him, Ryu Min keeps his eyes locked onto the giant beast. He calmly analyzes the situation in his mind. The system only starts tracking time once the attack enters a specific range. Right now, this is purely a preparatory stance. With the clock paused for now, the second the beast steps into his strike zone, he will aim straight for its throat. Ryu Min narrows his eyes, carefully measuring the distance between him and the Minotaur. He tells himself to stay perfectly patient. Suddenly, the beast charges straight at him. At that exact moment, glowing moonlight energy surges into Ryu Min's deadly scythe. Darkness blankets the area. Pay attention here because this is the moment his ultimate moonlight slaughter skill finally unleashes. Ryu Min's scythe carves a perfect crescent moon through the dark. A heavy thud echoes across the ground as the shadows fade away. When the darkness lifts, a player screams out in shock, pointing at the severed head of the giant minotaur lying on the floor. That thick neck, which 20 swords could barely scratch, was cleanly chopped off in a single swing. Everyone is completely frozen. The players look back and forth between Ryu Min and the dead boss in pure disbelief, wondering how he killed it in one hit. They scream that this is impossible. How can his stats be this high? Right now, Ryu Min has 403 strength. He also has 627 intelligence. These insane numbers come from Minju He's buffs and his powerful runes. Using the Rune of Slaughter and the Rune of Balance, one-shotting a major boss like this is actually very simple for him. On top of that, activating his Knight of Death skill boosted his Moonlight Slaughter damage by 1.5 times. He notes that even the High Orc died in one shot, and this boss is actually weaker than that monster was. Even though it is the round 6 boss, it cannot compare to his previous battles. Suddenly, a system notification flashes on his screen. It confirms he defeated the Minotaur, granting a triple experience point boost alongside a 1.5 times standard increase. Thanks to his title, his experience and gold go up by 11%. He gets 5,200 gold, bull leather, and a Minotaur armor blueprint. Since they are grouped, similar notifications pop up for his teammates. These shared rewards do not look like much, but that is only because of their massive group size. Still, Ryu Min smiles, knowing that despite the low gold payout, every single item is mine. Huge thanks to everyone supporting the channel, especially our awesome sponsors who help us keep going. Make sure to like and subscribe. In the last episode, we watched Ryu Min completely obliterate the boss. Ryu Min chuckles while scrolling through the loot dropped by the Minotaur. The ultimate prize was bull leather. This high-grade cowhide is incredibly tough, making it the perfect raw material for crafting heavy armor. It is the exact stuff needed for the Minotaur armor, and he even got the rare crafting blueprint. The consumable blueprint lists 6 unique ingredient combinations to forge this powerful, one-of-a-kind gear. Players usually need to write down these combinations since the blueprint disappears after just a single use. Using the scroll reveals the exact ingredients, and that high-grade bull leather is definitely on the list. Normal people would need to write it down quickly before it vanishes, but Ryu Min has a perfect memory. Everything is already locked in his head. Plus, Ryu Min has literally zero interest in actually making it. It is strictly designed for tanks, and he already has his dream gear setup planned out anyway. Still, unique blueprints sell for a fortune, so he pockets it. Satisfied, Ryu Min heads back to his team. His party is completely frozen in shock. Honestly, they knew he was strong, but this is ridiculous. But the look on aged man no gay is incredibly weird, making Ryu Min double take. What is up with this guy? He is staring at Ryu Min with actual starry-eyed adoration. The man looks like a lovesick teenager. Ryu Min notes that while he needs loyal followers, this is a bit much. He definitely needs to keep his distance to avoid any weird misunderstandings. Despite his username claiming he is not gay, the way he looks at Ryu Min makes him wonder what on earth is going on here. What is going on here? Meanwhile, An Sang-cheol is silently losing his mind, completely unable to process how Ryu Min moved that fast. It was like a sudden flash of lightning, and the next thing he knew, the boss's head was rolling. Was that a legendary skill or just a basic strike? Taking down a major boss in one hit is just absurd. Moments later, a beam of pure light wraps around them, signaling their victory in this round. Their survival is guaranteed, but their rank is still up in the air. Only 9 bosses remain. There is barely any time left, and they need to move. Realizing the clock is ticking, the party scatters. They hunt down the remaining targets before the timer runs out. Then, Priscilla appears with a terrifyingly wicked smile. For the teams that failed to defeat their bosses, do not worry, you will simply be executed immediately. Panicked players scream and beg for their lives, but Priscilla just smiles and turns to the scoreboard. Let's check the ranks. In first place is Black Scythe and his team, 0-0-0-0-1. In second is Heavenly Demon, with the Dumb Fools in third. For District Z09, first place goes to Black Scythe at 0-0-0-0-0-1. Second goes to Kim Sanu's team at 0-0-5-3-1, and Rice Eater in third. The name shown for each team belongs to the player who contributed the lion's share. This leaves some players completely baffled, wondering why they aren't on top when they got the first kill. They complain that Black Scythe took forever, yet somehow secured the #1 rank. Wait, what is this? Priscilla smirks at their complaints. Whoever said the rankings were based on who finished first? The score is determined by the exact time it took to kill the boss. The harsh realization immediately hits them. Priscilla mocks them, pointing out that the slowest team took a pathetic 11 minutes and 30 seconds. How could anyone struggle for over 11 minutes against a single cow? Humanity is truly pathetic. But when she checks the fastest record, she reads aloud that Black Scythe's team won in 1 minute. She calls it decent, but a player suddenly shouts out that the timer on screen is totally wrong. He tells her to look closely at the display. Sensing something is wrong, Priscilla blinks and looks again. Her jaw drops. It doesn't say 1 minute. It says 1 second. But the realization comes too late. She stares blankly at the screen, murmuring in disbelief, while the players watch her in total awe. 1 second. Just one single second. The reality of what she's looking at begins to sink in. Breaking into a cold sweat, Priscilla tries to play it cool, stammering that a 1-second kill is theoretically possible. Honestly, she bragged so much about the boss's strength, but seeing how quickly it fell makes her words look pretty ridiculous now. Then, she chimes in again. She announces they will hand out rewards to the top 3 players based strictly on contribution. So, keep that in mind. Right on cue, a massive notification pops up in front of him. Congratulations. He secured first place in this zone. Not only that, but Black Scythe is officially ranked first on the overall leaderboard. With both number 1 spots secured, his first place zone reward is a high-grade epic helmet selection voucher. And for taking first place on the overall leaderboard, he gets a highly coveted special reward selection box. Ryumin smiles faintly at the helmet reward, and instantly, another glowing blue system window pops up before him. The system presents 3 options: Angel's Ring, Minotaur's Bullhide Helm, and Hermes' Feathered Helm. He quickly realizes the feathered helm suits him best, especially since the stats are pretty incredible. Selecting option 3 reveals the stats for Hermes' Feathered Helm, Category Helmet, Epic Grade. It's modeled after the legendary feathered cap of Hermes, though not the original. It still grants temporary invisibility. This item grants 180 defense, plus 10 agility, and the active skill invisibility. Hands down, the best feature of this epic helm is its unique invisibility option. Just as you'd expect, this skill grants the user the extraordinary ability to vanish from sight. It is a legendary skill for high-level assassins, unlocked only after hitting level 20. But the insane part about this item is that literally anyone can use it, not just assassins. It works beautifully for all classes. But wait, there is a huge catch. Before you call this broken, remember that invisibility still triggers perception, a common defensive skill. That skill detects hidden presences, meaning, while invisible, your footsteps still make noise. Plus, the long cooldown period makes it pretty useless when you're in the middle of intense combat. So why does Ryumin value this skill so highly? Well, here is the secret. It all comes down to the Rune of Concealment, a unique item he can get in round 9. This rune completely blocks the perception skill of opponents and entirely removes the active skill cooldown. With this combo, Ryumin's master plan is to pair the rune and helmet for a truly broken build, an unstoppable strategy. He stays hidden forever, and he already has half of it. Ryumin has successfully secured the first component of his plan. Just one final rune to go. As he puts on Hermes' feathered helm, a new system notification flashes before his eyes. The helm unlocks the temporary skill, allowing him to fade completely from his enemy's sight. But keep in mind, only his visual form is masked, and the skill does not block sound. This grants full invisibility for 30 minutes, though any hostile action or attack instantly breaks the spell. He can turn it off any time, but doing so triggers a 30-minute cooldown. Still, it is officially his now. The skill is added to Ryumin's list, but removing the helm makes it vanish. Next is his choice. Opening the special selection box prompts him to pick one reward by touching his choice. Option 1 is a material ticket, Option 2 is gold, and Option 3 is intel. A simple choice. Ryumin tosses Option 3 because his past regressions gave him all the intel. Instead, he picks the material selection ticket. The moment he confirms, the ticket lands directly in his inventory. Without wasting a single second, he activates the ticket, and yet another prompt flashes open. It asks him to choose a broken ironwood branch, a bubbling elixir, or a tough magic shell. He also sees 10 bags of angelic golden powder, which are completely useless to normal players with zero information. But to a seasoned regressor with his insane knowledge, the choice is crystal clear. He selects the final option. Out of all 10 choices, this was the only god-tier material. Let's see what makes it so special. It is angelic golden powder of fine dust. And no, it's not dandruff. Ryu Min smiles with just one more rare component. He can craft a genuine god-tier weapon. But that final ingredient won't appear until after round 8. So there's no point getting too hyped just yet. Finally, the system announces the end of round 6. Globally, over 8 million survived. While his area has 505 remaining, you will return to your original bodies shortly. Round 7 will begin at midnight on July 1st, 2022. See you then. Once back in the real world, the bodyguard immediately rushes straight to Heavenly Demon's private hotel room. He bursts through the door, causing Heavenly Demon to look up in surprise and ask Director, what is wrong? That you are panicking the moment we returned? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel so we can reach our video goal of 2,000 likes. Sang-cheol burst in, his face glowing with raw excitement as he announced his level had shot way up. Ma Kyung-rok gasped, asking if he actually leveled up that fast from their 6-hour hunt together. Since Ma Kyung-rok received the exact same prophecy beforehand, he already knew exactly how this whole situation would play out. He asked how many levels he actually gained, and Sang-cheol excitedly told him the exact number. He went from level 20 to 34, gaining 14 levels in total. Ma Kyung-rok was completely stunned, asking if 34 was real. Sang-cheol confirmed it proudly. His boss agreed it was amazing, but wondered how he did it. How could anyone gain 14 levels in just 6 hours? Sang-cheol explained that Black Scythe carried them and did all the work. The party struggled to keep pace. Ma Kyung-rok figured Black Scythe kept the item drops, which was true. The bodyguard did not mind losing the loot at all, since he never expected such massive experience. Ma Kyung-rok could only nod along. He never imagined Sang-cheol would surpass him. The bodyguard then asked what his level was. Ma Kyung-rok quietly replied 29. Hearing that, the bodyguard decided to shut his mouth to avoid any awkwardness. Any more talking would make the chairman uncomfortable. Ma Kyung-rok then asked if Seo Ah-rin was at a similar level. The bodyguard nodded quietly, watching his boss. Ma Kyung-rok could only smile bitterly. He was officially weaker than Seo Ah-rin now and desperately needed to catch up. He then demanded to know all the details. Did Black Scythe really slaughter the bosses that fast? Sang-cheol confirmed the centaur died in one single strike. You can't even blame Ma Kyung-rok for being absolutely shocked here. His own 5-man party was nowhere near that insane speed. He asked if the minotaur died in 1 second. Sang-cheol nodded, mentioning an unfamiliar, overpowered skill. The boss's neck was sliced wide open in a flash. It was his first time seeing such a skill. Ma Kyung-rok, who ranked 2nd or 3rd globally, could not hide his utter amazement at how easily the beast was slaughtered. Defeating a boss in a single second was unreal. It had to be a level 40 skill, since Sang-cheol had never seen it. Ma Kyung-rok felt a bitter sting at the massive gap. He wondered if he could ever become that powerful at level 40. His own Dark Knight class was strong, but this was different. Though he liked his own build, it was miles below Black Scythe's legendary, godlike power. He doubted he could ever command that kind of overwhelming presence. This sudden reality check was a heavy blow. His own subordinates were out-leveling him. His pride was completely shattered, but instead of despairing, a fierce spark of raw determination ignited deep inside him. He needed to focus on grinding levels and upgrading his combat style. He looked over at the quiet bodyguard, who had shut up. He told Sang-cheol that he actually owed Black Scythe a thank you for this motivation. He helped level up both of his top subordinates, so they absolutely needed to show proper gratitude when they met again. Sang-cheol asked if he should also find a personal way to show his gratitude. Ma Kyung-rok refused, pointing out that Sang-cheol had already sacrificed valuable item drops just to gain that experience. Since his subordinates benefited, showing proper gratitude was his sole responsibility as the chairman. He added they should also check with the prophet about when they could meet up with Black Scythe next. Sang-cheol wondered if the prophet had even survived, but Ma Kyung-rok smiled, saying a call was faster. Besides, it was Sang-cheol's job anyway. The bodyguard quickly apologized for his thoughtlessness. Ma Kyung-rok told him there was no need to apologize, just to report back once he had the information. He then asked if Sang-cheol had successfully learned those stealth and tracking skills they had discussed earlier. Sang-cheol confirmed he acquired tracking and trace concealment. Ma Kyung-rok smiled, noting they would be useful very soon. He wanted him to join in on a little cleanup job to take care of some local pests. The bodyguard asked if he really planned to work this late, but Ma Kyung-rok dismissed it, saying they would be quiet. Meanwhile, Seoa Rin felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Black Scythe, despite giving up her loot. She had secured tons of gold and massive experience instead, and she knew she owed him a massive debt. First, he saved her life, and now he boosted her level. She felt like she could never repay him. She desperately wanted to be of more use to Black Scythe, but her current strength was still way too lacking. At best, I can offer him some low-grade marquee stones or just express my gratitude, but it does not feel like enough. No matter what, I just do not know how to assist him. He does not even seem to need my help anyway. After a moment, Seola Rin remembers Minjuhi, thinking that it is not entirely true. Even Black Scythe needs someone by his side. He needs help too. Did he not contract a woman to give him continuous buffs? She keeps wondering. Right, the woman contracted to Black Scythe. Comparing their avatars is probably useless, but she does have a pretty face. She has a lively personality and bestows some impressive buffs. It makes perfect sense that Black Scythe keeps her by his side. Just having her around provides immense help. Seola Rin sighs in frustration, wishing she can be of that kind of assistance. Honestly, she only has fairy buffs that offer a thin protective shield at best, and as a summoner, her support is limited. Her summoning class has clear limits when it comes to assisting others. She mutters that she really needs to think this through. After that, Seola Rin steps out of her apartment and enters the elevator, planning a quick trip to the convenience store. She needs to grab some daily essentials. But suddenly, the descending elevator comes to an unexpected halt on a lower floor. A voice calls out, "Oh, actress Seola Rin." It is none other than Ryu Min, her neighbor and Heavenly Demon's business associate. He is also, interestingly, a prophet. Seola Rin nods politely, thanking him for the information he generously provides. "Thanks to your prophecy, we smoothly clear round 6. I am so grateful." Ryu Min responds casually that it is nothing. "Tell your friends not to worry about it," he says, then falls silent. Seola Rin watches him, thinking he is quite intriguing. At just 20 years old, he carries himself with immense confidence, even in front of the powerful chairman Heavenly Demon. His business insights are sharp too. She wonders if she can display such confidence if she were the prophet. Even with his exact abilities, she doubts she can exude that much self-assuredness. Turning to him, she asks Ryu Min, "Where are you headed, prophet?" Ryu Min replies that he is planning to make a quick run to the convenience store. Wait. Watch this, a clever plan suddenly hits her as she mentions she is heading there too. While she cannot assist Black Scythe directly, she can certainly lend a helping hand to his close prophet. She speaks up, "Since we are going the same way, let me run your errand. We are neighbors, so I can drop off your items." Ryu Min tells her there is no need, but she insists, wanting to repay the favor after receiving so much from him. After a brief pause, Ryu Min raises his head. "You cannot just send a massive celebrity to run basic errands," he says. "But it is something I genuinely want to do," she insists. Ryu Min still refuses, pointing out the obvious problems. "If word gets out that I have a celebrity running my errands, your fans will kill me." Seola Rin's head slumps. Even with her face covered, her clear disappointment is obvious. But suddenly, Ryu Min speaks up with an alternative idea. "How about giving me an autograph instead?" She gasps in surprise, asking if he is serious. Ryu Min smiles, explaining. His younger brother is a huge fan. Seola Rin happily agrees, realizing he is just trying to do something nice for him. But still, it makes her a bit sad. Seola Rin is immensely popular with guys in their 20s, yet he seems completely indifferent. He does not care at all. Meanwhile, the aged dark mage, No-Gay, is dealing with his own thoughts. No-Gay mutters to himself, still shocked that Black Scythe has actually accepted him as an official party member. Can you blame him? Teaming up with the legendary Black Scythe is far beyond his wildest dreams. He feels completely useless and despondent, wishing he has any viable skills to assist Black Scythe. Even his class is useless. A dark mage offers nothing here. A mere wolf pup cannot aid a full-grown wolf. It only gets in the way, he mutters. What can he possibly offer in this brutal world? Then, a sudden epiphany strikes. What does a literal god actually need? No-Gay's lips curve into a wide grin. A god only needs devout, fanatical followers. Meanwhile, Ryu Min is browsing flights. He needs to visit Russell Daniel to recover his gear durability, smiling as he recalls the prophecy he shared. That warning might completely change how the man receives him now. Suddenly, Ryu Min's phone buzzes with an international call. The caller introduces himself as Russell Daniel, asking for Ryu Min. Ryu Min confirms his identity, and the man sounds ecstatic. He thanks the prophet for saving his life. When Ryu-min asks what happened, Russell Daniel promises to explain upon arrival. Surprised, Ryu-min asks if he is coming to Korea. Russell Daniel confirms he already booked his flight, hoping it is fine. Ryu-min assures him it is fine since he wants to meet anyway, promising to wait at Incheon International Airport. Make sure to stay tuned for the next part, because things are about to get even crazier. Huge thanks for 2,000 likes on our last video. Let us hit 2,000 again today. Truly sorry for the delay in uploading. My eyes were hurting, so I took 2 days off. The next day, Ryu-min greets Russell at the airport. Russell approaches with a broad smile, greeting Mr. Ryu-min, who warmly welcomes him to Korea. After a quick handshake, they head to the parking lot. Ryu-min offers to drive. The talkative and excited Russell spots the car and gasps, asking if that is a Lamborghini Aventador. Ryu-min asks if he recognizes it, and Russell jokes about his mountain life. He says this dream car is legendary. After some playful banter, they drive off. Ryu-min asks where he wants to visit, and Russell says he prefers somewhere quiet to talk. Ryu-min checks his watch, thinks for a moment, and asks if he is hungry since it is lunchtime already. Russell happily agrees, mentioning he always wanted to try real, local Korean food. Ryu-min promises to take him to his favorite spot. He leads Russell to an incredibly peaceful restaurant located in the Heavenly Demon Hotel. Thanks to a quick reservation, they are seated immediately. Then, Russell remarks on how serene the place is, asking if this is a typical Korean eatery. Ryu-min just smiles and says he could say that. The massive spread of food is incredible, leaving Russell completely blown away with every single dish that gets served. He says, the delicious variety is mind-blowing, having never eaten a meal like this before. Ryu-min asks if he is enjoying it, telling him to dig in on his tab. Russell quickly refuses, insisting he cannot keep taking free meals. Ryu-min raises an eyebrow, asking if he can really afford it since it is pretty pricey. Russell answers confidently. Ryu-min says it is 500 a head. And watch this, Russell looks like he is about to pass out. He wonders how on earth a meal could cost 500 pounds. He only expected 30 pounds maximum, but he hides his shock, telling Ryu-min he will pay and not to worry. Even though Russell is usually pretty frugal, spending this money is easy because it is technically not his. After all, the cash originally came straight from Ryu-min anyway. Reading his mind, a smile spreads across Ryu-min's face. He tells Russell not to sweat the bill, asking for a quick favor. He wants his item repaired. Russell happily agrees. He fixes the bead of eternity and hands it right back. Ryu-min thanks him, promising to handle the entire bill now. Russell feels a bit guilty, murmuring that he has barely done anything. Ryu-min tells him not to worry, then asks about the near-death experience Russell had mentioned. Russell laughs and shares what is actually a pretty average story. He made a party as suggested, hunted for 6 hours, and barely survived the boss. He admits that if he had ignored the advice to level up, things would have ended horribly. Ryu-min smiles warmly, glad that his warning helped, and asks if he managed to gain many levels. Russell proudly reveals he is now level 29. Hearing this, Ryu-min is secretly impressed by his rapid progress. Honestly, as a blacksmith, Russell is not built for combat, but his talent for buffing and repairing weapons makes him the ultimate support teammate to have around. Then, suddenly, Russell sighs, confessing that he sometimes feels totally out of place, doubting if he can ever truly claim to be a top-tier blacksmith. Ryu-min quickly reassures him, saying that with hard work and proper guidance, he can reach heights he never even dreamed of. Russell laughs. These words give him strength. With a profit on his side, what is there to fear? Then he asks if Ryu-min comes from a wealthy family, since he is young, drives a fancy car, and pays him so handsomely. Ryu-min smiles, explaining he is not wealthy but was just lucky, adding that a prophet should easily make this much. He promises Russell will be rich soon too. Russell asks if it is because of the stock market. Ryu-min nods, asking if he invested in that company he recommended. Russell replies that he immediately put more than half of his savings into it. Ryu-min praises the smart move, saying he will never need financial help again. But Russell asks if that company is really a sure bet. Ryu-min replies with confidence, saying he only gives advice on guaranteed winners. Russell asks what they actually do. Seriously, can you believe this guy invested his life savings without even researching first? Russell laughs, admitting he completely trusts the prophecy. As they finish up their meal, Ryu-min suggests visiting the company since it is pretty close by. Russell eagerly agrees. After settling the bill, They hop into the car and drive over. Arriving at the office, Ryu-min announces they are here. But as they step out, Russell looks up in surprise. The old sign has been replaced with Player Place. Ryu-min smiles, thinking that the preparations are almost complete. Since he virtually owns the company, showing up unannounced is no problem. Russell looks at the building, completely amazed. He asks if this is where 70% of his fortune is. He jokingly corrects himself, saying he means Ryu-min's money. Ryu-min laughs, telling him it is his money now to use freely. Grateful, Russell calls him a literal angel. Russell's exaggerated foreigner-style gestures make Ryu-min chuckle. He playfully asks if that phrase is more of a curse than a compliment nowadays. He blinks. No way. Ryu-min then asks if he can manage with only 30% left. It is tight, but he will manage. Ryu-min promises 10,000 pounds to help tide him over. Russell accepts instantly. No hesitation. Ryu-min asks if he is even going to pretend to refuse the offer. After his laugh, Russell asks if it is really okay to just stroll into a company like this. Ryu-min easily reassures him. He explains that while he is not the CEO, it is essentially his company. Russell is stunned. Is this the place? Is this the business Ryu-min advised him to invest in? Ryu-min nods, confirming he is the real owner. Hearing the detailed story, Russell is amazed, asking if he really won that much from the lottery. Ryu-min nods. He admits he amassed quite a fortune, rivaling even a Powerball jackpot. Being naturally talkative, Russell does not waste this perfect opportunity. You knew he had a plan, right? Russell's relentless questioning forces Ryu-min to reveal the whole story. He explains exactly how he converted his massive winnings into cryptocurrency, taking full control. A complete takeover. Hearing more of Ryu-min's story, Russell gets even more stunned, realizing that Ryu-min is essentially the major shareholder. Ryu-min agrees. He explains the company still has huge growth potential, and they have not only changed the comic name this time, but they also completely revamped their business model, gearing up for some highly ambitious endeavors. Russell is totally speechless. It is hard not to believe a prophet would make billions in a short span. He realizes he made a wise investment. By the way, isn't this also the prophet's money? Ryu-min chuckles compassionately. Seeing Russell's embarrassed expression, Ryu-min tells him not to feel burdened and to use it freely. He leads Russell inside his office, offering to explain the exact nature of this business. But Russell quickly asks. Russell wonders if they really need an explanation. If the prophet is all in, it is bound to succeed. Ryu-min insists. He must understand how this works. Since Russell invested such a substantial sum, he adds that even Russell might have some doubts once he hears about it. It is a business that would easily pique the interest of anyone involved in gaming. With a sly smile, Ryu-min swings open the office door. Inside, a group of employees is scattered about. These are all individuals who previously worked at Chioma Consulting. Completely ignoring his staff's highly inquisitive looks, Ryu-min leads the way directly toward the CEO's office. He tells Russell to follow him. Right in front of the door, a bodyguard stands like a sentinel. Dead stop. Wait. Why is the guard blocking the door? Could a high-profile client be inside? Ryu-min is totally perplexed. He asks Chairman Ryu-min what brings him here. Ryu-min politely apologizes for dropping by unannounced like this. Ryu-min explains he simply wanted to introduce a foreign investor. The bodyguard's gaze immediately flicks toward Russell. He suspects Russell might be a player due to his youthful appearance. Ryu-min asks if the CEO is inside. The guard confirms the CEO is in, but notes there is a client inside right now. Ryu-min raises his head. The bodyguard remains rooted to the spot, not budging. Ryu-min instantly realizes what is going on. Perhaps the heavenly demon instructed him not to admit anyone. But ignoring the prophet's presence like this feels completely absurd. Still, considering the guard's fiercely loyal character, it makes sense. If the CEO tells him to die, he will. He wouldn't just pretend he would actually end up dead. Feeling highly curious, Ryu-min wonders who the visitor is. To find out, he quietly reads the guard's mind. Peeking into those thoughts, Ryu-min completely freezes. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Who could it be? Let us know in the comments who you think this is. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel. Make sure to stay tuned for the next epic chapter. Huge thanks for hitting 2,000 likes on the last video, and a special shout out to our supporter for backing the channel. Let's aim for 2,000 likes again this time. Last time, an unexpected guest arrived, leaving Ryu-min completely stunned. He thought to himself, Christine Craig actually came. The priest he desperately needed for round 20 had voluntarily approached Heavenly Demon. Ryu-min knew he had to meet her, but how could he force them out? After a moment, he realized there was no point in forcing it. He'd wait right here until they showed their faces. Pretending to walk away, Ryumin took a sudden step to the side. Standing there, he waited patiently. Sangchul watched this strange behavior, his eyebrows twitching in pure confusion before he finally spoke up. He asked if Ryumin was waiting here. Ryumin replied that he had some urgent business to discuss with their chief executive. Unable to kick him out, the bodyguard stood rigid like a statue. Meanwhile, Russell asked Ryumin what they were waiting for. Explaining the situation in fluent English, Ryumin stayed put until Heavenly Demon finally stepped out. The door clicked open, and two figures walked out. One was Heavenly Demon himself, and the other was the crucial priest. Seeing Ryumin waiting there, Heavenly Demon froze in surprise, asking why Chairman Ryumin had suddenly dropped by without any warning. Ryumin shot back, asking why he was getting such a cold welcome. Heavenly Demon could only offer a strained, awkward smile. He stammered that his words must have come out wrong, causing a slight misunderstanding, and quickly offered a polite apology. Ryumin scoffed internally. What misunderstanding? It was obvious this guy played nice on the outside while secretly looking down on him. Sure, Ryumin's pretty casual attitude played a part in that, but the root cause was deeper. Fundamentally, Heavenly Demon viewed him as a weakling. After all, being a prophet was not exactly a high-tier combat class. Aside from his futuristic foresight, Ryumin did not seem particularly special or physically imposing to the powerful executive. Ryumin realized it. The man always worried if he would survive each round, constantly anticipating his death. Desperate to break the heavy silence hanging in the corridor, Heavenly Demon quickly tried to explain himself. He babbled that Ryumin was their highest executive and could drop by whenever he pleased, though scheduling was normal. Since this visit was unannounced, it simply caught him off guard. Ryumin merely offered a subtle, knowing smile in response. He dryly asked if that was the case, thinking it was a neat excuse. Either way, the man was still within his grasp. And check this out, Ryumin's eyes shifted to the elegant foreign woman standing nearby. Finally, they met. She was the only priest in the world, Christine Craig, daughter of a megachurch pastor in the United States with a massive following. Her father led a congregation of 100,000. More than that, she boasted an incredible record of making it to round 15. Ryumin intended to carry this talented priest all the way to round 20, making her a crucial asset for his ultimate survival plan. Just like buffers, priests are completely indispensable support classes, and their healing skills are incredibly valuable across the board. Her level 60 skill, Resurrection, was a massive cheat code that could bring the dead back to life under specific conditions. Sure, it only worked on those who died within the last 10 minutes, but having an extra life was a massive advantage. Ryumin had never expected to run into her at this specific point in time. Things were moving fast. He originally planned to use Heavenly Demon to get close to her, but they met much earlier than expected. Never in his past lives had he visited the office this early, and if Russell hadn't tracked him down, he wouldn't be here. Trusting Heavenly Demon completely, he knew the man would handle all the corporate setups without any hand-holding. Even though the timeline was shifting, this encounter was destined to happen. The plan was just moving way faster now. No matter what, he needed to secure Christine Craig on his team for the upcoming trials. Turning his eyes toward Christine Craig, Ryumin casually asked Heavenly Demon who this elegant lady was. Heavenly Demon hesitated before introducing her as his friend, Christine Craig. Ryumin smiled, knowing that description was a flat-out lie. He knew exactly what was going on. She was actually his fiancée for a green card marriage, and her family was incredibly wealthy. Ryumin amusedly recalled how the man preached about honesty, yet here he was, hiding his own upcoming marriage. Looking past the nervous CEO, Ryumin looked directly at Christine Craig and spoke to her in flawless, natural English. He greeted her warmly, introducing himself as Ryumin, a close business partner of CEO Heavenly Demon. This sudden English introduction shocked Heavenly Demon. The accent was so incredibly clean that he sounded like a native speaker. Christine Craig was also taken aback by his perfect pronunciation, instantly straightening her posture as she looked at him with newfound respect. Bowing politely in the traditional Korean fashion, she replied that it was a pleasure to meet him. She admitted she had no clue Heavenly Demon had such a talented partner. Ryumin smiled, playing along with the compliment. Hearing what Ryumin just said about his lovely fiancée, Ma Kyung-rak was totally startled. After all, he had never mentioned that she was his fiancée, and he wondered to himself if Ryumin somehow already knew about their engagement. Looking at Ryumin, Ma Kyung-rok decided right then and there that he should never try to deceive the prophet again. It really looked like he was trying to hide his fiance's existence, so he had no choice but to admit his mistake. He apologized. "Sorry, prophet. I didn't mean to deceive you." Ryu-min just shook his head. No need. Introducing a fiancé can be a lot, after all. Ma Kyung-rok thanked him, but Ryu-min looked a bit disappointed. "I just wish you had trusted me a bit more," Ryu-min added, letting his disappointment show slightly. This made Ma Kyung-rok feel incredibly awkward. He muttered to himself that upsetting the prophet was a terrible idea. He really regretted calling her just a friend. But then Christine suddenly interrupted them, catching him off guard. "What are you two discussing so seriously?" she asked, clearly curious about their intense conversation in Korean. Ma Kyung-rok quickly replied, "It is nothing. We were just briefly talking business." She just shrugged and said, "I see. Well, since you mentioned starting a company soon," Christine said, seemingly understanding his excuse. Still, her eyes remained pretty cold. No sweetness. Zero romance in this arranged match. She added, "Please give my regards to the chairman, but I have a church service now, so I must go." Ma Kyung-rok agreed, "Of course. Don't worry about that. Your busy father will understand." She simply thanked him. "I hope to see you both alive in the next round," she said. Ma Kyung-rok promised to pray for her luck, too. Christine glanced at Ryu-min, turned to leave, pure indifference on her face. She tried to walk away, but Ryu-min suddenly called out, "Just a moment, Christine." Ma Kyung-rok and his bodyguard froze. They stared back with completely puzzled expressions, and Christine, equally confused, asked what was going on. Ryu-min replied, "It is about the next round. You need to be extremely cautious." Instead of replying, Christine just looked at Ma Kyung-rok. Her face clearly said, "What is wrong with this guy?" Ma Kyung-rok spoke up, desperately hiding his own confusion. "Hey, major shareholder, we can discuss this later," Ma Kyung-rok urged. But Ryu-min countered, "There is no need to hide my identity. Wouldn't it be better for your fiancé to know this too?" Ryu-min is totally cornering him right here. Ryu-min deliberately spoke in Korean to give Ma Kyung-rok a choice. But realistically, the man had zero options here. Control had fully shifted to Ryu-min. Rejecting him now would not only provoke the prophet, but also make him look heartless. He would seem totally indifferent to his own fiancé's survival. So, Ma Kyung-rok had to capitulate. "What you say is correct, prophet," Ma Kyung-rok admitted. "If it is for my fiancé, hiding the truth is wrong." Turning to Christine, he suggested, "Shall we step inside for a moment? There is something we need to talk about." Christine looked bewildered. Then, she nodded. Something big was about to go down. Ryu-min turned to his bodyguard, "Russell, please wait here for a moment." Respecting the request, Russell stayed outside. Ryu-min then guided Ma Kyung-rok and Christine into the CEO's office, while she gestured for him to speak. Wearing a highly curious expression, she waited. Ma Kyung-rok cleared his throat. "Christine, I didn't introduce him properly earlier. This gentleman here is actually my business partner and the official CEO of our entire company." But, he paused, glanced at Ryu-min for permission. A quick nod, and he continued, "He has a prophet class. Predicts the future." Naturally, Christine was highly skeptical. "What do you mean by a prophet?" she questioned. Ryu-min stepped in to clear up her doubts. "What Ma Kyung-rok says is true. I have a prophet class that lets me glimpse the future. For instance, I can give you strategies for the upcoming 7th round." She raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Ma Kyung-rok nodded quickly. "The prophet's words are completely trustworthy. Not once has he been wrong." "Wait, you have been getting help from him this whole time?" she asked, processing the shock. Ma Kyung-rok confirmed, "Yes. Thanks to him, we have been able to prep and strategize way ahead of time." She asked Ryu-min why he was suddenly telling her this. He replied, "Christine, I am going to give you detailed info for the 7th round." She immediately asked without expecting any compensation. Her immediate suspicion hinted at the tough life she lived. Ryu-min smiled, "Do not worry. No strings attached." She still looked pretty skeptical, but she slowly nodded. "If you are offering, I will listen. I will gamble on this future info," Heavenly Demon says. Still skeptical. Ryu-min knows it. But he pushes on, prompting Heavenly Demon. He relays the crucial details of round 7, warning him not to get fooled by temptation. "Just remember this for the 7th round." Heavenly Demon is stunned. "Is that all?" Ryu-min sighs. "I cannot say any more. Doing so will only hurt everyone. Watch out now, memorize this like a spell. That is all I can share." Even Christine Craig asks, "Is that really it?" Ryu-min nods. "Yes. But there is one more thing they must know. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. I really appreciate the 2,000 likes on our last video, and a huge thank you to everyone supporting the channel financially. Hopefully this video hits 2,000 likes too. Now, she asks her question, and Ryumin pauses before speaking with a dead serious face. This meeting was just for one warning. Christine Craig, in round 11, you are in danger. Your life will be on the line. Shocked, she gasps, "Me?" Ryumin tells her not to worry. A rope will descend to save her as the plane flies back to the United States. Christine Craig remains totally baffled, and you might actually be wondering why. Well, her fiancé's business partner is far more mysterious than she ever expected, and a flood of questions starts pouring over her like rain. Was it because her fiancé kept his partner's secret identity as a prophet hidden away from her this entire time? Or was it because during their 6 months of engagement, her fiancé hoarded all the info, keeping her completely in the dark? But that is not all. What really shocks Christine Craig is the terrifying prophecy about the 11th round. She thinks to herself that Ryumin would have been in deep trouble if her angry father had been there. Her father, the famous pastor, probably would have lost his temper, ruined his reputation, and lashed out at that young Asian. But now, someone is supposedly coming to save her. Christine Craig cannot stop thinking about her strange conversation with the Kryal, self-proclaimed prophet. Ryumin told her a rope would come down to rescue her, and when she asked what he meant, Ryumin said that someone would save her. When she asked who, Ryumin replied that he could not say. In hindsight, those words feel incredibly bizarre. She talks to herself, asking how he can call himself a prophet if he cannot even name her savior. If he truly saw her future, why hide who saves her? Is there some secret reason to stay quiet? Christine Craig's mind races as she tries to figure out who this savior could actually be. Could it be her fiancé? She thinks that is ridiculous. She cannot believe she is actually taking this outlandish prophecy seriously. In fact, Ryumin only gave vague hints about the 7th round, leaving her highly skeptical. But think about it. In a world where literal resurrection is real, maybe foresight isn't that impossible. But Christine Craig still cannot bring herself to believe that this young Asian man is actually a genuine prophet. On top of that, she cannot shake the nagging feeling that her own fiancé is keeping secrets from her. Suddenly, she hears the intercom announce their upcoming arrival at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Snapping out of her thoughts, she looks up and is shocked to see they are landing. After grabbing her bags, she walks right out of the gate to find a familiar face waiting. It is the young deacon, Jeffrey Bishop, who welcomes her back from her trip to Korea. Quite surprised, she tells Jeffrey Bishop she had no clue whatsoever that he would be waiting at the airport. But he explains that the pastor demanded she be picked up. With a quiet sigh, Christine Craig boards the black van as they speed away from the airport. They head out toward the suburbs and finally stop before a massive church building, bearing a giant sign reading Shining Wood Church. With over 100,000 members, this is easily the single largest church in the entire United States. Its political influence is so immense that even the governor of Texas cannot afford to ignore them. Soon, she arrives at the office. Jeffrey Bishop knocks softly, announcing to the pastor that Christine Craig has finally returned. He tells him to send her in. The door swings wide open, and she steps inside to face a man projecting intense authority. It is her powerful father, Nathan Watson. Straight away, he asks if she managed to meet her fiancé while in Korea. She confirms she did. When he asks for her thoughts, she describes him as a neat and decent person. Her father then asks if he was ever rude, but she replies that he treats her with respect and does not seem like a bad guy at all. Hearing this, Nathan Watson smiles with satisfaction, saying that is exactly how it should be, since he is dating his daughter. He asks if their relationship has progressed, but she answers that they are simply not at that stage yet. Her father is shocked, pointing out that 6 months should be plenty of time. Christine Craig feels a quick spark of irritation. She wonders how they can even call this serious dating when they are just going through the motions without any real passion, any genuine feelings. Her father tells her to bear with it, reminding her that Osung Group is a massive global Korean conglomerate. Joining forces with them will bring enormous power, but Christine Craig can only reply that she understands. Still, she stops herself and swallows her anger. Honestly, they have argued about this arranged marriage so many times already. Revisiting it is pointless. She wonders how her father can be so blind. pushing her into a purely strategic relationship. Knowing exactly what she is thinking, Nathan Watson quickly adds that feelings can develop over time, even if she dislikes him now. They might even cross the line of no return. Christine Craig only responds sadly, admitting she is not sure about her overly neat fiancé. Christine found overly perfect people quite off-putting, suspecting hidden motives. Nathan brushed it off, calling those doubts completely groundless. He claimed as a child of Jesus, she had much to learn. Christine stared back, asking if that was because she was his daughter. A heavy silence fell. Trying to break it, her father asked what Ma Kyung-rak was doing. Christine replied that he was starting a new business venture, making Nathan smile in amusement at her words. A business venture? Even with divine powers everywhere, people still cannot let go of their basic earthly greed. Christine pointed out he was no exception. Nathan scoffed, "I am different. I am chosen by God." She asked if he truly believed that. Right then, a soft, warm light began radiating from her hand. It was Heal, a basic priest spell. Nathan gasped in surprise, staring at the comforting glow. He praised her as a true priest blessed by angels. Christine just smiled sarcastically, keeping her thoughts secret. The grace of angels? She had warned him about their dark side before, but Nathan never listened. Then her father asked if her fiancé was making good use of his gifts lately. Christine confirmed that he was indeed. Nathan asked for his level. She said he was level 29, consistently ranking in the top 3 of their region. Nathan chuckled. If he surpassed their own Jeffrey, Ma Kyung-rak had to be highly skilled. Christine added that preparations were going smoothly, with plans already underway to build a social marketplace specifically for players. He mentioned that the massive launch was just a few days away. Nathan smiled warmly, liking the sound of it. He had a great eye for items. As a conglomerate heir, did Ma Kyung-rak come up with this idea alone? She explained he did not work alone. He actually had a partner who claimed to be a self-proclaimed prophet. Christine could not remember his name, but his partner claimed to possess a unique, self-proclaimed prophet class. He claimed to see the future and even gave her information about the 7th round, though she doubted its reliability entirely. While she dismissed it, Nathan became thoughtful. He once knew someone with that exact ability, a prophet. He told her that in these wild times, predicting the future is incredibly valuable. He urged her to get closer to this prophet, but Christine remained highly skeptical of his vague predictions. He had only mentioned danger in the 11th round, but Nathan saw this as an irreplaceable lead. To her father, this was an irreplaceable opportunity to get close. Get this, Nathan immediately demanded to meet him. Christine insisted there was no need as his predictions would never come true. Nathan wondered if Ma Kyung-rak had lied. She doubted that, since her fiancé genuinely believed the man. It was likely just a lucky guess, she thought. Vague prophecies like that make it easy for anyone to get lucky. Her father then asked if she truly rejected them. She flatly denied believing them, confident she was never in danger. In truth, Christine possessed the incredibly powerful rune of life. This unique ability allowed her to gain massive experience points and bonus stats simply by healing injured survivors or saving lives. By healing others early on, Christine leveled up fast. Plus, a massive crowd always protected her. As players recognized the immense value of a top-tier priest, they flocked to her side, leaving her in zero danger. With dozens of so-called meat shields around, her father still warned her to stay highly alert. He cautioned that someone in her following might betray her, but Christine confidently told him not to worry at all. She was the zone representative, and with her dominion, nobody dared defy her. Still, Nathan warned her to remain extremely cautious. That power made her an easy target at any time. Nodding in agreement, Christine finally left her father's study. Once she left, Nathan summoned Jeffrey from outside the door, ordering him to investigate Ma Kyung-rak's suspicious business partner. This partner claimed to be a prophet and was telling lies about Christine being in danger. Nathan demanded to know if the man spoke the truth. Jeffrey immediately swore in the name of Jesus Christ to obey. As Jeffrey left, Nathan muttered to himself, furious that some random fraud was needlessly unsettling his daughter with empty words. Here is where it gets real if this prophecy is fake. Nathan promised to send him straight to hell. He was determined to make that liar pay. Meanwhile, after his meeting with Christine, Ryu Min shared those same warnings with Russell. Russell asked if he just needed to remember this information, and Ryu Min warned him not to yield to temptation. Ryu Min warned him not to be deceived. He then thought back to his meeting with the chairman. Remembering their reactions, he chuckled to himself. Everyone reacted the exact same way to his predictions. Ryu Min didn't want to hide details. He just knew too much information would ruin them. With those words, Ryu-min stops. He knows there is no need to say more, because spoiling things could ruin the 7th round. As long as they keep their guard up against temptation, they should easily clear the 7th round early. But Ryu-min also shares details with Christine about the extreme danger waiting for her in the 11th round. The bait is thrown, and now all that remains is for them to take the bait. He then asks everyone watching to drop a comment and name the hero who you think will save her. And do not forget to like, subscribe, and support this channel financially. I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel, especially those who help us out financially. Also, remember to like and subscribe. Of course, it was never Christine Craig's fiancé who was going to save her. It was actually Black Scythe. Ryu-min chose to hide this because revealing that Black Scythe would save her would undoubtedly trigger her fiancé's jealousy. Keeping it quiet for now was by far the best move to avoid damaging the relationship between Heavenly Demon and Black Scythe. Once a bond like that breaks, it is hard to fix. Ryu-min knew maintaining a good relationship was crucial to using Heavenly Demon. After prioritizing that, Ryu-min focused on crafting magic stones, triggering a system notification on his screen. It announced a successful low-grade green mana stone fusion, adding a +4 agility buff to his Hermes' feather. Ryu-min noted that all his gear was slotted with low-grade mana stones. The next upgrade tier was intermediate. The process was simple, just combine 2 low-grade stones, even with only one left, of each color. Keeping them was still highly useful. Calling them low-grade did not make them trash. With enough magic stones, he could easily fuse them up to intermediate or even advanced levels with enough combinations. Now get ready, because in just a few days, Player Place is officially opening its doors. Predictably, massive crowds of players would flood in, selling all kinds of fusion materials, including precious magic stones. This was his golden chance to buy them en masse, paving his way toward crafting high-grade items, and maybe even top-tier magic stones. Grinning, Ryu-min knew he had to secure key ingredients for crafting unique gear tailored to his build. Honestly, getting unique items could happen through hunting B-level monsters or completing quests, but fusion was still the easiest method. Since he already had the formulas memorized, executing them was simple. The real issue was finding enough raw materials, but the upcoming launch of Player Place would instantly solve that problem. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon had hired an ad agency to recruit users. They claimed to have paid off journalists for promotional articles, so Ryu-min decided to check. He typed Player Place into the search bar, and several articles popped up about the first player market, launching on June 11th. It described a social trading hub where players could easily buy and sell unwanted items. Seeing that the grand opening was finally close, Ryu-min smiled, realizing there was just one last spot left to promote the launch. He got dressed, headed out, and found an area completely hidden from surveillance cameras. There, he equipped his feather bristles and activated invisibility. In an instant, Ryu-min's body completely melted into his surroundings. Unseen and fully disguised, he made his way toward the studio apartment previously rented by Lost Yak. Inside, the place was already equipped with video chat gear, allowing him to operate freely. It had become his regular Sunday hangout spot. Look at this, he equips the assassin's mask, and his face instantly begins a mesmerizing shift. He transformed into a flawless copy of Lost Yak, down to the pale skin, erasing any trace of his original look. Next, he logged into the private chat room used for their meetings. It looked like he arrived a bit early, as the room was empty and the others were running late. During the boring wait, Yami finally logged in. Ryu-min greeted her warmly, which surprised Yami, who noted that Lost Yak was early. Ryu-min smoothly replied that he simply had nothing else to do. His voice and behavior perfectly cloned Lost Yak's speech patterns, while Ryu-min thought to himself that he had fully decoded the man's personality, so Yami would never suspect a thing. Just then, the chairman entered the channel. Yami welcomed him, and Ryu-min quickly followed suit with a polite greeting. The chairman responded, though he carried a rather bittersweet smile. Knowing they only had 2 active executives left in their entire group, he proposed starting the meeting immediately to discuss the selection of new executives they had planned during their last session. Ryu-min confirmed this, leading the chairman to ask if any promising talent had appeared among the recent applicants. Ryu-min explained that they had shortlisted 30 top prospects, sorted by level and their specific starting zones. The chairman expressed hope that no Black Scythe members sneaked in. Ryu Min assured him that any threat would be reported. The chairman then asked about other high-profile players. Ryu Min confirmed his search found none of the applicants using famous aliases, including Heavenly Demon or Idiot Fools. The chairman noted they would have to choose from that pool of 30 candidates. He then assigned Yami to conduct the final interviews and select 5 new executives from them. With 30 candidates ready, he tells Yamti she will be running the interviews to select 5 new executives from those who passed. An assassination test, she says, agreeing instantly with the chairman. The chairman then nods, moving right along to their next agenda item. He mentions a National Assembly member who keeps attacking players lately. Ryumin speaks up, identifying the politician as Lee Song-han. The chairman nods. He says they will deal with him once the executive lineup is set. A legal battle is brewing. Ryu Min chuckles quietly, keeping his face dead blank. He thinks to himself that this chairman talks big like a player, even though he does not actually have any powers. As the meeting wraps up, Ryu Min spots his opening. Time to move. He slides in a casual question about the news. The chairman asks what news he is talking about. Ryu Min explains that a brand new, exclusive marketplace for players is about to launch. It launches next week. The chairman nods. He already checked their temporary preview site, and it actually looks quite promising. Hearing this, Yami gets pretty excited. She says she definitely plans to list some of her gear once the platform officially goes live. She has tons of junk cluttering her inventory, and Ryumin chimes in, saying he should probably clear out his own storage too. While they chat happily, the chairman stays dead silent. Being the only non-player, he has nothing to add. Ryu Min glances over at him. Ryu Min tells him he has a great idea. The chairman asks what it is, addressing him by his alias, Lost Yak. Ryu Min suggests a plan. They should promote this new market right on their bulletin board. The chairman frowns. Why would they ever do that? He explains that active cafe numbers are dropping. They might have over 10,000 members, but almost nobody is actually posting anymore. In times like these, if they introduce a massive open trading market where users can buy and sell rare gear, the community will explode. The chairman catches on, finishing his sentence. He realizes it could breathe fresh life right back into their dead online forum. Ryumin smiles. He flatters the chairman, calling his quick-thinking top tier. The chairman pauses. He seriously weighs the proposal for a moment. The chairman admits it is actually a pretty solid plan, so they will go with Lost Yak's suggestion. Ryumin politely thanks him. Just look at that sly grin. Ryumin is playing them like a fiddle. The Player Haven Cafe is officially taking the bait. They are going to promote his platform for free. The next day, inside the Heavenly Demon Company, Ryumin sits dressed in a sharp suit. He stares intently at the monitor as launch day arrives. Right beside him, the Heavenly Demon mutters under his breath. Nervous, the leader asks the prophet if people will actually flock to the site. Ryumin gives a pretty vague reply, saying they will just have to see. The Heavenly Demon's eyes go wide at his cautious answer. He panics a bit, saying they put together a massive feast for this launch. They went all out, so why is he being so doubtful? Ryumin calmly explains that minor details in the future can always shift, but the big picture? Their ultimate success is already set in stone. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon lets out a massive sigh. He laughs it off, admitting he let his nerves get the best of him. Just then, other key shareholders start filing into the boardroom. These powerful investors take their seats, nodding politely to the Heavenly Demon. A wave of standard corporate greetings fills the room. Honestly, most of them are pretty nervous. They only approved this massive venture because they were backed into a corner during the last meeting. Ryumin scans their anxious faces, easily reading their inner thoughts. One investor grumbles to himself about the sudden, unnecessary name change. Another decides to just wait and see if this thing actually pays off. That is when manager Kim steps up to the podium. Known for his incredible work back during the consulting days, he announces that the official grand opening of Player's Place is about to begin. He thanks everyone for coming, keeping things brief as he runs through a quick explanation of how the trading platform actually works. 5 minutes fly by in a flash. It is finally go time. Manager Kim raises his voice, declaring there are only 10 seconds left. 9, 8. Holding their breath, everyone in the room starts counting down together. Every face is tense, praying for a miracle. 0. The site is officially live. Manager Kim points to the main screen, instructing everyone to monitor the incoming user traffic. Here is where they will see the real-time trend. But suddenly, his voice cuts off. He just stares, completely frozen. The suspense is crazy. He stammers. Completely frozen. Nobody can even speak. They just watch the live traffic charts explode. Manager Kim finally breaks the silence, his voice shaking with pure joy. He screams, "The traffic is going vertical." Visually, the proof is right there. The visitor counter is spinning like crazy, jumping by several thousands with every single blink. In under 5 minutes, unique visitors blow past 50,000. The heavenly demon cannot hide his wild grin as he turns to Ryu Min. He yells that this is a massive victory. Ryu Min just nods, keeping his voice cool. Still, he is secretly shocked. Even after seeing multiple regression timelines, he has never witnessed a traffic spike quite this explosive. It is entirely unprecedented. When the active user count surges past 200,000, those grumpy, anxious shareholders finally crack massive smiles. They cannot believe their luck. They flood the room with loud congratulations, laughing that this is already looking way bigger than their old consulting glory days. The heavenly demon beams with pride, thanking everyone warmly. Still, he cautions them that they need to keep monitoring the servers closely. This looked even better than during their Chiyama consulting days. The heavenly demon smiled, offering thanks, but warned they still had to keep an eye on it. As shareholders shower the heavenly demon with praise, they turn to Ryu Min. "Congratulations. You have made a massive hit, exactly as you promised during the meeting. Now, the only thing left is for this company to keep thriving." Hearing the praise, Ryu Min smiles warmly. "Thank you for your trust." But then, Kim's voice suddenly cuts in. "Get this over 1,000 sellers registered in minutes." And as registration requests pour in, things get crazy. Sales listings flood the site alongside endless comments, ratings, and buy orders. And the money transfers? Nonstop. This quiet platform is suddenly buzzing like a packed marketplace. Then, a shareholder speaks up. "Mr. Ryu Min, with this massive momentum, we can list on the Kospi within 6 months." Ryu Min asks, "Can you really predict that from day one?" The man smiles. "Any true expert can spot a winner immediately. It is like recognizing a great tree by its first leaf." "Chairman, as you predicted, this is huge." As they praise him, Ryu Min smiles. But he notices a tiny twitch at the corner of the heavenly demon's mouth. Though the demon tries to stay calm, his face betrays the pure joy he simply cannot hide. Ryu Min thinks to himself, if they were completely alone, the man would probably burst out laughing. Turning back to his monitor, he reflects. He originally built this social market simply to make item trading more accessible. And as the platform grows, it will directly fuel his own strength. A surging stock price? That is just a nice little bonus. And as expected, the popularity is exploding. He feels incredibly satisfied seeing his own business idea perform this well. But suddenly, Ryu Min drops a warning. "Mr. Ma, something interesting is coming." Huge thanks for the 2,000 likes on our last video, and a big shout out to our generous financial supporter. Let's aim for another 2,000 likes this time. Meanwhile, Ryu Min suddenly drops a pretty prophetic hint to Mr. Ma. He says something interesting is coming. A puzzled heavenly demon asks what Ryu Min actually means by that out of nowhere. Ryu Min explains he had the staff list a secret item for auction on opening day. Heavenly demon asks an auction. "Exactly," Ryu Min says. The player's place has an online auction system where anyone with funds in their account can easily participate. They run 24-hour auctions. Heavenly Demon asks if he secretly listed something, and Ryu Min confirms he did. Ryu Min figured a mystery item would pique everyone's interest. He casually adds that he is definitely not donating it. All the profits belong to him. Heavenly Demon completely agrees, but wonders what kind of rare item Ryu Min actually listed. Ryu Min just smiles, telling him he will see soon. Heavenly Demon nods and tells Manager Kim to bring up the screen. He asks him to show the auction progress on the monitor. Manager Kim pulls up the live page, displaying the info. On screen, the blueprint for the Minotaur armor shows an active auction with a starting bid of just 1 won. The current bid is already over 1.2 million won, with 23 hours left on the ticking clock. Whoever bids the most before time runs out wins. Ryu Min points to the screen, showing off the current high status. It is already sitting at over 1.2 million won. Heavenly Demon is completely speechless, eyes wide in utter disbelief. The price skyrockets in under 10 minutes. After one single hour, the bids blow past 10 million won. Now watch this. After 3 hours, it crosses 50 million. And the next day, Ryu Min gets a sudden alert. His mystery item officially sold to the highest bidder. Ryu Min looks at the final price and is totally stunned. The final bid is a massive 1 billion won. Ryu-min knows blueprints are incredibly valuable to serious players. It is way better to buy recipes with proven formulas than wasting tons of time testing random materials. This saves massive amounts of labor. But Ryu-min still wonders, is it really worth 1 billion won? Actually, that's not even the main issue. Blueprints are just raw information, and you still need the materials. Simply put, someone spent 1 billion won just to buy data. The buyer must have seen some serious value there. Ryu-min realizes this is the first blueprint item ever listed, offering a totally unique crafting opportunity. It is extremely tempting, and they could easily profit by sharing the craft specs with others later. Plenty of smart players have made fortunes using this exact method. Ryu-min knows he could do the same. He could make millions just by selling the high-end recipes locked inside his head. But he hesitates. Keeping a tight monopoly on information pays off way better than simply selling the raw blueprint designs. Even so, Ryu-min has zero interest in grinding out items just to sell them. His goal is simple. He only wants to craft gear for himself. Since he is already loaded, there is absolutely no reason to hustle. Plus, his stocks are currently rising anyway. Ryu-min is perfectly happy with his quick 1 billion won windfall. Just then, his phone rings, showing Heavenly Demon's caller ID. Ryu-min answers, calling him Mr. President. Heavenly Demon sounds incredibly hyped as he asks if the prophet saw the final bid on the auction. Think about that. 1 billion won in a single day. Even Heavenly Demon is completely shocked by the total. Ryu-min calmly asks if he knows the buyer, hinting they might be connected to him in some way. Heavenly Demon confirms it. The winner actually shares the exact name as the oldest son of the whole group chairman. He explains they aren't close. He just recognizes the name. Ryu-min listens thoughtfully, wondering about the connection. Heavenly Demon notes that nearly 10,000 people placed bids within 24 hours, just as Ryu-min predicted. It definitely drew massive attention, since the entire site traffic dropped right after the final sale went through. Ryu-min suggests listing another hot item, prompting Heavenly Demon to ask if he has anything else valuable. Ryu-min mentions a material called bull leather. He figured it wouldn't sell well without some extra context. He has to explain it is actually the rare material needed for the blueprint. Heavenly Demon is instantly curious. He wonders how Ryu-min knew that. Ryu-min calmly claims he saw it through his special prophecy. Heavenly Demon accepts the answer, and Ryu-min offers to stop by the office later to drop the item off. Heavenly Demon tells him to leave it with Manager Kim. Ryu-min smiles, thinking being the boss has real perks. He can easily delegate all these tedious chores to the staff. Suddenly, Heavenly Demon asks, by the way, where? Heavenly Demon asks how he got such rare blueprints and materials, but Ryu-min just shrugs it off, saying he was pretty surprised himself. He claims he just got lucky while hunting monsters, which is always a convenient excuse. Then, Heavenly Demon notes how many items got listed in just one day, and Ryu-min confirms that is correct. There are over 3,000 items registered already, meaning the competition among sellers is going to get fierce. But Ryu-min reveals there are plenty of buyers too, with trade volume hitting over 50 deals every single hour. Heavenly Demon agrees. Ryu-min then asks if they have prepared the transaction plans for their middleman site as discussed. Heavenly Demon assures him that they have diversified their trading methods to make things incredibly convenient for their users. They support direct face-to-face deals, couriers, and consignment. They also handle identity, verification, and multiple authentication methods to keep every single trade between buyers and sellers safe. Ryu-min is impressed. You can tell Heavenly Demon has the sharp business mind of a true corporate heir. Then, Ryu-min asks him if he has set up the system to let foreign players register as they planned. Heavenly Demon confidently confirms that while opening to foreigners is officially scheduled for a week later, they are already fully prepared to handle players worldwide. In fact, they have already sorted out all customs and legal issues. Ryu-min smiles and praises his partner. This is exactly what he wanted. Limiting their market to just 40,000 Korean players would never lead to massive success. They had to think bigger. Going global is the only way to hoard rare crafting materials from all over the world. Right after, Heavenly Demon says he will have all auction profits sent directly to Ryu-min's account. He also offers to help buy any other items Ryu-min might want. Ryu-min politely agrees, ending the call with a very satisfied, subtle grin on his face. That was his plan all along. Ryu-min immediately logs into the trading application, looking for high-value listings. Look at this. Ryu-min notices players listing tons of gear, likely because they desperately need some quick cash. There is outdated equipment from leveled-up players, mysterious magic stones, and rare materials whose values are still completely unknown. The marketplace is packed with a massive variety of goods. Ryumin mutters to himself that he should start unique crafting materials. Thanks to his past regressions, Ryumin has already memorized the perfect formulas for his Reaper class: deerwood roots, dark steel ore, orc canines, and troll vertebrae. He begins adding all these unique materials to his cart. With these rare items in his virtual cart, he calculates he can easily craft 3 highly powerful, unique weapons. Most of these listings are priced under 500,000 won. Adding them up, the total cost barely touches 5 million won. Ryumin is amazed at how unbelievably cheap it is to craft 3 unique grade items. Next, he searches for magic stones. The lowest grade stones are listed for around 2 million won per piece. Ryumin realizes that figuring out the magic stone socketing formula is pretty easy, which is why players are already overpricing them. But he just smiles. Price is not an issue when you have real-world wealth. Without hesitating, Ryumin buys every single magic stone currently on the market, despite them all being lowest grade. That amounts to over 90 stones in total. Ryumin grins with satisfaction as he confidently hits the buy button. It costs about 180 million won, which is pocket change to him. 2 days later, at the front door, Ryumin hears his younger brother, Ryu-won, cry out in pure shock. "Whoa, brother, what is all this stuff?" Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we will see you in the next part in 2 days. True to my word, here's a new chapter after just 1 day. Let's crush 3,000 likes, and shout out to our channel supporters. 2 days later, Ryumin hears a loud shout from his younger brother near the front entrance. He was shouting, "Bro, what is all this? What is going on?" With a completely indifferent look, Ryumin goes outside to check on the massive pile of delivery boxes and mutters that they have finally arrived. His brother asks if he ordered everything. Ryumin confirms it. His brother is baffled. Ryumin explains they are items used by players, and his brother goes, "Oh, I see." Then he starts opening them up. The contents are perfectly packed into the 105 parcels he ordered, and they match up exactly. Ryumin mutters to himself that it is time to do some combining, starting with his surplus of magic stones. He begins fusing them, repeatedly, fusing magic stones of the same color, including the ones he already had. Ryumin notes that with just 16 lowest grade magic stones, he can craft 1 top-tier gem. Right after, system alerts pop up. The system confirms the successful combination, forging a highest grade red magic stone followed by a highest grade orange one. He then produces a highest grade yellow magic stone and shapes a highest grade purple magic stone. He now has 7 top-tier magic stones, each a different color. Ryumin smiles happily, muttering about how great this is. If he embeds these into his gear, the boost will be massive. He immediately implants them into his weapons, helmets, armor, gloves, boots, necklaces, and rings. The system immediately confirms successful combinations, adding a 116% damage bonus to the Death Scythe, a plus 32 strength bonus on Hermes' feathered helm, while the Wanderer's linen clothes now grant plus 32 luck bonus. Even the Ring of Resistance gets enhanced, a plus 6 bonus to all stats. Now, all of his gear is adorned with these top-tier magic stones. The moment he puts them on, Ryumin's stats completely skyrocket, putting his strength at 206, agility at 244, and luck at 202. Ryumin smiles with deep satisfaction. His stats are all above 200 even without his buffs. But right then, a sudden system notification flashes in front of him. Get this, the system announces he has equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of different colors. The special rainbow effect is active. More alerts pop up, explaining that this rainbow effect buff boosts his resistance to all status ailments by 50%. For Ryumin, status ailments are the absolute most dangerous threat, so getting this massive 50% resistance boost is huge. His smile stays wide, knowing what an incredible milestone this is for him. He calculates his new defense numbers and realizes how insane this is. He notes that this 50% boost is incredibly helpful. Adding Java's necklace with 35% and the Ring of Resistance with 35%, plus the baseline 15% from his common skill, he can block negative effects with an estimated 82.1% success rate. Incredible. Colored stones really pay off. It gives massive benefits, but normal players will never get this buff. It is impossible to achieve with regular gems. The rainbow effect only triggers when equipping top-tier magic stones of every single color, meaning lower-grade gems, just will not cut it. Ryumin muses. Most players will struggle to craft even basic intermediate ones. There is a strict limit on how many magic stones players can gather, so right now, nobody else on Earth likely has top-tier magic stones equipped. None. After all, Ryumin has practically cornered the entire market on these precious stones. Of course, more will drop over time, and players will eventually look to buy them through trading websites. But by that point, the value of magic stones will skyrocket, and severe scarcity is going to be a massive issue. Right now, even the lowest grade ones cost over 2 million won, and that is just for the bottom tier. In the future, prices will easily cross 20 million won. Ryumin decides it is finally time to craft some unique grade items. Making them is pretty simple. You just place your main equipment and the required materials into the crafting interface. It is not about creating entirely new gear, but rather upgrading what you already have. However, Ryumin has no plans to rush into it. He decides to hold off. It is much smarter to save upgrades for higher tier gear. Since Ryumin is currently at level 54, he will hit level 60 in absolutely no time. Once he does, his grade will rise to master, allowing him to purchase much better gear from the shop. Better investment. Crafting with master-grade equipment from the start is far smarter. But as Ryumin, wait till you see this. As Ryumin examines the newly added materials, he freezes. Wait, what is this? His shock is completely justified because the items listed on the screen are absolutely mind-blowing. He is looking at the very materials required for legendary crafting. Ryumin's eyes lock onto a specific rare listing: a fragment of immortal skin. Category: possession. Description: a sliced piece of skin from the immortal. The seller is Don't Go 95, and the price is listed at 1 million gold. Chat open. Direct in-person meetups only. Location: Suwon. Seeing this, Ryumin muttered that it was definitely the legendary material they needed, though he had originally ruled it out. He did so for a simple reason: getting legendary-grade materials at this early stage was practically impossible. Well, not completely impossible, but incredibly difficult. Ryumin knew of only one place to get it. To actually obtain a piece of immortal skin, you had to clear the brutal 5th-round boss, the terrifying High Orc. Even then, the drop rate for that legendary skin was notoriously low. Everyone knew it. But the High Orc was a nightmare to fight, even eclipsing the 6th-round boss, the mighty Minotaur. Ryumin wondered, did this seller really solo that monster and get the drop? Was it just crazy luck? Sure, luck matters, but without top-tier combat skills, it is still impossible. So who had the power to defeat a High Orc? Let's see if you can guess before the names cross his mind. But one specific suspect stood out. Ryumin muttered to himself, could it really be him? A guy strong enough to beat the High Orc, who also held the legendary rune of the drop. If his suspicion was right and this guy was the seller, then this entire listing was just bait. Since the deal has to be in person, Ryumin decided to send a message to test the waters. He opened up a chat. Hey there, Ryumin wrote. Are you the one selling the immortal skin? The seller said yes. Ryumin replied, you listed it for 1 million gold, open to inquiries. The seller agreed to make an exception. Ryumin offered 900,000. The seller hesitated, saying it was low. It is a bit of a stretch, but fine. Ryumin immediately cut in. Actually, can we do 800,000? The seller snapped. Are you joking? Ryumin coolly replied, the price isn't fixed, and I don't even know its use. Then, why buy it? The seller asked. Ryumin explained he just wanted to experiment with combinations. Everyone does that, right? Ryumin added, but I'm pretty broke right now. Can you do a discount? Hello? Is anyone there? Finally, the seller agreed to 800,000, but demanded cold, hard cash. Meet in Suwon, he sent. Ryumin agreed instantly. The seller then sent over the meeting address. Reading the location, Ryumin grinned. He muttered that his guess about this guy was spot on. Even with a massive discount, the seller was eager. We both know a deal this good is definitely a trap, a classic bait setup. It was a bit early to face him, but Ryumin grabbed his coat anyway. If he did not step in, more innocent victims would die. Plus, he really needed that legendary skin. He decided to check it out. Luckily, he had the active rainbow buff, which gave him a huge edge. Even without it, he was no easy target. Grinning, Ryumin left his house. At that exact moment, Scythe stared at his screen, burst into laughter, and cursed under his breath. What the hell is wrong with this idiot? The audacity to ask for a 20% discount on a legendary item listed for 1 million gold. Incredible. This was a trophy from the 5th round boss, the High Orc. A monster he barely survived fighting. He genuinely thought he was a goner. Who knew that boss would be such a terrifying beast? And now this random punk wants to steal his hard-earned loot for a measly 800,000? He was practically begging for death. Jusu Take smiled wickedly. This was never going to be a peaceful trade anyway. He planned to slaughter whoever showed up. But this guy? He was going to make him suffer. You're dead meat, you little brat. But suddenly, he paused, hearing a raspy gasp from the floor. A dying victim lay beneath him, begging for mercy. Ju Sutaik laughed, quite the actor. Huh? Still alive? The man whimpered for help. Ju Sutak sneered, talk to me with some respect. Then, his blade plunged. He sliced the man's throat, muttering that the sudden begging had startled him. Regardless, the buyer was next. The moment that arrogant buyer showed up, he was as good as dead. It was never a real transaction. The listing was bait from the start. That was why he agreed to the 20% discount so easily. He never planned to part with it. Why would he sell something he bled for, especially for pocket change? Even though he had no clue what the skin actually did, it served as the perfect human lure. Why lure them? A sinister smile crept across his face. Because killing them was just too much fun. Life was getting pretty boring. He looked at the body and smirked. What if I hide this corpse I just killed? Shove it right in that clothing donation bin? When the buyer shows up, I can just detonate it with my corpse explosion skill. Walking away, he glanced down at his phone. Only 3 hours remained until the meeting time he had scheduled with Ryu Min. He chuckled to himself. Hurry up, you bastard. I have got a very special present waiting for you. Then, slowly, someone entered the alley. Step by step, a figure walked straight into the trap. That person was none other than Ryu Min. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us. Huge thanks for hitting 3,000 likes on the last video. And to everyone supporting us financially, I truly appreciate your incredible support, which is why I am dropping more of this story. Hopefully, this one hits 3,000 likes too. And everyone watching, drop a comment because that really helps push our reach, everyone. Finally, step by step, one person walked right into the alley where the trap was set. Ryu Min. In that instant, a wicked smile crept onto Ju Seong-tak's face. His plan was simple. The second his target got within 10 steps, he would detonate the corpse hidden inside that clothing collection bin. And right when the guy stumbled in intense agony, he would cast a curse of terror to force him onto his knees. After that, sliding a dagger across his throat would be effortless. Ju Seong-tak muttered to himself, I don't want to end this quickly. I'm going to play with you for as long as possible. Crossing me has a heavy price, and I'll make completely sure you pay it in full. Feeding on those twisted thoughts, Ju Seong-tak waited in the dark alley, eagerly watching the buyer approach. He whispered to himself with excitement, yes, just a little closer, just 5 more steps. Unaware of the danger, Ryu Min kept walking forward, and the distance began shrinking rapidly. Ju Seong-tak kept counting down in his head, 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. Now just 1 more step. But of course, Ryu Min stops right there. Talk about perfect timing. Naturally, Ju Seong-tak's face twisted in pure irritation. He muttered to himself, why on earth did he stop there? Right now, there is too much distance between them to talk easily. Yet, Ryu Min just stayed back, shouting, excuse me, are you the seller? Ju Seong-tak nodded, and Ryu Min yelled back, what are you doing over there? Aren't we trading? Seeing Ryu Min gesture for him to come over, Ju Seong-tak was completely baffled. Damn it, if he just takes 1 more step, he is in the blast zone. Despite Ryu Min waving, Ju Seong-tak couldn't budge. He thought, if I get any closer, I'll get caught in the blast too. The corpse explosion doesn't care who's friend or foe. Sure, I could ditch the corpse explosion plan entirely, walk over there, and just cast the curse of terror. It's a much simpler way to subdue the target, but that's just too boring. And besides, that's not the plan I envisioned. Ryu Min then called out, what is the holdup? Aren't you coming? Ju Seong-tak hesitated. Could you please walk over here instead? I've got a bad leg injury. He winced internally, so lame. But there was no other choice. He just needed him 1 step closer. But the buyer seemed completely glued to the spot, feet frozen to the ground. Instead of moving, Ryu Min crossed his arms, looked highly annoyed, and barked, hey, do you think you're the only one with sore legs? If yours hurts, mine hurts even more after walking all the way here. Ju Song-tak said, I have a disability, making it really hard for me to walk. Ryumin scoffed at disability. Your legs look perfectly fine to me. Realizing the buyer wasn't moving an inch, Ju Seong-tak fumed. That piece of trash. Does he actually know what he's doing? No. Impossible. Who on earth would suspect a bomb is hidden inside a clothing bin? But why won't he just take that final step instead of whining? Ryu Min, still standing there showing clear annoyance, suddenly yelled, You bastard. Do you even want to trade or what? Ju Seong-tak blinked in confusion. Wait. What? Ryu Min retorted, You're hesitating, which means I'm right. You're trying to lure me in and rob me, aren't you? That's why you keep pushing me to walk in. Am I right, you trash? It was a wild misunderstanding, but it was incredibly awkward and baffling for him to hear. Ju Song-tak thought, when was the last time I got insulted like this? Damn it. Stay calm. Do not let him set the pace here. Ju Seong-tak had to clear up this mess fast. After all, just one more single step forward, and it would all be over, letting him force this brat to kneel. He spoke up, Look, you've got this all wrong. It's nothing like that. Ryu Min snapped back, Nothing like that? You damn con artist. Ju Seong-tak muttered, You're talking pretty damn rudely. Ryu Min shrugged, Rude or not, you're still scum. Why should I be polite to a jerk trying to bait and rob me? Ju Seong-tak shot back, I haven't lied. Look. Feeling cornered, he reached into his inventory and pulled out the piece of immortal skin he'd put up for trade. Only then did the others' hostile attitude start to melt away. Ryu Min muttered, Oh, you actually have it. Ju Seong-tak let out a sigh of immense relief, thinking, Great. Now I can bait this bastard to come closer. But suddenly, he froze, utterly confused. Something was terribly wrong here. A second ago, this guy was hurling insults, and now, suddenly, he's smiling warmly. What's going on? Why is he laughing? Right then, a sudden breeze sweeps by, and, all feeling completely vanished from his right arm. Yes, the very arm holding that rare material was suddenly completely gone. Ju Seong-tak lay pinned under Ryu Min's foot, screaming in delayed agony as the sheer pain finally surged through his body. Clear your mind. Focus. He panicked, trying to understand. How did Ryu Min get this close? He was miles away just now. There was a massive gap between them. Turning around, he saw an armed figure. But when he looked back to the back, the smiling Ryu Min was still standing right there. He struggled to gasp out his words. Are there two of you? No, just one. Ryu Min chuckled. Hearing that, Ju Seong-tak looked back, his heart freezing instantly at what he saw. The other figure had vanished in a split second. Gone. Only the armed man remained standing. It made zero sense. It felt like dealing with a ghost. Ryu Min had actually used a clone to distract him, but Ju Seong-tak had no idea. He demanded to know what happened. Ryu Min just smirked, asking if he really needed to explain, totally dismissing his panic. Then, Ryu Min casually picked up the rare item that fell from Ju Seong-tak's severed arm, throwing it into his inventory. Speechless and utterly broken, Ju Seong-tak glared up with sheer hatred. You absolute, God-forsaken bastard, he growled under his breath. He screamed in pure rage, unleashing the curse of terror. It was the first basic skill shamans unlocked upon advancing. The skill completely paralyzes opponents with absolute fear. Ju Seong-tak had easily crushed almost all of his enemies with this technique. Usually, this curse forces anyone to shiver in fear. But check this out, something completely unexpected happens. A system warning suddenly flashes. Target resisted the fear. Spell failed. Ju Seong-tak stared in complete and utter disbelief. Spell failed? He blinked, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He had never seen a failure notification in all 6 rounds. Ryu Min smirked, telling him not to act so shocked. With an 18% success rate, failing is completely natural. Who are you? Ju Seong-tak gasped. But before he could finish, an explosive punch slammed into his chin, nearly killing him. He was on the very brink of death. Then, suddenly, a strange, warm light enveloped him, healing his shattered body. His wounds vanished. When he asked what happened, Ryu Min shrugged and said, I healed you. I wanted to hit you more. He threw another punch, and before Ju Seong-tak could recover, another heavy blow landed. A devastating, endless combination of strikes followed. The rapid punches sent him stumbling back before he collapsed, nearly blacking out. But the healing activated once more, and he cursed this crazy bastard in his mind. Ju Seong-tak had absolutely no clue why this was happening. He was getting completely demolished over and over. Even with a weapon, he was utterly helpless against Ryumin's bare fists. He cursed silently. If only he could use his signature skill. But the cooldown for his curse was still ticking down. Just one more minute, he muttered desperately. Just 60 seconds. But even the most agonizing, endless moments eventually pass. But even the longest torture eventually comes to an end. This is it. Guys, a golden opportunity finally opens up. A system alert confirms his skill has reset. Screaming in pure rage, he roars. You are dead meat. You damn bastard. But before he could cast it, Ju Seong-tak was suddenly blinded as agonizing. Sharp pain shot directly through his eyes. Ryu Min calmly told him that his parents must be crying tears of blood in the afterlife for raising a trash-tier human like him. Ju Seong-tak lost his mind, screaming out in absolute rage. How dare you trick me like this? A brutal kick from Ryu Min sent him flying. Face down, he wondered if the guy had targeted his eyes on purpose. No way. How could anyone possibly know his curse required direct eye contact to work? That was highly unlikely for sure. It had to be a lucky shot. But damn, the intense pain was unbearable. Screaming in agony, he wondered what to do. Was there seriously no way to beat this monster? Then, a crazy idea hit him. He still had one last trick left. Ryu Min had completely underestimated him. Even if he had to die here, he was taking this arrogant bastard down with him. Activating his ultimate skill, Corpse Explosion, he screamed out, "Go to hell." Right then, a massive blast rocked the alley. Luckily, Ryu Min had quickly jumped into a nearby building, sighing in relief. He almost got caught in the blast. Glancing at the unconscious Ju Seong-tak in the corner, he shook his head. He muttered that the idiot used a suicide skill while completely blind. If Ryu Min could not read minds, they would be dead. Both of them would have been blown into tiny pieces. Ryu Min admitted the guy was trash, but he was still useful. He deserved to die 100 times over. But his extremely rare drop rate rune was just too valuable to waste. In fact, Ju Seong-tak used the in-game nickname Stupid Idiots and was right up there with the legendary Ma Kyung-ra. The heavenly demon himself had competed for the top ranks in the previous round, but teaming with a killer was risky. Ryu Min had no plans to carry him all the way to round 20, but he could definitely use his skills for now. He needed him to clear the upcoming boss, especially since his drop rune massively increased the rare item drop rates. It is incredibly effective, boosting the drop rate of special items from boss creatures tenfold. So, if the base drop rate is 10%, this rune turns it into a guaranteed 100%. That is how he pulled legendary loot from that high orc earlier. Ryu Min realized that using this killer's rune wisely could bring insane benefits. After all, the killer already put legendary materials on the player-to-player market, and with his skills, he would surely keep bringing in even more valuable loot. But there is a massive catch. The guy is a literal serial killer, and leaving him loose is a massive ethical nightmare, since he might slaughter innocent victims. But with a devious grin, Ryu Min smirked because there is a way around this. Quick favor. Guys, hit that like button and drop a comment below. And subscribe. First, thanks for 3,000 likes on the last video. I hope we hit that again. And huge thanks to everyone who supported us, who supported this channel financially. Smiling like a villain, Ryu Min says that does not mean there is no solution. And he goes ahead and removes one of Ju Seong-tak's legs. He quickly applies first aid, leaving him with just one arm and one leg. Then Ryu Min says, I used it on his eyes, so when he wakes up, his vision should return. Now, Ju Seong-tak is missing an arm and a leg, and Ryu Min adds by crippling his real body, he won't be committing murder so easily anymore. After all, what I need is just a body in the other world that can gather items. Even if I turn Ju Seong-tak into a disabled person, his avatar in the other world stays completely unaffected. Of course, since he saw Ryu Min's face, he will probably try to get revenge when he wakes up. But that is not an issue, because the face Ryu Min revealed actually belongs to the dead Hwang Yong-min. Then Ryu Min smiles, thinking now I can leave without any worries. Later, Ju Seong-tak's eyes snap open as he regains consciousness. His senses slowly return, and his vision clears up from a blurry haze. He asks himself what is going on. Was all of that just a dream? What a crazy nightmare. It was too real. In that nightmare, he tried to murder a buyer, but ended up on the receiving end of a brutal payback. It was a terrifying experience, facing an opponent who was completely immune to his fear skill. But he shrugs it off. Well, it is just a dream, right? He shakes his head, trying to dismiss those dark memories, and begins to assess his surroundings. The place looks oddly familiar, making him wonder where he is. To his surprise, he finds himself on the second floor, building he prepared as his escape route. Realizing this, he groans, ugh, so it was not a dream. He tries to stand up, placing his hand on the floor, but suddenly notices his arm is completely gone. Huh? Where is my arm? And at that very moment, everything comes rushing back. That buyer cut off his arm. But the horror does not stop there. When he realizes his leg is also gone, he screams, "Oh God, my leg." Sudden confusion, frustration, anger, and a truly overwhelming void washes over him all at once. He desperately wants to scream his lungs out, but his throat feels completely blocked. He roars out, "Where are you? You damn bastard." Now he knows for sure this is no dream. It is painfully, brutally real. And his rage surges past all limits, filling the void of his missing limbs. "Where are you? You miserable, trashy scumbag?" He frantically searches for the person who reduced him to this state, screaming, "Buyer, you wretched bastard, show yourself. I will tear you apart." Ju Sung-tak tries to stand with bloodshot eyes, but with only one leg. Even that is nearly impossible. Angrily, he growls, "Did that damn son of a bitch really do this to me? I will definitely kill him." At that exact moment, Ju Sung-tak's eyes land on a neatly folded piece of paper on the ground. Unfolding it, he finds a long letter in dense handwriting. It reads, "Your name is Ju Sung-tak, right? I checked your ID and found your address. Do you really think it is my fault you lost your leg? That is your own doing, you idiot. Why did you hide a bomb in the clothing collection bin? Were you trying to blow me up? Honestly, I was so angry that I wanted to kill you. But since you are missing your limbs now, I am letting you live. Who else treats a guy who tried to rob them to some free medical treatment? Consider yourself lucky and live a decent life instead of trying to rob people. I know your name and address, so do not cause trouble. If you do, you will really die." After reading the letter, Ju Sung-tak mutters, "What is this? My leg was lost to my own body explosion?" Suddenly, a wave of complete helplessness washes over him. Falling into his own trap was a bitter realization. But then, he wonders, does this guy really carry a pen and paper just to leave notes? He quickly searches his pockets, but his wallet with his ID is gone. Damn it. He screams, "My savings were in there." He stole 300,000 won in cash. What a total joke. Asking people to live a decent life while robbing them? This scumbag must have thought I was a joke. Even if Ju Sung-tak blames himself for his missing leg, it is obvious that the buyer was the one who took his arm. He has every reason to hold a massive grudge. Not only did that buyer take his items and wallet, but he also took his arm and leg. Ju Sung-tak cannot let go of this rage and frustration, screaming at the top of his lungs. His voice echoes through the building. "Damn it. I will kill him. I will definitely slaughter him, even if it costs me my life." Ju Sung-tak remembers every detail about that buyer, his face, and his voice. Even though that buyer is incredibly strong, Ju Sung-tak is confident he would win a rematch, thinking if only that body explosion hit him instead. Believing he only lost because of bad luck, he limps out of the building, completely unaware that the exact person he is looking for is invisibly watching his every move. Ryu-min can't help but smile as Ryu-min read Ju Seong-tak's thoughts from behind and muttered to himself that the guy was clearly plotting revenge, just as expected. After all, cutting off someone's limbs is bound to spark some serious hatred. But what can he actually do now? In his pathetic state, Ryu-min just smiled coldly. Can he even seek revenge when he can barely crawl? Especially since his opponent is me. He has zero chance in a rematch. Then, Ryu-min asked himself a question. Could Ju Seong-tak have won if he used his corpse explosion skill a bit better? Ryu-min answered honestly. Honestly, that explosion did not even faze him. But wait, is that fear curse actually going to work on him? It was barely a minor annoyance because I have 82% resistance. That resistance is why it failed earlier. Even though it is not a full 100%, Ryu-min was not worried. High resistance reduces the duration. Usually, the fear curse lasts for 5 seconds. But with my 82% resistance, that time gets drastically cut. It only lasts for 0.9 seconds. So even with an 18% chance of being affected, it is negligible. It would paralyze me for just a brief second. Sure, 1 second is enough to die, but not against a weakling like him. Ryu-min smiled at his hopeless situation. Still, even in this state, he actually wants revenge? That is pretty gutsy. The guy has some serious spirit. Honestly, with that drive, He might actually survive and list his items on the market, which ultimately benefits me. He may be half dead, but he still needs to make a living in this brutal system. With that, Ryu-min turned and walked away. Soon after, just before the seventh round began, he met up with Minjuri. Sitting down for a warm meal, Ryu-min asked if she liked the Korean food. Minjuri smiled and nodded. She said it was the single best. Ryu-min laughed, suggesting they should come here often, which made her freeze. He didn't mean anything special by it. But Minjuri immediately started overthinking his casual invite. Realizing the tension, Ryu-min quickly corrected himself just occasionally. Minjuri looked a bit disappointed. She sighed and asked why he had been so busy lately, always brushing her off whenever she wanted to meet up. Ryu-min blamed it on random chores. He really had been swamped managing the Heaven Cafe and top-secret executive business. On top of those endless weekend meetings, he also had to stay extremely alert about being followed. Can you believe someone is actually following him right now? But Ryu-min already knows exactly who it is. It was Jeffrey Bishop, a level 28 assassin. And the real boss pulling his strings? Christine's father, Nathan Watson. Initially, Ryu-min didn't notice the tail since the stalker was using an advanced invisibility skill. But with his high perception skill, he quickly caught on that someone had been stalking him for days. They clearly don't have the perception skill. Otherwise, they would have realized that I was tracking them right back. If they knew perception counters and visibility, they would have kept a much safer distance from the start. By reading their minds, Ryu-min confirmed they weren't planning an assassination. It was just a reconnaissance mission. They were purely looking for info. Christine must have opened up to her wealthy father about me. Naturally, Nathan Watson is freaking out. Imagine someone predicting your own daughter will die in the 11th round. Anyone would desperately seek answers after hearing that. But Ryu-min had no plans of confronting them just yet. As long as they don't act, he will let them watch. To them, he is just an ordinary businessman. They see a normal guy traveling between work and home, completely unaware of his secret weekend plans. Ryu-min felt safe as long as he stayed one step ahead. Suddenly, Minjuri broke his train of thought. She brought up the secret tips he shared about the 7th round. Ryu-min casually asked what was wrong. She wondered if that was truly everything she had to memorize. He confirmed that was the sole key. Sharing any more detail would be a huge risk. He had to keep the rest to himself. If he exposed the actual quest, they might get instantly disqualified. His goal was to keep allies alive. He needed 5 capable survivors for the endgame. Naturally, he would only rescue those who truly deserved it. Looking at her, Ryu-min smiled and promised they would make it to the end together. She gasped in surprise. Blushing, Minjuri happily agreed. And just like that, as midnight struck in July 2022, the 7th round officially began. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and support the channel, guys. Before we start, do not forget to like and subscribe, and thanks for supporting us. Midnight on July 1st, 2022, the 7th round begins. Summoned players gather in a bustling meadow, though there are far fewer than expected. Then Priscilla appears. Smiling cheerfully, she asks if everyone has been doing well this past month, but the players stay completely silent. Feeling friendly toward an angel makes zero sense in a death game where players are constantly dropping like flies every single round. Priscilla points out there are only 434 survivors left, which is way too few humans for the game to function properly. So, she announces another round of area integration is starting immediately. The moment she finishes speaking, the ground begins to shake. Massive landmasses slide together like puzzle pieces fitting into place with perfect precision, and then the angel speaks once again. We integrated 10 zones, she says, making 4,022 survivors in the new area, C2 ES A03. Priscilla points out that since everyone here is Korean, there's no need to worry. The players nod, relaxing just a tiny bit. They briefly buy her friendly explanation until Priscilla suddenly flashes a wicked grin and speaks up. She tells them that before starting the round, they need to choose area representatives once again. Realizing they have to fight to the death, the leaders frown in frustration except for Ryu-min, who has a plan. He tells himself that another selection match is coming, and this time, he simply must secure that representative spot. Ryu-min desperately wants this title, and there is no way he's letting this opportunity slip away. The reward for winning is legendary. It actually lets him use the representative's authority back in the real world. The temporary skill called dominance normally gives a representative the power to force other players to obey their commands, but it has strict limits. The skill can only be used 10 times, and it only works on other players. Worse, its biggest flaw is that it only functions in the game world, leaving it useless in reality. It doesn't even show up on your real-world status screen. It's only visible when you're in the game. Once you return to the real world, your dominance power completely vanishes. But this time is different. The winner of this selection tournament gets a legendary reward, the power to use dominance once in the real world. For Ryu-min, this is a golden opportunity he simply cannot miss. But he has another goal in mind too. He knows that during this round, they will also receive a rare rune as a subquest reward. Ryu-min's real target is to take over the Player Haven Cafe. Right now, Yamti is their only player executive. To completely counter Yamti's dangerous abilities, getting his hands on this particular rune is a total necessity. It is one of the 18 essential runes. For this round, Ryu-min has two non-negotiable targets. He must claim both the unified representative title and that subquest rune, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Priscilla floats over to the Gathering of Angels and announces it's time to choose their representative. The 10 angels of this newly merged zone trade formal greetings. It's time to pick their leader, but these angels would much rather dump the extra work on someone else than take responsibility themselves. One angel asks who wants to volunteer, but another scoffs and wonders who would actually want this hassle. Then, an angel brings up Priscilla's recent game with Oliver, asking if she had a fun time with it. They whisper about the king's game they played. Priscilla grins and confirms that's exactly how it went down. In that game, if a human wins the match, they get to declare themselves the ultimate king. Now pay attention, this is where the angels start cooking up another wild plan to pass the time. Another angel suggests doing it again, and Priscilla is thrilled since her area has the legendary Black Scythe. She thinks this is her perfect golden ticket to claim the throne and suggest a basic deathmatch. But suddenly, another angel calls her out. Wait a minute, that is completely unfair. They protest because her zone has the monster player Black Scythe, who is already beyond level 50. If they run a physical battle, Priscilla's champion will obviously crush everyone and make her the king. Her clever little plan is instantly ruined. Disappointed, she asks what else they could possibly do. Since raw power games are out of the question, someone suggests a race to clear the round. The first human to clear the 7th round wins, and this round does not rely on brute strength. The angels quickly agree to this smart bypass, leaving a very frustrated Priscilla with basically no choice. She reluctantly nods along, forced to admit that this new competition rule is actually pretty fair. She had reservations, but there was no solid reason to oppose this plan. After all, the 7th round quest didn't rely on strength. That's when Priscilla's inner doubts began to surface, making her mutter quietly to herself. Damn it. She thinks I really thought I could seize the throne. But maybe Black Scythe won't take first place after all. The other angels shared her worries, saying this might be the very first time their records get shattered. One angel smiled evilly. If passing the 7th round is the condition, it's worth a shot. Even if he's the Black Scythe, the 7th round is totally beyond his reach. Priscilla's gloomy face gave the other angels a sudden glimmer of hope. They finally saw a chance to claim the throne for themselves. Then one of them spoke up. Oh yeah, by the way, Priscilla, I'm sorry, but until the 7th round is over, you have to keep managing the area. Another laughed, saying even if you hate doing it, you still have to follow through. After that, Priscilla returned to the human players and announced. She said, after some debate among the angels, we've decided how to choose the representative. It won't be a death match. This time, unlike the previous round, the area representative who is the first to clear the 7th round quest wins. They will become the unified representative. Hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped from all the area representatives. They cheered that it wasn't a death match. They knew facing the Black Scythe would leave them completely powerless. Then, one player said excitedly, so the representative who finishes the quest first becomes the leader? Does that mean I actually have a real shot? Even without knowing the quest details, they believed anything was better than a death match. It had to be better than a death match. Then, Priscilla added an extra incentive for becoming the unified representative. The winner will receive a secret reward. Of course, this secret is only revealed to the one who becomes the unified representative. She called it a secret, but Ryu-min already knew the reward. Then, she clapped her hands. All right, let's announce the 7th round quest. Immediately, a quest window popped up in front of everyone, and they all stared at it with intense focus. Round 7. But look at this. The entire quest content is hidden behind question marks, with over 6 million participants and 0 achievers. For their specific zone, there were over 4,000 players, but 0 achievers. One player asked if there was a system error, since the quest was just question marks. Priscilla replied it's no error. The 7th round quest is classified as hidden, Despite Priscilla's calm explanation, everyone looked incredibly confused, asking how on earth they were supposed to clear it. How do we complete it? No clues. Priscilla coldly stated there was no further explanation, and that was that. She vanished coldly with the other angels. Just like that, the players were left behind like abandoned stray dogs, staring at the empty space where the angels just stood. One player complained, "What are we supposed to do without any clues? They're just leaving us in the dark?" Talk about zero consideration. But during that gloomy silence, a new screen popped up. A system warning flashed before their eyes, showing a countdown timer. One player gasped, "Wait, there's a time limit? What's going on here? Do we just sit and wait?" Another player replied, "A time limit means we have to do something active." Damn it, someone grumbled. Are we really supposed to figure out this whole quest on our own now? Then, another player made a guess. It's probably about hunting monsters. If we start moving, we might trigger something. Someone pointed toward a dark zone in the distance. That area over there looks pretty suspicious. Let's check it out. Right after, players began to scatter in all directions. Some wandered aimlessly, while others headed straight into the strange forest nearby. Yet, about half of them just stood frozen. They were totally lost. But then, check this out, a very familiar group approaches Ryu Min from the crowd. It was in Song Cheol, Corin, Heo Tae Sok, and Min Juri from his round 6 party. And Song Cheol called out, "Black Scythe." Ryu Min asked why they were all walking together. And Sang Cheol replied that they just happened to cross paths nearby. Min Juri also smiled warmly, saying it was great to meet again. Seeing the four of them acting so familiar, Ryu Min thought to himself, did they really get this close just from teaming up once? Then, and Sang Cheol spoke up, "Hey, Black Scythe, do you have any idea what this 7th round quest could be? Any guesses at all?" Ryu Min asked why they were even asking him. And Sang Cheol hesitated, "Sorry if that makes you uncomfortable, I just thought. With your insight as the legendary Black Scythe, you might have some clues." But his embarrassment was met with a blunt response. Ryu Min calmly shrugged, "It's a hidden quest. What can I do? We're all in the exact same boat here." The bodyguard murmured in understanding. The brief look of disappointment on his face quickly shifted into a subtle, knowing smile. He actually seemed relieved, happy that he might finally have a chance to assist the great Black Scythe. He leaned in. "So, Black Scythe, want me to share some useful info?" When Ryu Min asks how he knows about the 7th round, the bodyguard admits he heard it from a real-world prophet. Our regression master frowns. They hid it before, but now he is openly blabbing about this prophet. Was I too naive, thinking he could not trust them? Ryu Min silently glares straight at the bodyguard, letting the heavy tension fill the room. He stumbles. Nervous, the bodyguard asks why he is looking at him like that. Guys, do not forget to like and subscribe. Our last 2 videos missed 3,000 likes. Hopefully we hit that goal today. A huge thank you to everyone who keeps supporting us. Now, the bodyguard, On Sang Chol, asks if Black Scythe wants some inside intel on the 7th round. Ryu Min immediately asks how he could know that. The reply? He heard it from a real-world prophet. Ryu Min frowns. They hid this details before, and now he is just openly blabbing about a prophet? Unbelievable. Was he naive to trust them? With that thought, Ryu Min glares at the stammering bodyguard. On. Sang Chol flinches. Why are you staring like that? Ryu Min scoffs, mentioning a prophet sounds completely ridiculous, but the bodyguard insists it is true. He claims his prophet friend has already helped him out several times, right? Coa Rin? She quickly nods. Ryu Min sighs internally. Coa Rin too? Another person he can never trust. The list of suspect allies is growing. The old man, no pain no gain, looks utterly confused and asks what they mean, but Minju stays silent. Shocked. Deep down, she begins to doubt what she thought she knew. Could the secret prophet actually be Ryu Min? Watching their tense faces, Ryu Min lets out a silent sigh. This is getting messy. He wants to shut the bodyguard up right now, but he has no good excuse, so he holds back. On Sang Chol then offers to share the 7th round prophecy for absolutely nothing. He asks if Black Scythe wants to hear it. After thinking for a moment, Ryu Min slowly nods. Fine, he says, though it sounds questionable. Besides, they are desperate enough to grasp at any straw right now. On Sang Chol grins. Don't worry, the prophecy is never wrong. With that, the bodyguard delivers the message. The warning is clear. When starting the 7th round, do not let yourself be tempted by anything. No pain, no gain is confused. Temptation? But the bodyguard just quietly nods, offering no explanation. He claims he does not know the details. Just then, A bewildered Min Ju-hee steps forward. She asks on Sangchul if this prophet's name is Ryu Min. This time, the bodyguard is totally stunned. Seo A-rin freezes. No Pain No Gay is completely lost, looking back and forth between the two of them. Oh man, this is getting incredibly tense. Ryu Min watches the disaster unfold and curses silently under his breath. Still, it is fine as long as they do not connect him to Black Scythe. He must split them up. Ryu Min speaks up. If the prophecy is real, keeping it in mind and avoiding temptation is a good plan. But for now, they need to split up and gather more detailed information about what they are facing. An Sangchul is hesitant. Split up? Ryumin explains they might stumble onto new quests or secret information. Why do that when they do not even know if this is a group quest? Ryumin responds with a freezing glare. Feeling that icy look, the bodyguard swallows his annoyance. There is no way Ryumin is feeling friendly, not after he caused such a mess. He sighs and agrees they should handle the 7th round alone. He wishes Black Scythe luck. After bowing, the bodyguard and Seo A-rin quickly disappear from the area. No Pain No Gay hesitates, awkwardly bids goodbye, and leaves. Now, only Min Ju-hee remains by his side. Ryumin tells her she should leave too. Though clearly reluctant to go, she eventually walks away alone. Finally alone, Ryumin sighs. The situation is getting seriously complicated. He stands there, lost in thought. About 5 minutes pass. Suddenly, a sharp, blood-curdling scream pierces the quiet air. Ryumin sprints toward it. Now, prepare yourself. What he finds waiting for him at the end of that scream is absolutely horrifying. He gasps. It is Min Ju-hee, looking completely frantic. Ryumin rushes over, demanding to know what happened. Her voice trembles violently as she struggles to speak, begging the Black Scythe no. Ryumin, to help her. Ryumin freezes. She knows his true identity? How on earth did she find out about that? He did not catch even a single hint when he peered into her mind earlier. Her eyes tremble wildly. She whispers his name, asking if he is indeed Ryumin. Ryumin panics internally. How did she know? She tells him there is no point in hiding it. No matter how hard he tried. It was painfully obvious. He asks if she knew his secret this whole time. Min Ju-hee nods, admitting the act was unbearable. Pushing that shocking news aside, he demands to know who did this. Her wounds look incredibly severe and life-threatening. She is on the verge of death. In his sudden panic, Ryumin temporarily forgets to activate his healing. Snapping out of it, he takes a deep breath and channels his mana. Min Ju-hee's deep wounds slowly begin to. Relief washes over Min Ju-hee as she weakly whispers her thanks. Ryumin quickly asks who did this to her. She gasps out that Sangchul is the one who attacked her, leaving Ryumin shocked and absolutely burning with rage. Directing his furious glare toward the turncoat, he demands to know where the bastard is. That's when a voice calls out from behind. The voice mocks him. Here I am. Ryumin instantly spins around to find a smug, classic villain. You absolute, rotten bastards. The bodyguard chuckles, telling him his choice of words is a bit too harsh. Ryumin's furious scowl quickly fades, replaced by a cold, calculative mask as he calms himself down. He asks if they already knew he was the prophet. The bodyguard denies it, pointing at Min Ju-hee. They had no clue until they tortured her. Min Ju-hee tearfully apologizes to Ryumin, explaining the agony was just too much. He holds zero grudge against her, turning a freezing glare on the smiling bodyguard who tells him to relax. The bodyguard admits he was incredibly shocked to discover that the weak prophet and the legendary Black Scythe are the same person. Ryumin demands an explanation before unleashing his wrath, asking exactly why they targeted Min Ju-hee in the first place. The bodyguard explains she seemed close to him, so he thought a little ambush would squeeze out some useful intel. But the results blew his mind. Who would have guessed the harmless prophet was actually the terrifying Black Scythe? Their boss will be totally ecstatic. Hearing this, Ryumin draws his dark weapon. Can you even survive? The bodyguard immediately panics, telling him to back off unless he wants the hidden bomb inside her to detonate. Ryumin is stunned by this threat. Right then, the traitor No-Gay steps out from behind the villain. No-Gay mutters an apology. Now look at that smirk. The bodyguard admits this traitor helped them set the trap. Ryumin realizes what happened, asking No-Gay if he really planted a black seed inside Min Ju-hee. A silent nod is all he gets, sending chills down Ryumin's spine. This dark mage skill is pure nightmare fuel. At level 40, they unlock Black Seed, allowing them to plant a demonic minion inside a victim's body. Once activated, the host literally explodes like a firework, letting the summoned monster tear its way out from within. Ryumin glares in disbelief, demanding to know when the traitor managed to reach level 40 in secret. Noge smugly replies that he wasn't just slacking off, working tirelessly to reach the absolute top, just like him. Ryu-min commands the scum to remove the seed immediately. The traitor refuses. This pushes him to the edge. He asks if the old man has completely lost his mind. Didn't he respect the legendary Black Scythe before? Noge admits Black Scythe was like a god to him, but only if he can survive this deadly trap. If their leader isn't perfect, why follow him? Ryu-min feels like he just got sucker punched. In Sangchul, Corin, and Hioteoke, everyone who once worshipped him like a god had turned their backs. The pain of this sudden betrayal runs deep. Ryu-min coldly turns to the bodyguard and asks what they want. The smug villain points out his helpless friend, mockingly asking if he likes seeing her unable to even crawl. Ryu-min demands a promise that they won't harm Minjuri if he cooperates. The bodyguard laughingly agrees to it. Ryu-min asks what they want next round strategies, or maybe the coordinates to some powerful hidden pieces. But the bodyguard claims he doesn't care about that. They won't let him keep manipulating their boss any longer. His smug smile completely vanishes, replaced by a cold, dark demand: end your own life. Right here, right now. Only then will they spare the girl. Since this chapter is a bit short, the next part is dropping very soon. So make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash like, and drop a comment below on what you think happens next. For the next epic part, thanks so much for hitting 3,000 likes on the last video. And let us crush that 3,000 mark again this time. And massive thanks to everyone supporting the channel. Ryu-min asks, fine, what do you want then? Info on the next round, or the location of the hidden piece? The bodyguard snaps, I have no interest. Think you can deceive us and manipulate our CEO to your own advantage? Unbelievable. His smug grin suddenly hardens into a freezing, stern expression as he demands, take your own life. End it right here in front of us, and we will spare this girl. Ryu-min nods. Understood. Keep your promise. As long as I can save Minjuri, that is all that matters. Without a single second of hesitation, Ryu-min presses his scythe against his own throat. His severed head drops lifelessly to the floor. But then wait. Ryu-min suddenly snaps back to reality, and a system message pops up. Commit suicide without hesitation. Success means quest cleared. And the moment he reads those words, he knows it was a trick. What he saw was an illusion crafted from his deepest anxieties. Honestly, there is no way Ryu-min, who lived this 99 times already, would not notice. But the system made sure he could not realize the truth. Ryu-min says, actually, it is not the system. I did this to myself. And checks the info for his temporary skill, Dominion. Remaining uses, 9 times. Target, the Black Scythe. Dominion had been activated once already, and he had cast it on the Black Scythe himself. Ryu-min smiles, just as I suspected. I used Dominion on myself to block me from realizing it was all an illusion. In fact, he used Dominion on his own mind the second he entered this 7th round. His command? Dead simple. Do not even think this is an illusion until you clear the subquest. See, the main quest of the 7th round is to escape the illusion. But if you already know it is fake right from the start, you cannot be trapped by it. In other words, you get stuck at the start, unable to progress, and then you would get excluded from participating entirely, vanishing into thin air. How did Ryu-min even know this? Simple. He lived through it once before, and recalled, I knew it was an illusion, yet I kept going, only to get a warning message and suddenly disappear. The void felt just as empty as his defeat in the 20th round boss room. This is why Ryu-min never explicitly revealed that this round was a fake during his prophecies. Knowing ahead of time that it is an illusion means instant erasure. Ryu-min notes, I tried so many types of self-mind control, but it is completely useless. If you know about the trick, it always slips out of your subconscious. To bypass this deadly risk, Ryu-min realized he had to use Dominion. If he wiped his own memories, the system could not detect a thing. Ryu-min adds, I only figured out I could target myself with Dominion because of this round. Still, the real challenge was crafting the right strategy. The subquest was insanely hard. Ending your own life without a second thought is a brutal hurdle, especially for Ryu-min, who values survival above everything. It made the task almost impossible. Ryu-min reflects. Besides, I could not willingly end myself if I did not even know it was fake. That is why I spent endless loops in this 7th round searching for a way out. Finally, I found the answer. In reality, The solution was straightforward, yet incredibly complex. Ryumin explains, before entering this world, I had to brainwash myself. I had to willingly sacrifice my life to save Minjuri, my only love. See? This seventh round serves up illusions designed from your deepest worries. For Ryumin, his nightmare was having his closest allies turn on him once they uncovered his true identity. Feeding on this, the system spun a nightmare, forcing a situation where he was pushed to end his own life to clear the subquest. After failing countless times, a genius idea struck. He wondered, what if I tricked the system into believing that I love Minjuri? Would it construct a scenario around that, forcing me to sacrifice myself? His calculated prediction hit the mark perfectly. He ended his life on the spot without no hesitation. The plan worked because he brainwashed his mind to fully believe he loved Minjuri. Ryumin explains, previously, I failed many subquests because I hesitated at the final blow. Back then, long before I met her, Minjuri, someone else, was the hostage. My younger brother, Ryu-wan, was kidnapped and threatened by a villain, but Ryumin hesitated when faced with ending his life. So, he designed a deep mental conditioning trick. Before the round, if he ever had to sacrifice his life to protect Ryu-wan, he would do it without a single doubt. This time, the protective trigger shifted to Minjuri. Ryumin grins. Thankfully, my brainwashing worked, and I cleared the subquest. Right then, Rin suddenly appears. Oh, Black Scythe, did you clear the seventh round? Ryumin nods, yeah, and asks, did you pass? She smiles, yes, I escaped the. Blushing, she glances around to ensure they are alone, then whispers that everyone else is still trapped. Ryumin asks if that is true. Suddenly, Rin turns serious, her face turning red as she speaks. Black Scythe, this might be sudden, but I really like you. Ryumin warns her not to joke around, but she persists. She insists it is no joke, gathering every bit of her courage to confess her genuine feelings while they are finally alone. Ryumin reacts with icy silence, tightening his grip on his death scythe as if waiting for the perfect moment. Oblivious to the chilling tension in the air, Rin takes a deep breath and gathers her courage to speak. She asks if he will date her. With a brutal slice, Rin's head flies off as Ryumin cold stares ahead. He glares at the system interface, muttering about these trashy tricks, right before a notification suddenly pops up. You have cleared the main quest to escape temptation within 2 hours. Surprisingly, this round was never about escaping. The real challenge is resisting temptation. That first escape was actually just a subquest. First came the suicide subquest, followed by this double-layered mental trap designed to play with their desires. Most players relaxed after Phase 1, thinking they escaped. But wait, here is the real trap. In truth, they were still trapped, and even Rin's claim about escaping was nothing but a complete lie. Remember his warnings? If they did, this trial would be a total walk in the park. Ryumin knew this perfectly well, but he kept the secret subquest details entirely to himself. He needed that exclusive reward all to himself. The special rune was highly crucial to face his ultimate enemy. With Rin gone, Ryumin stares at the holographic message confirming his success in the main quest. Seeing the notification, Ryumin grins. Finally, they are breaking free from the real mental trap. Suddenly, the entire field and Rin dissolve into mist. Then, Priscilla comes flying in from the distance. Noticing the movement, she wonders who could have possibly broken through the illusion of temptation this quickly. As she lands, her eyes widen in total shock at the sight of Black Scythe waiting there. Ryumin asks why she is so shocked. Right after, a weird smile creeps onto her face. Priscilla bursts into sudden, hysterical laughter, leaving Ryumin wondering what could possibly be so amusing. He asks the angel what is going on, and she quickly regains her composure to congratulate him. She praises him for being the very first to break free, completely unaware of his secret knowledge. To avoid suspicion, Ryumin plays dumb, acting as if he had no idea it was an illusion. She tells him to wait for the timer to expire, and suddenly, a bright light envelops him. Sitting comfortably on the ground in a colorless void, Ryumin begins to survey his strange new surroundings. Countless players stand frozen with their eyes shut. Can you imagine the nightmare they are seeing right now? Ryumin notes that they were moved here, and most of these poor souls are currently fighting their desires. That suicide trap was just a subquest. Failing it did not mean immediate death for anyone. You would still survive, but you lost the reward. And the main quest is what truly matters. The real test is the main quest, which relies entirely on your ability to resist temptation. This second phase targets each player specifically, baiting them with whatever they desire most in life. It could be endless riches, romantic fantasies, or simply a desperate escape from their current suffering. In Ryu Min's case, the system used a clone of Seo Arin to confess her love to him. If he had fallen for the trap and let the timer run out, he would be disqualified immediately. But since he resisted, his ranking now depends entirely on how fast he cleared the trial. If he had killed the fake Seo Arin immediately, it would not have counted since the timer had not started. That is why he patiently waited for her to confess before brutally taking her head off to stop the timer. Bored out of his mind, Ryu-min sighs and checks the countdown for the round to end. With 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining, he realizes he has a long, boring wait ahead of him. He wishes he could watch the others struggle. But soon, a few players finally start waking up. They look around in total confusion, asking where they are and demanding to know what is going on. One player yells out in fear, warning others to stay back, still haunted by the illusions they just escaped. It is useless because I love someone else. The angel explained the truth, leaving those who just woke up scratching their heads in pure confusion. Then boom. The time ran out, and everyone snapped back to reality. Priscilla clapped her hands with a bright smile. Focus up, everyone. By now, you should all know by now that everything you saw was just a fantasy. Now for the real details. A screen popped up with the quest. Escape temptation within 2 hours. The catch? Commit suicide. No hesitation. Succeed and get your rewards. Priscilla explained further. As you can see, the main goal was resisting temptation, while the hidden subquest was actually to end your own life on the spot. Hey guys, I know you all want longer videos, but it is really hard. The hard limit I can manage is 18 minutes. If we go over that, the channel gets hit with a penalty. It might work for other mainstream series, but here, it is impossible. Plus, I prefer keeping videos around 10 minutes, because making them super long just burns me out, and that delays my uploads. You can always wait for several parts to drop and binge them all together, which is basically the same thing. Finally, do not forget to like and subscribe. Thanks so much for the 3,000 likes on our last video. And let's try to hit that 3,000 goal again today. Thanks to everyone for the amazing channel support. Priscilla then explained that the main quest was all about resisting the temptation of the illusion. Meanwhile, the hidden subquest was the insane challenge of committing suicide without any hesitation. A player asked how suicide could even be a subquest. Another gasped, wait, so that wasn't the main scenario? For heaven's sake, how can anyone commit suicide in a messed up situation like that? One cried out, this quest is insane. Who could commit suicide without a second thought? As they voiced their outrage, Priscilla snapped angrily. Seems like some of you are ready to explode. The moment Priscilla turned dead serious, the entire crowd instantly fell silent, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water right over them. With a mischievous grin, Priscilla added, but do not worry. I will not be taking anyone's life today, since I am in a pretty great mood. Just then, a results window popped up in front of everyone's eyes. Round 7 overall rankings. First place, Black Scythe, level 54 Reaper, 1 second. Second, Chrissy, level 27 Priest, 5 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 29 Dark Knight, 6 seconds. Specific area rankings. First, Black Scythe, level 54 Reaper, 1 second. Second, and Sangxiol, level 34 Knight, 18 seconds. Third, Seo Aaron, level 34, Summoner, 24 seconds. Seeing these results, the crowd exploded with anger, and one of them shouted out that Black Scythe was in first place again. Another wondered how he always won, even when strength was not the key. Was his willpower that insane? Someone screamed, look at that. He broke the illusion in just 1 second. He is not human. While players grumbled and shook their heads in utter disbelief, Priscilla stared at the results screen, looking absolutely thrilled. She muttered to herself, I cannot believe it. I actually won this round. And it is all thanks to Black Scythe. In her joy at winning, Priscilla completely forgot to distribute the rewards. Ryu Min spoke up, hey, Angel, the first place reward has not arrived yet. Startled, she replied, oh, that is right. I apologize, Black Scythe. It was a very rare display of humility toward a mere mortal. Then, the system alerts flashed on screen. Congratulations. You cleared the quest in first place. Congratulations. You have claimed first place across the entire zone. Right now, Black Scythe holds the #1 spot both globally and locally. As the champion of this local area, you will receive a random selection voucher. And for ranking first in the overall global area ranking, you will get a special reward selection box. But as the alerts flooded in, the prizes did not stop there. As a subquest reward, you will receive the Rune of Mental Barrier. The item will automatically imprint onto your body. Ryu Min smiled, whispering that he had finally obtained it. Right after, a skill information window popped up. The Rune of Mental Barrier grants full immunity to all mental attacks. Ryu Min muttered, "Now I can finally stand up to Yamti." The reason why the system delayed giving him the rune until the very end became clear. If he had gotten it earlier, he might not have even triggered the temptation test mission. Ryu Min then carefully went over the rewards he had just received. Up until now, local first-place rewards were always high-tier equipment. But this time, it was a special, random selection voucher. And get this, the moment Ryu Min used it, a system alert popped up, offering him several choices. He had to choose his target prize. Option 1 was a random gold pouch, and Option 2 was an intermediate magic stone ticket. Option 3 was a surprise potion box. Ryu Min muttered that the choices were pretty limited. He already had max-level magic stones and more gold than he could count. That left only one viable option. I will choose number 3, the surprise potion box. These items were actually scheduled to appear starting in round 8. These useful consumables could easily heal severe wounds or provide powerful temporary buffs when the player consumed them. Just like in a typical video game, they came in many varieties, with only 3 ways to actually obtain them. First, by becoming an alchemist. Second, by defeating elite bosses after round 8. Or finally, buying them from otherworldly entities. You can purchase these magical drinks from these strange merchants or acquire them as high-tier, clear rewards. The round where these strange beings finally start appearing is round 8, and Ryu Min knew that players would be totally caught off guard. After fighting mindless, silent beasts, they would suddenly have to confront intelligent beings they could actually talk to. Ryu Min still remembered how completely lost he felt when he first discovered them. It was extremely hard to tell if these creatures were real players or just basic system programs. Either way, starting from round 8, the arrival of these strange, talking entities meant Ryu Min could finally put his unique titles to good use, while focusing on securing those 2 target runes. Starting with the Rune of Future, he got the Rune of Durability. Plus, round 8 is going to be the perfect chance for leveling up. Most players might hit level 40, but Ryu Min is aiming much higher, shooting straight for level 60. Then his eyes shift to the final special reward box. A notification pops up, asking him to select a single reward from 3 crazy options. Choice 1 is a triple experience buff for round 8. Choice 2 is 20,000 gold. And choice 3 is intel on round 8. With zero hesitation, Ryu Min locks in the first choice. That next round is practically built for farming massive amounts of experience. Flash of a wicked smile, and Priscilla asks if everyone has checked their rewards. Now, she says, time for our final parting. Every single human who failed to reach the top ranks, or simply gave in to temptation before the timer ran out, gets erased. No excuses, no goodbyes. Half of the active players literally crumble into dust. Gone. Then, Priscilla spins around to add that, as promised, the fastest speedrunner of this mission gets crowned as the ultimate zone representative. There is no surprise here. The brand new leader of the entire unified zone is exactly who you think it is. A blue screen flashes, declaring player Black Scythe as the new representative for Zone C2, KA003. Every player nods in agreement. It is an undeniably fair result. Nobody can object. Priscilla speaks up again, ready to hand over the exclusive winner rewards directly to Black Scythe. Get ready, because the one notification Ryu Min has been dying to see finally pops up in his vision. The authority of the temporary skill Dominion has changed. From this moment on, you can cast Dominion once in the real world. Lose your representative title, and this power is instantly gone. But it is done. Ryu Min finally has what he wanted. Having the physical ability to cast Dominion means he can now completely manipulate anyone he wants. A wicked grin creeps onto Ryu Min's face while the angels glare at him. He whispers to himself, I already know exactly who gets controlled first. Meanwhile, the 9 angels who lost their massive bet are looking utterly miserable. One of them complains, how did that Black Scythe secure first place again? Another wonders how a mere human keeps dominating like this. Could the mission details have been leaked? They want nothing more than to pop his head like a balloon right here and now, but they can do nothing. They burned through their abilities early on, and 90% of them are completely powerless right now. Just as they stew in their anger, Priscilla strolls over with a sweet smile, instantly making the terrified angels huddle together like soaking wet puppies. She giggles, asking why everyone is wearing such incredibly grumpy faces. One stammers out that it is nothing. Then she asks if anyone dares object to her becoming king. They immediately squeal out a flat no. Priscilla is the king now. So one of them submissively asks what she wants to do next and who will guide the humans. She tells them to hold on. Her warm expression suddenly turns ice cold as she commands them all to kneel down before her. And just like that, the system window pops up for all the surviving players. Round 7 is officially over. Global survivors, 3,400. Local survivors, just over 500. Souls are about to be sent back home. Round 8 kicks off at midnight on August 1st, 2022. See you next round. And congrats on surviving. Back on Earth, Heavenly Demon immediately scrambles to check his surroundings. He is standing in his hotel room, but he wonders if this is just another incredibly twisted mental trap. To make entirely sure this is real, he calls his personal bodyguard. Wouldn't you do the exact same thing? The bodyguard confirms he is safe. Heavenly Demon asks him again if this is actual, physical reality right now. His bodyguard promises that it is, pointing out that their logged mission results prove everything. There is even a welcome back message. But Heavenly Demon mutters that you can never be too sure. What if it is all just a beautifully tailored nightmare? The bodyguard chuckles, but then pauses. What if it actually is? Hearing his boss speak so seriously brings a cold wave of dread. Heavenly Demon tells him to head up immediately. The bodyguard agrees and hangs up. Left alone, Heavenly Demon keeps questioning if he is truly back home. That last trial did some serious mental damage. The memories of his brothers trying to force his suicide keep flashing back on that rooftop. It is a hellish nightmare he never, ever wants to experience again. Then, a thought hits him. What if that was not just a simple mind trick, but a literal glimpse into his actual future? Thinking like that makes him panic. He decides he must expand his business rapidly and win his father's favor no matter what. A bit later, the bodyguard arrives, offering a respectful bow and asking if the president is feeling all right. Heavenly Demon tells him he is fine, but admits that after being trapped so long, reality still feels pretty blurry. On Sang-cheol asks what kind of illusion could shake him up so badly. Ma Kyung-rok just sips his whiskey. Silent, An Sang-cheol quickly bows his head. He overstepped. He apologizes for speaking out of turn. Ma Kyung-rok brushes it off as a bad dream. He asks if An Sang-cheol is okay. He is. What did you see? Ma Kyung-rok asks. An Sang-cheol freezes. He cannot bring himself to admit the truth. It is a pretty dark story. Ma Kyung-rok agrees. Honestly, everyone feels kinda dirty and miserable just being alive. But wait. Ma Kyung-rok suddenly thinks of someone. Did the prophet also survive the illusion? An Sang-cheol answers. He actually called ahead, knowing Ma Kyung-rok would be curious. Yes, the prophet is alive. Ma Kyung-rok nods quietly. Naturally, the man who warned everyone about temptation wouldn't die so easily. But then, sudden doubt creeps in. Think about it, if this guy really knew the secret strategy to win, wouldn't he be first? That makes sense. Yet, An Sang-cheol says no name resembling the prophet showed up on the leaderboards. None. As always, the mysterious Black Scythe dominated the region and easily snatched the #1 spot. Second was Ma Kyung-rok's fiancé. Third was himself. The prophet was clearly not in the top ranks. If he was the real deal, he should have cleared it instantly. Did he stall on purpose? Did he delay it? An Sang-cheol is completely stumped. Neither of them realize the brutal truth. But get this, if you realize it is just an illusion, the entire quest becomes impossible. Even survival is blocked. Shaking his head, Ma Kyung-rok decides to drop the issue for now. They will meet later. He tells An Sang-cheol to rest. The loyal bodyguard thanks his president. Once alone, Ma Kyung-rok collapses onto his bed. The psychological toll of the illusion is heavy. He desperately wants to sleep, but his eyes remain wide open. He is terrified of the nightmares. Remember to like, subscribe, and support our channel. Hey guys, I truly appreciate all the amazing support. If you are loving these recaps, do not forget to subscribe. Help us hit 3,300 likes this time. Over at lunch, Ryu-min and Min-juri sat together. He wanted to brief her on round 8. But Min-juri? She is in a pretty rough mental state. Ryumin silently observes her, wondering if it is too early to meet. She seems a bit off to him. What is wrong? No appetite? Minjuri just struggles to find the right words. She insists the food is delicious, but she is clearly battling some pretty heavy emotional trauma deep down inside. Trying to read her mind, Ryumin asks if the illusions from round 7 were that distressing to Minjuri. She stammers, unable to talk. I do not know, she whispers, too afraid to look up. Lifting her head would only reveal her bright red face. Empathizing, Ryumin guesses it was more embarrassing than distressing. Realizing he is right, he coughs awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. It seems things are more difficult than expected. Even with his warnings, resisting temptation was quite a challenge. So, Ryumin offers her some advice. He tells her to put round 7 behind them, regardless of what she saw. Minjuri softly agrees. She nods, yes, that is true. And this is where things get interesting, because Ryumin has news about round 8. He delivers his next prophecy. Jeffrey the spy is eavesdropping nearby, but Ryumin does not care to hide it. He purposely speaks up so Jeffrey can hear everything. He knows the spy will relay this prophecy directly to Christine. Since Christine is highly skeptical, a single prophecy won't win her over. He has to feed her more. So, there is zero harm in them listening. Minjuri then asks if non-player characters will appear in round 8. He confirms it, admitting he does not know if these entities are artificially made or from another dimension entirely. Ryumin explains the detailed strategy. Unlike round 7, round 8 offers tons of opportunities to farm experience points. In short, they must exploit every trick to level up. He is giving her all the help he can. Ryumin adds that there is one crucial thing to remember. When Minjuri asks what, he drops a bombshell. In round 8, she cannot follow the black scythe like before. Minjuri stares at him, her eyes widening. She gasps, asking why. The sudden change leaves Minjuri totally confused, desperately wanting an explanation from him. He calmly replies that he does not know why that choice is made. He only foresees the future. As he watches her look so confused, grim memories of his past regression suddenly flood his mind. He remembers a girl who discovered his identity, only to be manipulated and killed. He tells himself no, that was just an illusion, a bad dream. He will protect his people and ensure their safety at all costs. Meanwhile, Christine sits with a slightly tense expression, anxiously waiting for Nathan Craig to arrive at their meeting. When Nathan Craig arrives, he is surprised and asks when she got here. She replies it was just recently. She directly asks what he wants to discuss, guessing it is about round 7. Nathan Craig nods. He heard about the illusion round from Jeffrey and asks what kind of illusion Christine had to face. She explains it was about him. Shocked, Nathan Craig asks if it really involved him. Christine nods. The believers were threatening him, forcing her into a corner where she had no choice but to take her life. He mutters that the magic is incredibly sinister, but Christine points out it is the work of angels. Nathan Craig confidently denies it, claiming those are just evil spirits masquerading as angels to deceive them. He warns that Satan often wears familiar faces. So, Christine asks if none of this is God's will. He claims that is obvious, asking if her faith is failing or if demons have ensnared her mind. Christine sighs, admitting that seeing her deepest beliefs betrayed in the illusion made her heart falter. Nathan Craig tells her to focus solely on leveling up and saving people, warning her against distractions. She agrees. Nathan Craig then brings up the prophet. Christine asks if he means the Korean guy. He nods, noting that Jeffrey reported the prophecy was pretty accurate. Christine remembers the warning about temptation. She admits she didn't believe it initially, but his advice turned out to be the key to clearing the quest. Nathan Craig smiles, suggesting they get closer to the prophet talk about a complete turnaround from her conservative father. The unexpected statement causes Christine to widen her eyes. This is completely out of character for him. She asks if he really trusts him after just one correct prediction. Nathan Craig replies that even if it was luck, it matters. Do you think so, Christine? That unexpected remark leaves Christine perplexed, and she asks if they have already run a background check. The investigator replies that the guy seems like an ordinary young man who just commutes between home and work. Christine does not blame her father. She understands exactly why he did it, especially with her natural tendency to doubt and stay skeptical of new people. Even before her engagement, her father had Jeffrey thoroughly investigate her fiancé. So she looks up and asks her father directly, is it really necessary to rely on him so much? Her father replies that her fiancé is doing the exact same thing. They are even doing business together. Despite her father trying to convince her, Christine is still highly hesitant. But what if he is a complete fraud? Her dad suggests a different approach, but right at that exact moment, Jeffrey returns. The pastor immediately asks Jeffrey what is going on, and Jeffrey replies that he just got some crucial intel. He got information about round 8 from that guy. Well, it was not exactly given to him, but rather overheard. But honestly, who cares? The info is what matters. Hearing this, Christine asks if he obtained a real prophecy. He nods, saying the guy was quite detailed this time, and suggests she test it in the 8th round to see. After a brief moment of thought, Christine agrees, admitting that testing it out is actually a pretty solid idea. However, a little later, the three of them realize eavesdropping is totally pointless since they get a direct call from Heavenly Demon. He feels bad for keeping his prophecy to himself. Meanwhile, after meeting up with Min Jae-hee, Ryu-min is back outside. His main goal right now is exterminating mealworms. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Current kill count is 100. With the Rune of Slaughter active, his stats receive a 100% boost. Then, Ryu-min looks at another active buff. Under the Bless skill, his stats enjoy a 60% increase. Ryu-min mutters that the preparations are finally complete. He pulls a unique item from his inventory, the surprise potion box. It grants 1 to 5 random potions. It is a time-limited item, restricted to master grade or above, allowing the user to roll for random potions. The box vanishes once the next round starts, and the results are heavily influenced by the user's luck stat. Ryu-min knows that boosting luck is key, as it yields more potions and a higher chance for rare drops. Either way, more potions are always better. Raising his luck is the only move. When Ryu-min opens the box, a message pops up. You used the box. Congratulations. You obtained a life potion and a healing potion. Congratulations. You also got a dark magic, lowest agility, and icy potion. Ryu-min smiles, pleased that they are all different types of potions, and he actually got 5 of them. First is the legendary grade life potion, a consumable that can resurrect a deceased player. It must be used within 10 minutes of death, and it will not work if the corpse is heavily damaged. Specifically, over 30% damage makes it useless, and it cannot be used on oneself. Next is a healing potion, a rare grade item that heals internal and external wounds, which is much more effective than standard emergency medical treatment. Then, there is the dark magic potion. It recovers dark magic power for specific professions. Normally, this recovers dark magic used by dark orcs and is only usable by restricted classes. Next is the lowest agility potion, a normal grade item that adds 2 agility for 24 hours. Multiple consumptions do not stack. Finally, we have the rare grade potion of Icy Chill. This grants a 50% boost to cold resistance for 24 hours to novice grades or above. It resists not only cold damage, but also shields the user from various status abnormalities. Hold on. Look at this. Ryu-min's eyes widen as he stares at the top item, that life potion. To think a legendary resurrection potion actually dropped. The other potions are great, but they cannot compare to this. Ryu-min notes that it can only be used by players of master grade or higher, and only on others. Still, just possessing a legendary grade potion is incredibly valuable, even if he does not have an immediate use for it. Holding on to this could bring massive benefits later, especially when it comes to persuading a certain alchemist. The alchemist is the only class capable of crafting potions. This specific guy is in Nigeria, and making him an ally is crucial. Although he is reluctant to step forward now, once his existence is known, it will cause a massive sensation. If Ryu-min makes his move before anyone else, he can easily monopolize the alchemist's incredible abilities. But among all these rolled potions, one seems completely useless. It is none other than the dark magic potion. Is this potion strictly for the dark magic class? In fact, the only wielder of dark magic is a highly unique class. Simply put, this dark magic potion is strictly for the night class. For normal players, it does nothing. Drinking it won't trigger any effect. Same goes for Ryu. Still, he grins, thinking about selling it to a dark knight for a massive price. But for now, he decides to keep it. Cash isn't his main priority. He has plenty of gold anyway. Since he's not broke, there's really no need to rush to the market. Back home, Ryu changes into casual clothes and flops onto his bed. Grabbing his phone, he thinks, let's see if any rare crafting materials popped up. While scrolling, he stops. Another unique item is actually listed. He instantly taps buy. Setting the phone aside, he sighs with relief. That's another task checked off. Round 7 was not a hunting round anyway. He's already getting excited for the wild challenges ahead. Exhausted, Ryu slowly closes his eyes. Get ready, because next up, he is finally meeting the heavenly demon. Who knows what will happen? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially.